higher, but now trading a little bit lower here for Snowflake, guys.
Let it snow, apparently. If you want it to fall to the downside, that's essentially what you're getting. I did get Alibaba off of VWAP, so first trade here is not going to be the dip buy at 80. It's going to be the dip buy into VWAP. I scalped some out at the quarters, looking to reload off of VWAP. And then, look, AMD waited for it. And sometimes, like you say, sometimes you take it in the other direction. Well, it bounced off. It did not bounce well off 168. It made a bottom at 67. Then you get a little something here with a higher low, which is what I just moved on over to. I still like the notion of FFIE. I'm not on the bid just yet, but it's starting to hold the 1/4 level. And if looking for a short, I said I paid for locates on PSNY and then did nothing about it. PSNY is getting close to VWAP in here, so I am looking for short the pop situation on Polestar. It's SSR, so I'll let it kind of make a move up and then work back in. Wow. I just
40s, unbelievable.
I just got a reload in Alibaba and then it lost VWAP, like immediately.
Oh,
wow, wow.
Yeah.
And AMD just lost 167.
Yeah.
It's one of these kind of days. Fail. And the worst part about it is the easiest trade was probably just Polestar short. Like this was probably the easiest trade that was out there. I have the locates. Because it's SSR, there's like a 1.5 cent spread as well, so you can't hit the bid on the way down. So I'm going to have to get on the offer, I just realized, and then try and take it through me, meaning like you sit on the offer, it has to print through you, because there needs to be an uptick in order to get filled. But the first time is VWAP here at 85.
All right, yeah, AMD just lost it right there. We got out at 166, basically a 167 break there. But, you know, fighting this has not been a winning strategy. So we'll get some here, but yeah, you know, too much more lower than where we are. What am I on? Amazon, sorry. Too much more on AMD, and we're going to get out of that. It really sucks because we were on Amazon, and I was trying to let it go. We were at 183.40. Like you could see why we'd be there. These are these levels. It came right back into there, touched it, and then fell back in. And then I tried to punch some 23s. I even tried some 15s there to get out of some of this one as we go. So look, man, I mean, I'm here to tell you, I am now 0 for 5 today. And let's see if we can get something going now. I mean, Amazon's flat, so we're going to, you know, but the thing is that we took the hit here on Tesla. And thank God we did, because that's even lower. Palantir still straight to the downside right now. Amazon, I mean, we were long biased. So when you're long biased and the market's fallen 1%, I mean, that is not good. And we came in here, as we said, possibly with rose-colored glasses on as well. But I mean, I don't know. You've been mentioning it today, but it's been a rough day. Everybody in the chat there.
Of course it is. Yeah. I mean, look, if you're bearish today, you're laughing. You know, like obviously, if you, like I said, there was.
Let's go.
The easiest trade was like short PSNY, but I just looked at Rivian. Rivian's back at $10. Like, are you kidding me? That $10 level that held 3 times. So it's not quite there, but I will be involved if it holds the $10 level. I couldn't even get into PSNY, by the way. I said you have to sit on the offer, have it come through you. I got absolutely nothing. I chased it to 82 for a third of the size, and I'm just sitting on the offer. I just need to get filled. Clearly, when the stock is SSR, it's going to be a little bit tricky to get it. But you are seeing Nvidia. I know Nvidia is actually holding VWAP in there.
It's trying to go, right?
So every single time I go back over, and it's like, you're still in the area that I want to be buying AMD, as that is the weak name. The other one to get over to, I said if we got to VWAP, I would short Intel. It's like, well, you're not getting there. Like, this market is so weak that even the things that I want to join to the short side aren't happening. ONMD is halted. I saw that pop on my scanner as well. I'll get you guys. Juan Hernandez just put it in the chat. Indicated open of $1.50 there. Thank you for fixing my mic. I realized I had it the wrong way. ONMD, 148 halt. The tap was 150. Now it's 148 again. So remember, Luis called out the $2 resistance level on ONMD. If it gets there, I think that's a big level on the daily chart. Whether or not you take profits there, that's up to you guys. So good luck with ONMD. It seems like the squeeze and short plays are, they're the ones that are going today, if you're not at Nvidia.
Yeah, we don't, yeah, we're not sure. Look,
All right.
We'll have one, at least we'll have one winner on board here today, as it looks like we are going to go for Amazon again. So Amazon's starting to pump upside right now. So good on us for at least trying to hold a little bit of Amazon and scratch that. We'll actually go two for five if AMD can go now. So here goes AMD off 167. Let's see if it can fly up there. We just got some nice fills there on AMD. We got 50s. So hopefully or 48s. Hopefully we can continue to go higher there on AMD and Amazon. That one, we just got some O's again on this. This is a positive stock for us, but I mean, hard to be super happy when, you know, we've taken a dollar hit on Tesla, and this one is like 25 cents in the money, and I'm like, hey, at least we're positive. Like, it's not going. And then Apple right now is in sleeper zone, and which is making me very nervous because it should be going up already if it wants to, and it's not. So I'm not sure this wants to go up either. The market is really heavy today. I mean, there's no love right here, despite the love for Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia has been great today. I mean, off VWAP, off the 50. I mean, this is what we wrote down was wait for dips into VWAP. So we should be long. Like, it's just, I'm just not following my own stuff. Wait for dips into VWAP for Nvidia is what we said. So why am I not long 1027 right now? You know, I mean, that's the VWAP dip in. It's right there. That's what we called. So again, an awesome opportunity there for Nvidia to have bought and followed simple rules, and we just simply didn't do that. So yeah, you deserve to get hit when that happens. All right, so we talked about Amazon possibly being our only green name here, and now it's like right back to flat. Oops, right back to flat again. You need to be able to flip short. Normally we're able to do that. Today, it's like nothing's really breaking. So we've been staying in it. And there goes AMD. Again, we were just like, oh, man, we just got some 50s there. Like, that was 50 cents in the money. And then, boom, 50 cents the other way. So at least we were 1 for 1 there on our risk. But still, look at this name, continuing to puke lower and lower.
And I just looked back at Li Auto. Like, Li Auto's a small hit because I didn't really hold it very far against me, but it shouldn't be a hit at all. And it's not even about that. I should have just taken it. I should have taken it one more time. Like, I like that 20 break. Just have it that last time, and now you're starting to see the fall through to the downside. Like, that's absolutely flushing. There are some strong. We've talked about some strong names in the market. Alibaba was holding VWAP. I got out of it when it could no longer hold on to VWAP. Could have just not reloaded the trade, but we did. So it is what it is. But guess what is still better than Alibaba? If you guessed Pinduoduo, you would be right. This is up 6%.
Pinduoduo, I guessed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right?
If I'd given a second, I know you would have guessed it 100%. PDD up 6%, still flying after their report. But the real story here would be Nvidia up 9% and hunting for a high of the day break into a market which is trying to bounce off of the lows. So that is what it is. And I can't believe this is even the truth, but Google 175 could come into play as well. I said there's some outside levels I didn't think would come into play. I didn't even bother writing them down. 156 TSM and Google 175 would have been the two. But that's what happens when the market goes super bearish and you were bullish. You have to wait for those levels. FFIE, it's trying to put in higher lows. If it can hold on to VWAP, I'm looking to go into the long and trying to catch it on an uptrend instead of the downtrend that it's in. As I said, I am now into PSNY off of VWAP. So no longer the dollar level. If Polestar gets to $1, I'll be well out of that well before it gets there.
So even though the market is bouncing a little bit right now, it's really just, like, I hate looking over and being red and then like Nvidia, the name that we were really excited to trade, does exactly what we were talking about. That really sucks. All right, so Elf, again, should have just listened to the wife, man. I mean, she is literally undefeated. At like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, she's just like, you should be buying Elf. I mean, it's now up from that point, $17. And how the hell am I going to tell her that I'm down today? She's going to be pissed at this. All right, so here we go. No, just joking. By the way, we did buy the TQs, by the way. So there's a nice little move back up in the futures. I mean, we just hit this one. This is now 30 cents. Starting to make that money back now. So finally, we're starting to get a little bit better. Let's get something. Okay, here we go. Awesome. There we go. Little bit of money getting counted out now on the TQQs. So we'll have two big green names today, right? We'll have now Amazon on the reload. Big trade here for me on Amazon, guys. Big trade right now for Amazon. So that's going to be a good one. Let's see how high we can fly on this one. I'm waiting for 183.23 where we missed last time, but we'll take some outs there. That's where the 50 period is. I'm going to take some more out right now based on the way this day is going. We're going to make sure that we get some out over here right now. And then the TQs is starting to do some damn things right now to the upside here. So we bought some of this dip as we saw the market starting to sort of recover a little bit down there. Buy some of the dips there in the TQQ. So we've got two green names over here right now as we wait to see what happens with Apple. Nice little bounce back in Apple. So let's take something out there because an Apple a day has been disastrous for me because right now Apple's starting to continue to the downside. We'll take, see, I put an offer and it just runs away from it. So we're sitting there now around 189.10 to see if we can get some of this out. Hopefully it does bump a little bit so we can take some of this pressure off of these trades. So right now we're waiting for some Apple to bounce up a little bit. We have a shit ton of shares.
Yeah, Carpe Diem, relax 1,000%. I like that. I like that. You have to have it on some days, especially when it's going to be rough in the markets. You're welcome for the Li Auto short, but I didn't make money on it. The 20 was a good level to break down. I know that stock is weak. We'll look to see if we can join it. I'm only in that PSNY, but I'm now on the bid of AMC. I was asked if I liked AMC at $5 like yesterday. It wasn't holding, like it broke $5 and I wasn't in the break. Now it's starting to pull and dip back into VWAP. So when in a weak market, sometimes I like a little bit of these cheeky small cap names to go into the long. But I look over, I'm glad I stopped fighting AMD. It's just continuing to make fresh lows. I don't know where the bottom's going to be on this one. If TSM wants to get down to 165, then I think that's going to be a play for me. Google as well. I do like some Alphabet, but I want to let it get down closer to 175 if we're going to be able to get into it as well. So these are the days you want to be a little bit patient. AMC just pulling back into $5. As I said, the meme name sometimes in a weak market, when they start to go, they can give you a little bit of a trend. PDD's going as well. Just to check back in on Tesla, then I'm going to go to Rivian, $10. Tesla caught a bid at 176. This isn't the level I was looking for, so I can't tell you that I'm long there. Rivian, however, $10 is a thing, and that just held pretty decently at 10.10. So I might take two shots at this. If it holds 10.10 again, I'll try to get on the way back up, 14s or 15s, and stop at 10.10. Otherwise, we'll wait for the $10 level. But the newest position is another meme name, and it is AMC off of VWAP and $5 here. I haven't checked GameStop. I don't know if that's going. AMC was stronger in the afternoon yesterday anyways.
All right, I just hope that this can show you guys, like, sort of what can happen if and when, some of your stops, trigger. Like if you're going to, get hit on a stock like Apple, and we've already sort of talked about all of this. Like look at Tesla, right? Makes that move down, but you got to get stopped out at some points, right? So we actually got stopped out at 178. We didn't get out of everything. We wound up holding like 25%, so that's why some of those are downside. But that goes all the way down to 176. So whether or not that was a level you're looking at or not, I don't know. But that could be a stopping point there if the market does just make a little bit of a move down, maybe a 176 or so on Tesla. We've been wrong on it, so pick your poison on that one. Apple did break back down below 189, so I got some out there at 97 right here. Actually, we got a couple outs on Apple, didn't we? We got some above 189 here as well. So when that made the move back up, still an L right now for us on Apple, but we're going to wait for that one. Palantir, again, have the stops in place. We're out of this one at O's. So this saved us a little bit there, but it's trying to bounce back to the upside here as well. So maybe we will get some pushes happening. Again, a big trade over here for me on the TQQs. It's been tough, man. There's I don't know. I feel like most of these names today have just been sort of in the pocket and trying to figure this out. So we're going to have to be very, very patient with all of this as we go. So I'll tell you what I'm up today on my stock. So we're going to be 0 for Apple, 0 there, that's 0 for 2, 1 for 2, 1 for 3, 2 for 3, 2 for 4 with Tesla L. So we're going to go 2 and 4, so 2 for 6, I guess. So 4 losing trades, 2 winning trades on board for me over here as we wait to see what's happening with Apple and Amazon.
Yeah, I just got into Rivian. all three of the stocks that I'm in right now are not the ones I was trading at the open, because all of those sort of ran stops, past the levels I liked, trending in the wrong direction, and then suddenly we got into levels that I didn't think were going to have happen, like $10 on Rivian. I'll get to ASTI, or maybe some of these other ones. Bavin, I see people in the chat just throwing symbols at us, but I'm looking for some other ideas that we actually liked off levels for the rest of the week that are starting to come into play. So as I said, Rivian 10, AMC in a trend to the upside. We'll keep tracking Nvidia. I'm not in it. I was actually thinking if we did a dip buy, it would be more along the lines of defending the 10,000. Why do I keep saying 10,000? The $1,000 level, and I was looking at like 994, 995 if we had tested 1,000 on Nvidia. It just never did any kind of a pullback. Like everything else dipped far enough to get you in, except for Nvidia. TSM's back at VWAP, so I don't think we're going to get this 156, at least not presently. So I don't mind jumping into this if we start holding VWAP. I do like TSM today. I think it going red if Nvidia holds up doesn't make a ton of sense. We haven't really talked too much about Snowflake, but it's starting to catch a bit of a bid here as well off the 155. It absolutely tanked. And again, a level that I would have never guessed come back in. 155 support on the daily, the 50 periods here as well. So sometimes the market's going to shock you, and you just have to be able to quickly adjust. So 155 on Snowflake looks like a good spot. It's already bounced one time off that level. ARM and PDD are starting to go. Newest position for me was AMC. And FFIE, I'm not back into it. I told you the condition for getting into that was it holding at about that 130 level where I was long before. So if it can start to do it, I don't mind joining FFIE. It's done 100 million shares. Looks like it's going to have another big volume day.
Okay. Texas. We can look at some Google, but the market just failed off the 50 period there. So we've already been getting out of our TQs, and we got them out pretty much at the 50 period. So that's going to be always a target for us pretty much as we go. Amazon, again, more 50 periods. Like we just got some out at 20s not too long ago, and then obviously it just dips right back in. And the same story true for Apple, but it didn't get to the 50, so we're kind of trying to wait for that. We just got some more out, though, above 189. I mean, you could see where we're stuck on Apple. I mean, we're hoping that this can get going there. There's it out there at 189.05. Again, the market's going to have to go for us if we're going to try to do anything. What's going on with GameStop here, right here, quickly? Okay, GameStop's back down to 20. I didn't even realize this today.
It's at 20?
That's that bouncing spot. We already wrote down GameStop 20, but we didn't take it today to, obviously looking at other things and we're worried about getting run over on other names. But GameStop right now down to $20 trying to come through.
Which is weird because AMC's strong today.
Right now. Yeah, well, that was the case yesterday too, right? When AMC was much stronger. ELF trying to hold as well, obviously ELF ripping. But yeah, man, I mean, you guys are just gonna get real stuff from me every time. Like I'll run down to you how I've been trading, what names I've been trading, whether I'm red or green on the day. And it's been a bad day today. Like yesterday we got hit on Nvidia, and today, like I said, man, we're 2 wins and 4 losses. So not a great day again here today for these names. But you, like I said, you can, if you're looking for that, I'm going to be here for that, so you can ask me. But not good right here. Nvidia heading to VWAP. So, all right, thanks for bringing that up. I mean, could be one other thing here, that if Nvidia does come back in, it's not heading to VWAP really, but if it does come into 1030, that is a level, that's something that we're going to be looking for, right? So let's wait to see if that can come through. But right now, Amazon's trying to go lower, which is not the greatest trade look for us. Right at the bottoms again. I am going to buy a little bit here of Amazon just because we're at this level. But remember, our stops for this one, breaking through that 182 that we really loved yesterday and nailed yesterday. So hopefully it can hold here. We hit this like once, twice, thrice yesterday. Got it, went back up into 183. So I still think 183 has a little bit of a magnet attached to it. So this has been a good stock for me today. It's been Amazon. Amazon and TQ's 2 green names today. And we'll hope that when we get back from the small cap recap, that we will have Apple above 189 again.
IW, I'm looking a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ and S&P 500 right now, slightly down in the day, trying to curl back up a little bit here. Let's also take a look at some of these small cap runners, including Altamira Therapeutics. CYTO is the ticker for this one, about a 6% short float, trading higher after announcing some publication of highlights from its clinical trial on this social media channel for an allergy journal. So nice look there. We also have ONMD, One MedNet. This one trading higher, reporting an expansion of more than 5 times of its proprietary network and platform. So nice look there. Last but not least, BCG. This is Binet Capital Group. Not seeing any news on this one, but lots of moves up, steady increase in volume. They do have a float of about 3.28 million shares. So smaller name here, BCG to the upside, guys.
BCG going up. Like as we said, there's a little bit of relative strength in the squeeze meme names, whatever we're calling them, in AMC, which just held on to VWAP. It just got up to 12s. I took some out there. Looking to reload this. I mean, if it's going to trend up, so be it. Pinduoduo is just, that's not a chase to me. So PDD looks like it's making a turnaround off 160 right now. So that's an absolute rocket ship, but joining that trend this high, I don't think that makes any sense. If we are going to continue to go lower, I said VWAP on Intel, but it's consolidating here instead, which is at 30.75. So I'm going to try and pick up some 70s. I thought we'd get some kind of, I mean, the futures bounced like 50 points. I thought we'd get something to the upside on Intel. Instead, it's just now it's getting the offer and it just dropped another 5 cents. So I'm going to try and get it at 70s if we can. The other stock, which is relatively weak, is ARM. It just wicked the 112 level, which is weird because that's exactly where the bottom was yesterday. So another relatively weak name. Sometimes when you look at it, it's like in a strong market, you buy high, sell higher, and sometimes in a weak market, you've got to be willing to be short near that low. So I found a level I like on Intel. ARM, I'll have to let it calm down a bit. Its volume and spread is not as conducive. So I like AMC, still looking for that FFIE to hold on to VWAP. It's consolidating down here. I might take a shot at it at 25 just to get in, then only add if it gets above VWAP. But it's starting to consolidate pretty nicely on FFIE. And ONMD, which was the small cap, it did not break the highs, got right to the pre-market, the pre-market top, and promptly halted down twice now. So ONMD might make a run at this $1 level, where if it does a false break of $1 and holds it, I'd probably try some kind of a long back through. But I'll let that reopen and make a decision. Current tap 112, so it is indicating an open to the south side. PSNY, I'm short 83. It's at 83 on the bid and 83.5 on the offer. And again, it's SSR, so it's kind of holding that level. They can't hit the bid to take it any further down.
All right, if we don't get going pretty soon on some of these markets, man, I mean, we're going to get stopped out again because, okay, well, we've got the TQs. We got reloaded on that one, so let's take a little bit out as this fell back in to our level one more time, and we don't want to be too silly about what we have here on the futures. And again, because, like, if the futures don't go, which is what these, I'm just getting some out here. If the futures don't go, which is what these TQs are, then we're going to get destroyed on everything here anyways. So let's get some more out here on the TQQ and just be like, yes, sir, this is going to be a big positive name for us here today. So far, I mean, I don't know, we keep saying that and then the market turns on us. So let's go. We got the long now on the NASDAQ, bouncing off of that level again. We took a little bit of a risk here, right? So let's wait to see if it will pay off or not. We'll take some out. We did get more shares there kind of out of nowhere. So let's take some out. We just got 25s long. Nice upside move there and able to cash out just a little bit on that one. Sure. We were able to get some more Amazon down low there, but again, this name, frightening, needless to say, because if this breaks back down below 182, I mean, we're not going to be too happy with that one. And the futures aren't doing anything for us right now. We already hit the 50 period and failed off that. I mean, look at the 50. We broke it right there in the pre-market. Nothing we could do about that. And then all of a sudden just kept on cascading down. This is why I'm not super happy. Tried to break it there, you know, and just completely retraced back in. So, I mean, would love a rebound in the market, obviously, but we're going to be pretty cautious around this $18,900 marker or so. So let's be careful here with Amazon, with the futures, with every single position that we have. Like I said, we're juiced up on all of this.
Meanwhile, Nvidia is literally consolidating at the top. It is. This stock is. It's up 9%. Like, look, it is literally a monster. I mean, an absolute beast of a stock currently, and everything else. Thank goodness we got away from AMD.
Like, how do we have no green stocks, but yet Nvidia is so easy?
Look at AMD. Thank goodness we got out of AMD because it's another $2 to the downside. And, you know, in PSNY, I mean, this is probably the easiest short, but at least we finally got into it. I just started taking profit at 81, and I'm on the bid like every cent or so on the way down to the bottom. So if we get back down to the lows, like it'll be green. But no matter what happens on PSNY, like this could go to 70 cents from here, and I'm still gonna slap a fail on it because like the last 2 days, 2 days ago, we saw a 6 million share order sit on the bid all day long at 103. We pointed out in the pre-market. It was like 10 minutes before the open or whatever the hell it was. It broke that in the afternoon. It then resisted that level for 2 days and then has just been breaking down. Today, they actually say that they are delaying their earnings report and just not short in the pre-market. It was kind of weird. All you had to do was put a stop at 1 or 103 and sit in that short trade. So we're in it now because we got the first available pop. But I think that's going to be, for me, that's the biggest disappointment. Not just because we missed it seeing it. I paid for the locates just so I could take it and then waited for the open to try to get into it, which it didn't happen until much later. So even if it wins, I think we missed a huge opportunity on Polestar. It can always come back and maybe give us an opportunity to get a second trade, but it is what it is. Short Intel, but I'm giving it to 30.75 because we're short at the absolute bottom. I'm not holding this all the way to VWAP. If we break out above 76, I'm just going to get out. Just want to make sure I have my stop order, which I did not, by the way. And then AMC is trying to bounce off VWAP a second time. I'm sitting here on the bid at 2s, trying to pick some up. I might move to 3s. This has been somewhat trending up. It did go green briefly, back into red. If we hold on to 5, great. If it doesn't, I'm going to get out underneath that 95 level. There was something else I wanted to get to, was TSM. TSM, still chilling at VWAP, can't seem to hold above. If this is going to join any kind of a party of relative strength, it's at least putting in higher lows. Like AMD is continuing to go lower. This is now putting in higher lows. So I do now like this better than Advanced Micro Devices, but it needs to break back out above 159.
I mean, it's just like, it's just funny because like the only 2 green names today, the TQs and the Amazon, are the only ones that are actually doing like, you know, what I mean, just trade the damn NASDAQ, my guy. There goes TQs. Like, I don't know why I sit there and try to trade equity, honestly. Like, and I know around here, futures has been the widowmaker, but honestly, we've been trading it real good, man, lately, the TQs and the NQs and all that. Like, we just choose TQQ as our poison. But it's been a great trade lately. And again, just try to be patient, especially around this time, man, like 10:30 and change. You know, big opportunity to find levels for the early morning sort of dip buy opportunities or fade the pops or anything like that right now. Again, the NASDAQ has been, look at this trade. Wow. The NASDAQ has been super resilient every day. So this is not, you know, we obviously want to go long. Let's get something out right now at 52 on the TQs. Let's do that again. So PL1 today, it's not even close, will be the NASDAQ. And then PL2 will be Amazon. But this is just hovering, doing absolute. Isn't it pathetic when I can say like Amazon is going to be the second best stock here on the show and it's like in the money 4 cents? Like, it's really been bad today. And I see that in the chat too, that no one's really doing too well. And, you know, just to let you guys know, there's a few guys behind us, but it's been a rough day. So, you know, damn it, that NASDAQ falling down and having the bias early for the long hurt. It's still really early. It's 10:30. I mean, we're here to make money. We're not going anywhere. I'm still holding these positions, and it's because we haven't really broke the levels yet. I mean, we liked 182 down there. You know, so we bought some 25s, obviously. Let's now see where it goes. I mean, to have said, let's wait for our sticky note, like I say that every damn day, that seems to be working again. But we had Amazon written down there yesterday, 182, today 183. So 182.50 to me is pretty good, and that's where we're long. So let's just stand out for that. We have more shares on Apple right now than whatever. Let's see what happens with Apple back up to the upside here, as we'll see if we can turn Apple's frown upside down and get going back up to the upside right now, especially if this market takes VWAP, then we're all good. We crushed the Qs right now, and we're waiting for Amazon to pop off. So Yeah, look at Nvidia continue to go. What a shame that this is not a much better day because it's really ridiculous, the move that this has had. And AMD, like for me to be down on AMD is also.
AMD's red, by the
No,
way.
no, I know. I mean, I'm just saying we got out of it, but at the same time, like so many trades today to have had. All right, let's go over to Adara. It's 10:30.
We're still waiting to hear about those spot Ethereum ETF approvals. The deadline for the Van Eck Ethereum ETF approval is actually today, so we'll have to wait and see and find out. We do have some other crypto news that I'll talk about, which is the passing of that crypto legislation story we were talking about yesterday. That is the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21. Basically, this is it kind of determines how the blockchains are determined and makes it a little bit easier for some of these crypto-related blockchains to operate. It is worth noting the SEC does not, the SEC had a little bit of skepticism, and Gary Gensler was a little bit skeptical of this bill, but it has been passed, so the Senate has not officially approved it yet, so it's not been officially enacted as law, but it's been voted in and approved. So nice look there. We also do have Bitcoin here, the BTC chart, continuing to reject off that 71,000 level on the daily, our third straight day to the downside, below that 68,000 level right now. The only like majorly positive name here in the crypto space today is going to be Ethereum. ETH here up over almost 3%, above that 3,800 level. So nice look for ETH. We have slight positivity as well in USDC and Ripple, but a lot of these other names, including Bitcoin, to the downside, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, you saw the move in some of the, like early on, the crypto names like 70,000 failed, 4,000 obviously, and HE failed. So it was a point I was actually flat. It's like, okay, all the early trades got past their levels and stopped out. Some of them pretty reasonable because we didn't really hold them that far. And then AMD was a different story because we had like 3 different times. And then wait for it and then work back into some positions. So Intel short off the bottom. If it holds the consolidation, it's probably going to get to VWAP, but otherwise we're going to play it off of this low. TSM, we did say we're looking for a long if it can hold VWAP, so it just broke out of VWAP right now. So we're going to go long off of that break, looking for a move back into 160. Nvidia just broke a fresh high, probably head to 1,050. Surprising to me if TSM is going to go red on the day, but it never got to 156. That's the level we like. So set up the next trade, which is higher lows, showing some strength in there. So that's what it was. I double checked with Adara about the deadlines. It was the Van Eck deadline today. It's the ARC application for the ETH deadline is tomorrow. I knew I had read that one was tomorrow, but yeah, the Van Eck is going to be today. So watch out for any headlines dropping with them. Going to get an offer out at the $0.50 on TSM and then see how far that one does want to go. As I said, we're short Intel. Rivian came back into the 10 level. We let it get into 10, and then we went for the long at 01s in here. I actually had a stop that punched in at 99 before it went. I just got out flat at 99, paid some fees, but I'm now back in it at 10.01. Gonna give it to the 95 level, and that's it. Playing off this 10 bounce from the last, umpteen days, but it's been like a triple bottom this week. You can go back even further on the daily where this 10 level has been holding on Rivian. Didn't think it would come into play after the rally it had, but the market has said otherwise today.
We just made back a lot of money. All right, let's just see what happens now. Look at the futures. Look at the damn futures right now, man. We're doing good on this one. Nice little hold to the downside. Let's see if it can continue to go back to the upside right now. We talked about turning our frown upside down. Apple is trying right now to make this guy a happy dude right now. Let's see if Apple can go right back up to the upside. So here we go, man. So far, not so good. What's up, Adara?
Live Nation to the downside here. The DOJ, Department of Justice in the U.S., has officially filed a suit to break up Live Nation, which is the parent company of Ticketmaster. This was initially reported as a possibility earlier today, but as of 10:30, they have officially filed. We're noting as well here, we are down about 6% here on LYV. They're basically saying it's a monopoly, and that's why they're trying to break this apart, guys.
Yes, they are a monopoly, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, they should be. They should have looked into that already.
Yeah, it's
the fees that Ticketmaster charges is quite exuberant, but you know what? People are paying them as the retail still continues, the consumer continues to be so damn strong. So we can check out Live Nation, LYV, I believe. Yeah, there it is, Live Nation. So again, they've had a nice little run up into that 108 area, and then a nice little fade down. So yeah, this news coming today, not really great, but we've already been down to these levels before. I would say this is not a stock that you would buy in and around $88 with that kind of news, but I don't think this is even that big of a move down 6%. I mean, look, these guys know what they're doing. This is going to be a battle back and forth, and holy, let's go right now for Apple. Ooh, man, we're now back into the pocket here. I mean, it was what was a bad day there. Because we use a lot of shares, obviously we've made back a lot of money, but we're still down because we use a lot of shares. So there is a difference to all of that, right? I mean, it's a double-edged sword. You could trade, you know, smaller shares and lose whatever, 50 bucks, 100 bucks a day, or make that much. At the end of the month, it's about looking down and seeing what you're up. And if you can make a living wage the way you're trading, then great. If not, try to change it up. I'm trying to make more and more money every day, so I'm using more and more shares. So right now, obviously when things don't work out, it sucks, but I still feel very confident in what we're doing right now. Amazon trying to get back up to the upside right here. We're now 50 cents in the money on a position that we believe in. So that's what's happening right there. Apple as well. We got out of stocks we didn't believe in, and unfortunately that was Tesla. That was a good move. See how we haven't gone back to that one. That's still to the downside. I still like Palantir, but once that broke 21, we're staying away from that. And then the puzzling stock, obviously, of the day is AMD because, again, get away from the stocks you don't believe in. Stay with the ones that you do. Neil, that's how you turn your day around. And we're going to have a big, big winner with Amazon. I mean, this is going to be a big one. It is definitely carrying the day for me here, as is the market. And we continue to run up numbers on that as well. So let's take another out right now at 66 on the TQQ. We'll mess up our Tesla. It's really, honestly, my whole day is really Tesla. It was really going long and believing this 178. If you get rid of Tesla, I'm right back into the pocket where we normally are, but we did get smoked there on Tesla. And hey, look, if you're looking for an honest trader, hopefully we're the ones that provide that to you. So again, that's what I'm doing. Here to tell you, we're going to be 2 and 4 today. Not great.
Yeah, you just got to grind it back. And whatever your style might be. Like, to me, most of the stocks that don't immediately work, the only stock that didn't immediately work that I took it multiple times, obviously was going to be AMD. But try to keep the others small and then find a way to grind back. Like yesterday was able to grind most of it back, but it was all day. It was an all-day process. Like, it took all the way until the close and then still was slightly red. But we did get most of it back, but in small pieces, like just find the next trade. Rivian 10, like if this gets back into VWAP, you grind a little bit back there. We're still in that TSM to alongside. FFIE, by the way, is now above VWAP. So this is what we're looking for in FFIE. I wanted the strength, get back above. I never got into it. I mean, whatever. We picked Nvidia. We picked Rivian to jump into off of 10 because it was a big level, but also over VWAP in here in FFIE. That's a name which is trending. I'll look for the next available dip to try to get back in. We got it on the way down instead of the way up, but the same principle is going to hold for me, where I want to get these squeeze names, before they break out. Like, instead of taking it through 150, which I'm not saying it gets to 150, but if it breaks 150, I don't want to be taking a 151 or 152 fill. I want to be long going into that and considering if I want to add to it. I think that's a little bit more reasonable. So if we get that, we'll take our shot in Faraday here. I'm still on the bid. AMD is absolutely... So there's just nothing on the bid of AMD. Like, we're at yesterday's lows now. Like, this started out with a good dip buy. It got to a resistance level at 173 that I didn't even pay attention to. I was just like, yeah, whatever. I'm not trading it off of that level. And now look at it just continuing to drop lower and lower. I don't think there is much of a bid on this bad boy at this point today. I think if you're looking for a long on AMD, I think you're going to have to continue to show an absolute ton of patience because that's just a huge fail. And even on the daily, it's now lost the 50 period again. This is the last week where it's been holding down here. So if it is able to bounce and I can see some strength, I don't mind taking a shot at it. but I need to see it level off. It's 1040. That's the time to not be sitting on the falling knife. It's a time to be looking for a consolidation, and there's been absolutely none of that yet on Advanced Micro Devices, which I said was the #1 stock I was going to trade today, and I'd be making the most trades. Let's go over to Sector Watch, I believe it is, with Adara.
Wow, what?
We actually do have the future slightly positive on the day, but you might not be able to tell when looking at the sector board. Of course, Nvidia and some of these semiconductor names leading a lot of this move to the upside. Nvidia with that earnings report announcing, among other things, a 10-for-1 stock split and a 150% increase in their dividends. So nice look there. Also some strength as well in producer manufacturing, AMAT, Lam Research all to the upside as well. Health technology a bit more mixed, and then we get to the sectors that are generally negative. Finance to the downside as a group. Lots of weakness here in utilities, consumer durables, transportation, consumer services, health services. A little bit more mixed or flat here in commercial services. Retail trade as well. Keep an eye out. We're going to have some more retail earnings, including Costco, coming up in the next few weeks. So keep an eye on that one as well. Communications a little bit more muted too. So quite a few sectors to look at. A lot of them going to be more to the downside, with the exception of a lot of these semiconductor-related names, guys.
All right, I was just looking back at Big Patty Ice, because yesterday he's like, don't worry, you know, but when we had that bad Nvidia trade early on, and then we managed to make back pretty much half of our day there, we gave some back at the end. And then right now, the same sort of thing just happened again. I ran into this dude. You want to talk about having positive vibes all the time? I know Sharif passed that note on to me a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate that for sure. But at the end of the day, what Neil and I are trying to talk about here is we could have bad days. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Like, you can ask us whatever you want. I just told you about being honest. But it's about still being in a pocket, right? Like being able to say, all right, I'm looking down there. We've gotten hit on some of the ideas, but at the same time, you know, we've respected our stops. We understand the losses that we've been taking on, and that is what it is. So again, if you want to make money, it's like, you have to risk it for the biscuit, right? And so some days these trades aren't going to work out for you, but if you stay in the pocket and you trade what you like, then it's all good. Neil and Randy having a fit over here about Polestar, but it is down. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's down huge today, and Randy nailed that one. Again, the two smartest traders on the show today, Randy and my wife.
Well, she had a long idea of the word. Randy just said no to everything positive. Like, that was the answer, which was the right answer.
So she's 1 for 1, you're 1 for 1.
No. Like, it's getting, look, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely getting destroyed. What was that symbol? Anyways, I just heard something in my ear. I didn't catch it. We'll get back to it.
Congrats on 100%, my guy.
But that is, it's insane. The no came out. The market said no. And the dead cat, I mean, unless you're looking for dead cat bounces, everything has been more or less trend down that isn't Nvidia, PDD, ELF, and there's something else, maybe some meme stocks.
Amazon's
pretty much it.
Big winner.
We almost got, I'm getting most of Rivian out in front of VWAP. You're seeing a trend to the downside. I want to respect said trend. So as it gets back up into like the 9s and 10s, it's just a matter of what's the next trade. So we went long at the bottom at 10.01, kind of giving it to the local low. The bottom here is like $9.98. It's bounced a few times the last couple of days, but at least that's set up. Wait for it to get to that level. If it trades off of it nicely, great. If it doesn't, move on to the next. If you think it's only, like I was mentioning Li Auto as a breakdown trade for the short, didn't work because I got out of it too fast. NEO, 10%, okay, 9.4% to the downside. That's going to be SSR at some point today. I think it's $4.70. If it breaks the current low, the stock goes short sell restricted. So that's going to be on the radar for a possible SSR bounce. It is getting nasty. And then remember the aforementioned Li Auto, still holding underneath the up. I had this one short on a 20 break. Probably just got out of it too early there. I didn't get out of it too early. It didn't hold 20, but that last time that it held VWAP, that's a re-entry almost every single time. But you got to just move on to what the next trade is going to be. FFIE, we did get into that one. Eventually off of VWAP here at 30s. It just tagged 35. I have offers going into the high of the day. And want to be long if it breaks out the high on Faraday futures. This is also up, but again, it doesn't care what the market's doing. The market has been trend down, despite Nvidia holding up rather nicely.
All right. Yeah, not much not much else to talk about right now, except for maybe what's for lunch. So let's just do that. All right, what's for lunch today is spicy sweet and sour pork with Asian noodles. So we were one day early on the Asian talk. Yesterday was some kind of a hoagie. I didn't see what it was. I went out for lunch with my parents, and then I did manage to go get some from the other side and give it to the boys over here because that's what we're all about. So it was some sort of a sub there yesterday, but today it's spicy sweet and sour pork with Asian noodles. So that's pretty good. And that's for you, hamster. There it is right there. That is your what's for lunch. I mean, and in like, again, Sean misses by a penny. We were waiting at 65.84. Why would we be there? Well, that's exactly where VWAP is. Next time, wait at a couple pennies lower. So we missed that VWAP take on the TQQs. Again, TQ, Amazon, big winners here today. Unfortunately, the losers will overtake those two for me. Send some love your way. What's up, Big Rob? There you go. Big Rob gets the love in the chat. What's up, Adara?
Amazon here, AMZN, announcing that they're going to be deorbiting two prototype satellites of their Kuiper satellite after having some successful broadband internet tests. So a little bit of satellite news here for AMZN. Might be worth a watch, guys.
Look, 160, like really? This is really starting to...
Nvidia, the easiest trade.
It's already parabolic to the downside in respect because it's the polar opposite. This is down and at the lows and continuing to tank. Nvidia is about to break 1,050. Just very quickly, IBIT here.
Cruising with that trade.
What's going on with IBIT? IBIT, load. Bitcoin here about to take out the low of the day and continuing lower. At this point, I mean, if Faraday's starting to get back into that high, if it does a top break, the plan of action is to hold some for a break of 150. And then if it fails that break, look to buy another dip. If it's going to be trend up, Faraday has generally been really good buying dips off of false breakouts. It didn't work the first time through, but we're back in it off of VWAP, and then Rivian. Rivian continues to hold right at 10.10. So have another offer out in front of VWAP. That's at 10.14. If it breaks, then we'll hold on for a piece to continue to go higher. But even this is like it's a dead cat bounce. Anyway, any stretch of the imagination. It's just absolutely ridiculous how weak the market has been overall. Even Tesla holding the lows. It's finding support at 176. Generally speaking, catching a falling knife. I need to like that level for another reason. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I thought the next stop would be a 73. So I'm not really looking at Tesla again. Of course, Tesla not a very good stock today. AMD is worse for me because I felt like hit the tighter to the chest, at least a little bit on Tesla. But that's at least $2 or $3 away from where I'd like to get in again on TSLA. They don't seem to like the Shanghai news, but it was the market selling off in a general sense, not just Tesla.
All right. Man. Just looking for some stuff here. All right.
I saw in the chat, Pat just said AMD explain. You know what? Things don't have to make logical sense. You can spin any story you want after. Like I could make something up about, well, Nvidia is so strong, they're keeping share from AMD, their margins were 69% or whatever, a couple of points higher, so therefore that's going to be bad for the competitors. But the price action was to the downside. You know, the market didn't like it, and you just got to leave it at that. So, you know, I was wrong thinking that AMD was going to go with Nvidia. I thought it would be a reasonable bounce play, holding on to some strength. You can weave any story you want after that. It's just ultimately the price action showing you how heavy it is.
No, it's obvious. AMD is an inferior company to Nvidia. I mean, their numbers are nowhere near what Nvidia's are. So, I mean, it's just they're showing you that AMD is actually not operating that efficiently because of the margins that Nvidia is throwing out. So people are obviously just selling AMD. I mean, it's like you could be in the same business, but then if you're getting dummied by them, then it is what it is. I mean, if they have a huge order book for Nvidia, then that means guess who's not getting the orders? I mean, there's just, to me, you're trading right now. In hindsight, it's easy, but again, when you're looking at it here, I don't even want to buy this name. No way, no how. This is getting crushed. Not the same stock, right? Not all are the same. I mean, you guys see that every day, you know, on the show. Everybody
ARM
trades
is
differently.
ARM's
Yeah,
below the day.
Nvidia is where all the money's going. That's it. It's all going to Nvidia, and it's coming out of everything else. I mean, why would you want to hold anything else right now? Micron's obviously DRAM. That's a little bit of a bad example. TSM was all the way to the upside today, probably still holding out.
Micron's
No.
doing okay.
TSM faded that move. They were up 3 or 4%, downside as well. But you know what's really cruising right now? We've got it right now. It's $1 on AAMZN. And look, I'm just honestly like, to be able to have found these two big winners, at least today, is something. So I'm pretty happy to be able to show you guys at least some of those. As we've been pounding the table on Amazon, we talked all about that. Was the #1 trade yesterday. It's going to be the #1 P&L trade today. It's not even, like I said, there's 2 green names. So what else? You see the TQs. Although we should have put more shares on the TQQ, we also missed our opportunity to get out there. The market is tank city right now. So we're going to have to get some more out here on Amazon just in case we're wrong. We just missed again VWAP up there on Amazon. So let's get some more out here. Hopefully it'll start to rip back up as the futures are going dance, dance, dance right now. Good out for us finally as we get that 70 on Apple. So all good on that one, but the market's coming back in. Let's go find out what's going on with with Money Talks and Adara.
Yeah, XY continuing to grind higher here on the daily chart. We did wick down a little bit. We're coming back to that area we've been steadily pushing towards, that 105. So nice look here for the DXY on the daily. Lots of economic data to talk about in a week that's otherwise been pretty light on economic data prints. We did have those PMI flash. Global Composite, S&P Global Composite coming in 54.4 versus 51.1 estimate. Global U.S. manufacturing 50.9 versus 50 estimate. Global services PMI flash coming in 54.8 versus 51.2 estimate. So we did see a bit of move down in the market. We got these prints coming in at 9:45, all higher than expected. We also did get initial jobless claims a bit lower than expected here, 215,000 versus 220,000 expected. Also lower were the U.S. home sales. So compared to the prior number, 5.4% for April, for month over month new home sales coming in negative 4.7%. We do have some economic data on watch tomorrow as well. We're getting the University of Michigan consumer sentiment coming in at 10 a.m. This could be interesting because we did have a much lower than expected number coming in last time, which did bring the markets a bit to the downside. So this will definitely be a print to watch. Also some Fed speak to keep an eye on as well. 3 p.m. today, we're getting Fed's Bostic at 9:30. 5 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to get Fed's Waller, guys.
Yeah, some talkers there. That the market rolled back into the lows. I punched some out instead of getting filled at VWAP on Rivian. I just punched some out there at 6 on the way back in. I don't know if I want to reload this at 10. We'll play it by ear. The market has to show some kind of a bounce. It's a great level, at least on the daily chart, but this can play in both ways. Like if you break this, all of a sudden you've got like the floodgates opening up. Like this is kind of like an Alamo level for the stock. Faraday just came back as well into VWAP. It doesn't tend to care what the market's doing, but it just dipped along with it anyways. Back into VWAP, I reloaded 32s, technically before I had 31s, but at that point it's a distinction without a difference, I should say. We do not hold VWAP on Polestar, so I just got out of that one. If it gets up to $1, I'm going to try to put the trade on out in front of $1 as well on PSNY. I just had to pay for more locates because I just realized that we didn't have everything we wanted, and we do not have them free on Polestar. The other thing, which is making a bit of a move, is 160 on AMD. So in talking about stocks being weak and talking about things looking nasty, it's gotten very, very parabolic on advanced micro devices. Don't really have any obvious levels other than this was resistance on the daily chart, and it's an even number as well. But it's getting very nasty with them. And then Snowflake was an earnings play. It's bouncing off the 50. I had said support was at 155, and then 50 periods at 57. I was looking for a bid off the 55. With the market pushing down, I don't see any reason to not wait for it to get to a 155. But the big level on the daily chart for that stock. So Rivian back into 10. I'm not on the bid for a reload. I want to see it bounce off 10 first. And then Faraday off of VWAP. We're going to hang on to that.
All right, so it's going to be, wait a minute, TQ 6503. Okay, so we do have some shares on the TQs right now. I'm just making sure that it's just crazy that we missed that fill rate there by less than a penny because it went to 84. We just didn't get filled. And then now the market's dropped right back into the low. So I'm going to test the low again here. Again, we said that sometimes when it gets to this 10:30 to 11 o'clock, you can look for retracements, but we got one. But it failed at VWAP again. I mean, how important is VWAP? I mean, we talk about that all the time. That was the very first thing that I told Adara was make sure you look at VWAP if you're going to look at anything. So that's what we did look at there. But here we go. We are getting hit. Whoops, the TQs just fell out. So we just broke through. Okay, I was just like, are we breaking through 65? Yes, we are, right there. So here, a little bit of a bounce back there on TQQs. That was just so quick there at 65. Let's try it again. We're still up on the TQQs, but that was a dip down in on that name. So let's wait to see here how much lower we can go because we are starting to break right now lower on this market. So yeah, so far so good. For the shorts, the longs have had a tough road to hoe so far, as we've given some back there. I mean, we were really cruising with AMD and with Amazon and Apple. It's a good thing we took advantage of that all the way up, and definitely a few outs up there at 183 and change. So Amazon, Apple, and now the market is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, and speaking, it's not, well, the market's going, Chinese ADRs are also going to the downside. Man. Now, Li Auto, we wanted this one off. I've canceled offers to try to get this back into that 20 level, and we'll just have to look for a little something else. I think this could go, it has potential to go 10%. It's through that trend line bottom, that $20 level on Li. This was pretty much the only short outside of Polestar idea that we were looking for in the pre-market because of said weakness in those Chinese ADRs and specifically the EV name. So I guess next available pop is where it's going to have to be. But FFIE hopefully is not going to follow the market. I would be concerned that Rivian would. I just punched them out at 6, and then it's holding a higher low. So that would be a decent sign for Rivian, but that doesn't negate the fact that we're in a downward trend on the stock. So I got to be cautious trying to buy it again going into that weakness. If there's anything else that's getting a little bit better, you guys let us know. Because I look over, like I'm in Rivian, I'm like, okay, I'm not on the bid. Tesla's about to hit 175. If it breaks that, I don't give a darn what Rivian's support is. It's probably going to go down with it. So Tesla's trying to bounce off 175. That would be good and give me more reasons to maybe go into the long again off of $10 on Rivian. But that's almost like a gimmick kind of trade. It's because 10's a big level more than anything else. You get to $5, $10, $15, those are always going to be big. FFIE's holding up. I just got the reload at 32s. I'm going to get back on the offer in the mid-30s. It could be that kind of a day where it's something like this that is the only way the long is going to work, and everything else in the market is just going to continue to head into the downside. Is what it is. I can look for a short to pop, but if I don't get it, like I said, Li Auto, I just don't want to continue chasing this to the downside. I want to see if we can get a pop, and then I have an out in front of like 1985 or something.
All right, yeah, it seems like, the market was just at highs. We talked about that yesterday, all-time highs, and today we even wrote it down on our thing that watch out because the market is starting to get real juiced up there today, but I thought it was going to go even further. So, I mean, who knows about me being right today, that's for sure. But we're still doing okay. I mean, like I said, we've given some back now because those TQQs are now down $1 from where we had them earlier. But yeah, not great. And we're just gonna, so I was just looking right here. Let's just see if yesterday holds. It's right into here, like kind of like yesterday's closing area, 64.60. But we just pushed up and then just came right back. See, we pushed up into 80s there. And I was like, okay, maybe we're stopping and finally getting back up to the upside. But no, this is a triple NASDAQ ETF. So this is like very, very violent. So like one little bit move down in the NASDAQ and this thing will wipe itself out. So we already do have an out, 10 cents lower than this. Last try for some dip buys for now, and then calm down, regroup, and get back at it because right now there is a downside push here happening, obviously in the market. And it's probably this time, I just want to look at
Rivian's coming, no, sorry, Nvidia's coming down.
Right, yeah, Rivian, yeah. Nvidia down, yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So maybe this time it's actually making some sense as the market is giving it up here with Nvidia as well. But they're not. I mean, Nvidia's up 10 damn %. I mean, we've already talked about it right there. The dip into VWAP, that's 1 for 1. The dip into VWAP is 2 for 2. The dip into VWAP is about to happen again at 10:32. So that would be maybe the line in the sand that you draw at some point for Nvidia, maybe 10:30. Those bottom wicks right there, 10:25 would be the 200 period. That looks interesting to me right here as well. So, all right.
Before we get out of
Yeah, for sure. We've got Amazon, and again, Amazon, the only green name today.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen on Rivian. We'll see about that one. If it breaks 10, I've held on to some. It is what it is. We're 1 for 2 on that stock anyways. And the same thing with FFIE. Like, this trade is winning, but we already took 1 out on it. Bitcoin low of day. ETH, there was a note from Gensler. Again, they didn't specifically talk about the ETF, and ETH got a bit of a ramp to the downside. If you're looking at the individual names, I just want to go over Coinbase, now down at $220, double bottom on coin. And this is kind of like another sort of Alamo-ish level. It just failed the 50 period. So if you don't think things can get worse, when you look at some of these charts and pull them back, like coin looks nasty if it doesn't hold $220. Again, I'm only in some squeeze names, and that's all we're playing with to the long side at this point. But let's get on over to Learn to Trade. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, no questions about it. But it is time for Adara and Sharif. Sans the jacket. This has been a perfect day to remind everybody, if you wear the leather jacket, that it's an Nvidia kind of day, and it really has been. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Let's go get them.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. Let's go futures, says the Katina man, and we're going to wait for everyone to come in on over from the other stream. We already have Jason Walcott as well as the world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls. We got Killer Cam, we got Draco, we got Charlie Taft, Trader Drew, Max Trades and Investing. Afternoon to you too. We got Cairo, Paul Goodson, and Ronaldo as per usual. Pons Fawns 1320 Wolf, Big Kevin Mendoza. We got Manesh, it looks like a new name there. We got Shannon Gregory as well as Dwayne, Stephanie Gilbert, Oliver. What's up to you, Easy Trader? Welcome, my man, Snowman as well. And Francis, as well as Randall Lee. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine day?
Not too bad. In a current trade right now on a small cap gapper. It just broke below my level, but we were already able to wet our beak a little bit. OKLO is the ticker. This one, number 6 on my watch list is no catalyst, really. It's about it's up 10% or so. Looked to get in for this level right here. My stop is already in place through the break of 7 3/4. Already wet my beak on some profits. What are you looking at?
I mean, you know what I'm looking at. Its name is Nvidia, like, shockingly. Yeah, so you might be like, Adara, what are you doing looking at Nvidia today? I honestly, my biggest thing, I was talking to Sharif about this yesterday. I said this on the show as well. I came like within a hair of getting shut down yesterday, and the way I was able to kind of get out of that, not entirely, we didn't make everything back, but I was able to kind of get into a good place because I was just trading names that I really liked, that I felt I had a good read on. Today, I actually feel like I have a good read on Nvidia. And so with the book, and so with that in mind, I think I kind of owe it to myself to take a trade. I already missed that 1035. I said to Sharif, I said, watch 1035 Nvidia.
Yep.
We get to 1035, which came in confluence here with VWAP, and it bounced. And I was a little bit bummed out that I did not take that trade, but it's like, you know what that means? You have more opportunities to take more trades. I have a whole bunch of levels highlighted on Nvidia. 1016, 1027.5, 1035, 1032, 1035, 1040, 1042. And it's just based on stuff I've seen on the tape and the chart. So we're going to have to see if these come to fruition, but just some levels I will be looking at today. But also, Adham Abu Sahel, 199 super chat. Some of the love from PDD, heart emoji, flying dollar emoji. Let's take a look at PDD. PDD was one of, I think it was my best name yesterday. This was a really fun one to trade yesterday, and certainly interesting today as well. Congrats to you. I don't know, either you could have taken this long and short and done really, or short and done really well here. But we had that pop off here off that 148 level, which was pretty fun yesterday. We come into that 156, which was another level that was super critical yesterday as well. We bounce off it kind of beautifully, then we come back up. So great look here for PDD. Let's look at the daily chart in this one, because this one has certainly been Oh my, yeah, this is a monster. Look at that double bounce we get here at a bit of a downward channel. We come bounce at 112 and PDD's like, I don't like being down here. I'm gonna go back up. So nice bounce up. Thank you so much again for the super chat. Adham, this has been a great day and I'm so happy to see what these markets have to offer. Yeah,
all
we have
right.
a lesson though too.
Yes, we are talking about the measured move all week, guys. On said lesson today, we're going to talk about scalping using the measured move. So let's get right down to business. So scalping thrives on capturing tiny profits from frequent trades. Measured moves, when used strategically, can become your secret weapon for intraday scalping. So here's how to combine these powerful concepts. So as we typically do, what is the measured move in case you missed the lesson from Monday? So imagine, I'll just give you an example. Imagine a stock surges to $2 on an intraday basis. A measured move, often based on the historical retracement, will estimate the potential future support and resistance level. So in this case, a 50% retracement on a $2 move will suggest to you a dip into about 150 before potentially resuming the uptrend. The whole idea here is to figure out where something may retrace to, where something may top out at, so you can base your dip trades on and as well as your profit takers. So we're going to talk about that whole concept from the lens, or review it from the lens of scalping. So let's get right down to business, baby. So scalping with the measured moves. Step 1, identify a strong trend. Scalping works best in trending markets. Use technical indicators or price action analysis to confirm an uptrend or downtrend. I would say to you, look at the moving averages really if you can't gauge the trend based on price. Moving averages, it's easy to see. They point up or down or sideways, okay? It's really going to depend on which moving average you choose here. Step 2, spot the initial price move. So look for a significant price move within the trend. For example, a sharp jump up, intraday or right at the bell with a catalyst, for example. So you're looking, number 1, identify a strong trend, and then you're looking for the initial price move as step 2. Step 3, you're going to use the calculations we explained to you over the last few days to calculate the measured move. So you're going to apply a retracement level of your choice, whether you're using the 50, the 61.8, whatever it is on the fibs, you're going to use it to estimate a potential support and resistance zone. That's step 3. Step 4, your entry and your exit with precision. This is the tricky part here, okay? So for an upward trend, you're looking to enter a long position near the calculated retracement level. In our first example, it would be $1.50. So you've calculated that there was a $2 move, right? And then the 50% retracement off that $2, about $1.50. So you'll be waiting there with a resting order to get filled. So in an upward trend, you're entering a long position near the calculated retracement level, example $1.50. As the price dips, you're going to exit shortly after the price bounces and shows sign of resuming the uptrend. So a small breakout above the retracement level, for example. In a downtrend, for the short sales, you're going to enter a short position near the retracement level, so be like around 150 as the price rises, right? So you're shorting the pops here. You're not going along the dips, the complete opposite. You're going to exit shortly after the price confirms the downtrend by breaking below the retracement level. So simple 1, 2, 3, 4, those are how to kind of look to use the system. A lot easier said than obviously done, okay? Some key considerations that you need to think about if you're going to use scalping in the measured move technique. So volatility is your friend. As a day trader, that's kind of ubiquitous. Measured moves work best in volatile markets with frequent price swings, offering more opportunities for scalping entries and exits. And you're going to want to have tighter stops with these ones. You're not taking as much profit, so you shouldn't be losing as much here either. You got to keep that risk to reward analysis in the back of your mind when you have that scalping mentality. So tighter stops, scalping profits are small, so use strict stop losses placed slightly below the entry price for longs, or obviously above the entry price for shorts, okay? You also make sure to set your stop and profit takers right after entering the trade to make sure that you can get in and out according to your plan. And managing risk, kind of like not the same thing, but similar. Scalping involves frequent trades, so risking a significant amount per trade can quickly reduce your capital. So maintain good risk management practices. Essentially, it's a long-winded way of saying use less size per trade when you're scalping here. It's up to you, though, obviously. So tips to take your scalping a little further. Combine measured moves with price action. I think this is kind of just goes without saying. Look for confirmation signals like candlestick patterns at the retracement level to increase confidence in your entry point. So if you were looking for a possible bullish signal at your level, say that $1.50 that we were talking about, perhaps you could be looking for a hammer candle to be in and around there, a bottoming tail candle, perhaps a couple of candle patterns, maybe a bullish engulfing. Whatever, you're looking for something to tip you off at the level that you've earmarked. That's what I'm trying to say. And you could also use market orders here for faster entries. I don't personally use market orders myself, but I know that people use them with success. I personally use wider limit orders with a bit of a spread between the trigger and the limit. But for market orders, you can consider using market orders to ensure you get into a fast moving or scalping opportunity, but be aware of possible price slippage. So slippage is essentially, you put in a market order at the time the bid was saying, I don't know, or the ask was saying, say, I don't know, $200, and all of a sudden by the time you get filled, it's at 2010. So that's what we're talking about with slippage. Obviously as well, the spread can factor into that. And last but not least, man, practice. Demo trade using scalping with measured moves to refine your strategy and gain confidence before ever risking real capital. If you see a level that's continuing to prove itself, don't be afraid to scalp in and out while using the appropriate risk management skills. And by mastering the art of scalping with the measured move, you'll be better equipped for said type of technique, Adair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for that lesson. You guys know I was very excited. Sharif,
oh yeah.
Oh, did you see the lesson today? 'Cause it's scalping. Yeah, I added that last bit because I think if you see a level that you're really liking, maybe like, again, risk management, of course, too, but, try it, see if it works for you to take those scalps. So I did try to take that Nvidia 1040 short, and then my account was like, haha, Dara, you cannot afford Nvidia. I was like, cool. Because I know Nvidia is like a more expensive name. Nvidia is now like, I'm too classy for Dara. I was like, that's cool. I understand.
Wow.
I get that. So,
someone needs a bump up in BP, baby.
Well, yeah, I have not deserved that yet at all. So, yeah, I think I need to prove myself more to Nvidia first. But yeah, I'm considering NVDL shorts. Right now, though, I do think I would probably rather play this bounce off of that 51 level, which is that 1035 roughly on NVDA, because that's the level I like. So that's probably how I pay it, or how I'll play it. If we keep rejecting off that little roundy top around 1045, maybe I'll get NVDL shorts, but right now not getting too married to anything there. Tesla, I tried this. I think the issue here was execution. If I'd given myself like literally 5 pennies more to run, I still think the short could come in. But also the issue was I liked that we had a few candles here failing to break up, right? I thought we could have had a breakdown. Got short 176, which is where a lot of these candles were coming to. And then, of course, Tesla ramps up with the viciousness. I said, you know what? I understand that. That's cool. That's fine. I also had a bit of a TQL as well. But again, it was just based on that. We had these failed wicks up here. I thought we'd have that rejection. We sort of did, and then we gave it all up. Got out when we got to where we had a little bit of that previous bounce. So again, happy with how the trades went. Am I happy that my P&L is down? Oh, no, you never are going to be, but it's not about P&L. It's about what you learn from each trade. It's about how you push yourself. And it's about Apple giving me this range that I wasn't even paying attention to.
Just about to get into it.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting involved. So I'm going to take a bite out of this Apple, this Macintosh Apple, and see if it sends me to the downside. I kind of want like 50s, but I don't think it's going to give me 50s. I think Sharif definitely has the right idea there. How are your Alco and Apple going so far?
It's good. We're just wetting our beak right now on Apple as it dipped down. The other one is still out of the money by 10 pennies, but I already really took out the majority of the position. I'm waiting to see if this area holds. This area over here on OKLO, let me just show you real quick, is the 10 period on the 5, but it looks like it's given up the ghost. So my stop is already in place. It gets triggered. That's the end of that. I'm keeping an eye on 7070 though, even if my stop does get triggered, which is below this area over here. I think it's sitting at 72s or 71s. If it does get triggered, I'll look to get in possibly on VWAP if it proves itself that it will use that area as a key area of support. So if it does, yeah, we'll take it. If it doesn't, oh well. So that is the case there. We're going to leave that one. Let's see what will come. The reason I got short on the dead one right now, pretty simple reason. It made it back into VWAP, although I do know that this is looking awfully double bottom-ish. And it is bouncing off support level 2 on pivots, but this was the initial pop into VWAP, and it was a pop and then drop. And then over here, same thing. We pop in, we drop again. So I'll just taking quick scalps, not really going to hold this. My stop is already on the break of this high over here. If it continues to hold down, we'll wet our beaks possibly into 189 or something like that. Already printed on it though, there.
Nice. Yeah, it's a really great look. I wasn't able to get involved. I said to Dara, kind of wait and see, because I just didn't want to force myself into it. Yeah, you definitely had a great entry point on that. I still think I want Nvidia. I still love Nvidia. Still looking at Nvidia longingly. I don't have any other plays that I'm like super, super obsessed with. So I think at that point I'm like, I'm going to wait for 1035s. If we get 1035s in Nvidia, I'm going to play that in NVDL. I believe, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens. And again, I think I might have to procure some shorts in NVDL. Other things I like right now, this snowflake is coming into one of the levels I identified for myself, which is that 157. Look at, okay. And the spread, okay, the spread. So the spread, I need to be more careful about spread, because spread shot me up yesterday on Meta. Spread shot me up yesterday in Moderna, though Moderna, I had a lot of other issues beyond the spread. It was just, I was a little bit tilted on that, but it's all good. I want to see what snow does here. We're trying to push above that 157, but if we fail that, and the fact that we're below the 90 MA, I think this could be a short opportunity. I want to take a look here at Boeing, because someone was mentioning Boeing here. Gaurav was mentioning Boeing. Yes, there's been a couple. I'm not seeing this like this most recent volume pops here in the news, but I know the FAA has been talking about Boeing earlier today, saying that they have a long road ahead of them. Did you?
Was this earlier, Dara? This came in at 11:10, sorry?
This is, I think, probably the story, this Boeing.
Okay, because I don't see it from before that, yeah.
I think that is this one.
Yeah, because it just came in with the fire emoji beside it, which usually means it's like a hot story. All right, Boeing now sees negative free cash flow in 2024 as deliveries remain sluggish. Surprised? Not me. Obviously, trouble with that company, not only in production, but with safety. We know all about that. I'm not going to belabor that. But that is the headline that's coming in right now. Boeing shares extend losses, last down 5.3% after CFO says company now expects negative free cash flow in 2024. That just did come in, I believe, at 11:08. I don't know. Yeah. 11:08, and there's this headline as well. Shares of Boeing hit last session low of 180.04, last down, okay, after confirms delays in plan.
Oh, that
was yesterday. Yeah, I do remember that from yesterday. So I believe it is the CFO one about the negative cash flow that is kind of keeping things artificially low at this level. So keep your eye on Boeing. Thank you, Gora, for pointing that out. Good call on that one. With respect to AAPL, I've put in my profit taker at the $0.25, but I got to tell you, having watched the book and the tape here for the last few minutes, there is a hidden buyer at 35. There is just not enough size on the book here at 35 to prevent this from coming down. So watch the book at 35. There's definitely something icebergish at that level. Every time it comes down to 189.35, there is a buyer not reflected on the book, hence my assumption that it is an iceberg. So keep your eye on that one. The other thing, we're getting very similar patterns on some of these Mag 7s, and that hasn't been the case as of late. Look at the similarity between Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Meta. They're looking awfully similar. And then there is similarity, ironically, between two stocks that really never moved together, Goggles and the Cybertruck. GOOGL and TSLA look very similar. So there is some confluence today between some of these Mag 7 names. Whether we're able to use it to our advantage, an entirely different story, but I just wanted to point that out. You can see the double bottomish shape on the soft one, very similar with Apple, same look with Meta, top left corner over here. A little bit of a different look with the Zon over here, not really a clean double bottom area. And then Google and Tesla, you can see they're awfully similar as well. Down and to the right, and then you're getting this little spike up over here that just started at 5 to the hour over here. So right at 11 essentially. So keep your eye. These ones moving in tandem, and then these 4 moving in tandem. Nvidia is just doing its thing. It doesn't care about anybody. It's got its own catalyst there, and it's got its own marches to the beat of its own drum.
It has its own agenda.
There you
we
go.
didn't have 2 super chats while we had the lessons. I'm going to have those. Thank you so much, Rami Rahim. $2 super chat. 18,000 on Nvidia calls, and I sold earlier. I mean, congrats to you. It's a great look there. Nvidia is still kind of perking its little head up. Nvidia, stop behaving so well, because I'm going to have feelings. But no, really nice look here. That 1040 is certainly a level. It's been bouncing around right now. Shout out to you, Rami. I was going to say hope you print, but you clearly are, so nice look. And thank you so much to Noah as well for the $5.99 super chat, or sorry, $4.99 super chat. 5th super chat on a live stream. Home trading all week because of a tornado. Pray for Houston. Yeah, I am. Hopefully everything is okay there in Houston. I was not aware of that tornado. Grateful for meme stocks making me coin for my classroom. What a wild trading lesson on memes. Yeah, the memes have been, it's a sight to be meme, that's for sure. It's what memes are made of. And so thank you so much to Noah for that super chat. Hopefully things are okay. Read that tornado.
Did
also,
you say that's what memes are made of?
Yeah.
So you obviously meant what dreams are made of.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
yeah.
I just got it right now.
I like what you have to say about Google and Tesla, but it's funny because I actually have opposite reads on them. I think they're moving the same direction, but I think they've kind of taken a turn. To me, Google is a short, as you might be able to tell because I went short on Google, but it's because we did have these kind of failed wicks to the upside here at 176. So I said, I like the idea of trying a short here. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. If we break decisively into that 176.05, that's where I'm gonna have to say goodbye. But for me, Tesla, I initially clearly thought it was a short. Then I tried to go long here, and then Tesla pops up 40 cents. I was like, okay. But yeah, to me, I think right now Tesla could be curling here at 60s, in which case I'll take it short with its bestie Google. But you're right, like I think there is
I wasn't saying they were long.
Pardon?
I was saying that they look
similar.
similar.
I wasn't saying, like,
Yeah.
I was just saying I think they look similar, but they're kind of veering off a little bit. That's
Yeah.
That was what my kind of thing was. But as I say that, now I think actually Tesla could be a short. So I don't know. It's an interesting look, but yeah, I like that you pointed that out because they are moving very similarly. And the Apple and Meta similarity I also had on watch, mostly because they're both rangy. But yeah, how is that Apple going?
We're out of the money on this Apple trade for the last remaining amount. So if we get stopped out above the break of 189.72, will we be positive on it? Let's find out. Let's have a look quick right here. We are still positive on the dead one. So whether this one gets triggered out, we're going to be positive because the amount we took out here was a little bit bigger, but I'm still packing my patience. It hasn't triggered me out, so I'm not going to really look at it at the moment. Let's go over some of the small cap gappers that we have on the day. I already showed you guys OKLO, still holding that for the remaining amount as it continues to kind of dance at 780, really doing nothing. This one kind of started moving nicely, though, right as I sat down. This one was actually moving into highs as I loaded it up. RENB, nice mover on this one. This is a $212 million market cap. It's done 2.33 million shares on the day, and it has 110 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is on this bad boy, RENB. It is negligible, but 2.1% of the float is shorted. So we'll keep eyes on this one. It's been really respecting the 10 period on the 5 quite well. If you set up a dip trade at the 10, you've printed. It has never even touched the 20, nor has it closed anything below the 10 period. All the 10 period touches have been wicks and bounces. So RENB, even though the volume a little bit suspect because it is a $1 name, it is holding up from a technical Spence, calm down, quite well. BCG, also a decent look on this one. Printed highs at 775. This one retraced into the 20, so a bit of a deeper retracement. Dancing with VWAP right now at 6 3/4, but 7 3/4 is the high day. This one's still putting in higher lows, so it's still in play and it's still above VWAP. FFIE continuing to feature in the small cap gapper world after giving back a little bit of those profits. Yesterday, this guy's was 14 pennies about a week or two ago, so the fact that it's above $1 right now is still pretty good. It's got a decent love affair today with the 20 period on the 5. All the closing prints have been north of the 20 subsequent to the bell ringing. It is now, though, kind of coming down into it a little bit more, putting in lower highs as we speak, but still respecting the 20 at about $1.25 there on FFIE. That's the only 4 that I've got on the day, actually. I don't have too many more. I know Luis was covering one that I think gave back the ghost today, ONMD. Yeah, here it is. ONMD Ram is the one that we were looking at earlier there with Luis on the morning. And this one got to $1.66, just reclaimed VWAP again. There's obviously a buyer in this 110 to 115 area. Look at all these bottoming tail candles that come into that area, all of which got bought up on ONMD. But, you know, it's you know, slugging along here. I feel like the momentum's really dropped off from this one. So we'll keep eyes on this one.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go short Tesla, whatever, I like the look. And I did like the look, and then I was like, Darren, I just like this probably doji candle. Got out, lost 10 pennies, I just was like, I do not have the vibe for this. But Google, this short, I still feel wonderful about. And I wanna explain why. So I know we had this big bullish push, I know we're bouncing off the 90 MA every single time. We get to 175.95, Google's like, no, thank you. And I'm like, okay, Google, I can respect that. No problem with me. I don't want to add to this because I have a decentish size already and I don't want to like add for the sake of adding. That's another thing that got me chopped up on yesterday's ill-fated Moderna disaster. But Google, I think we could be coiling for a move higher, but right now I still feel comfortable in the trade, so I think I owe it to myself to stay in. Tesla, that was a bit of a mess up, but I'm really happy with how I got out because the second I saw that pop of the viciousness, I just said, Adara, cut the dang cord. So nice look there, but I have to say, it's crazy how similar Tesla and Google look to each other. Like I definitely, because I will say at 1.2, I had my Tesla up and I saw the pop up and I was like, oh no, my Google short. So the charts are a little bit indistinguishable. Also because they're around the same price. Tesla 176.89, Google 175.91. So very similar in terms of price here are Google and Tesla. Now that I'm looking at this, this actually could be a 5-minute bull flag here from that pop up. But I still feel okay in this short. So I want to be cognizant of the factors that are making me think it could switch long, but I also do like the look of the short. Let's take a look at Mara because I'm seeing some looks at Mara. So yeah, Mara having a nice little recovery from the bottom here. I know a lot of people looking at this one. Quite a bottom for here, forming at 20. Now Mara wants to know if 21 can do something for it. So let's find out if 21 can indeed do something for Mara. Not a lot of chart patterns here, just up, 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 up. We bounced above VWAP with the viciousness. If we come back to test anything, it could be that 2063 because that was a bit of a chop and churn level here coming off the open. But right now, Google, if you want to search for a lower low, someone would be very happy indeed. Also, this Nvidia is making me, I don't know. Right now we're continuing to push higher, but I think it might be nice to have Nvidia shorts just in case. How are you looking on your trades?
I just got my Nvidia shorts. Vis-a-vis the Neil hooking me up 1/8 of a cent. So, you know, they broke the bank. So we're going to keep eyes on Nvidia. I'm not going to jump into it super quick. Obviously, this is going to be more of a scalp because it is a pretty obvious counter-trend trade, given that this monster is up 10.2%. It's a $1,000 name. So, you know, if I take anything on this, it's going to be super quick and off technical resistance. So obviously, we see here 1047 and a quarter HOD at the moment. We have a multitude, I was going to say plethora, but there's other adjectives for that, into this level, a multitude of topping tail candles coming into this 10047 or thereabouts. So if you're looking for a scalp on this, I mean, it's interesting, but what I see here is a series of higher lows with a flat top, and you know what that means when the trend that preceded it was to the upside, possible flat top breakout through that level. So we'll see exactly what we get on NVDA, but it's nice to have those bad boys ready for when I need them, if I need them. All right, so I'm happy that I packed my patience with Apple, even though I was well out of the money. I think I was out of the money about 10 or 15 pennies because it did come back into VWAP and then reject again. So did another wick shimmy into the VWAP like it has at 1035, 1040, 1105, 1110, 1120, and yeah, 1125. It's all rejected off the volume-weighted average price. That doesn't mean that it has to be there for the rest of the day, but I'll continue to see the technical resistance there and try to play off it. So if it makes another move back in there, I could be persuaded to add to this Apple position. But what it is now breaking a little bit higher incrementally and looking a lot better than Apple for a long is AMZN. So look at this rounded bottom that it's putting. We don't have the lower highs like we do on AAPL. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. We're getting higher highs here on the zone. So initially when we started the show, the high of this local area was at 183.40, and we've been incrementally making our way higher into 183.70. So AMZN putting higher lows and higher highs, but it is kind of trying to reject a little bit off this 50 on the 5. So we'll see if that's a thing or it means nothing. But AMZN curling a little bit here. Yeah, that's really all I'm looking at. Looking at Apple at these levels. I'm looking at, obviously, Nvidia for a possible short, but I'm not going to jump into that really quick. And I have to say, I really like your Google short, man. And the reason I like that Google short is because look at the move through the 20. So initially, it was hugging the 10. It had that dalliance with the 10 on the 5. And then once the 10 broke, you know, it went out with its older cousin, the 20. And the 20 is rejecting it as well. So 176-ish area here, price action, but rejecting off the 20 on the moving averages.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I know a lot of people in the chat thinking like, hey, make Google long. And I have said I totally do see the aspects. And thank you for going over that 20 and 10 relationship. I think one thing with the Google that I do see right now, we're kind of resting on the 9. We also do have that kind of bullish wick down here. And we had a pseudo bull flag on the 5-minute. But what I'm seeing is every time we get to the 175.95, Tesla's or Google's like, no, I don't want it. And if it's going to have that one, as I say that, Google's like, oh, Adara, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm like, okay. We break decisively above 176.5s. I'll get out. But yeah, also the thing for me too as well is, and I really appreciate you calling out the similarities between Google and Tesla, because now I've been playing them against each other. Because when they're moving initially similarly, when the chart patterns are so similar that, no joke, I had the Tesla trade up and thought I lost on my Google trade because I thought it was the same chart. When they're moving so similarly and then you start to see something different, that's something to note. This Tesla, when I started noticing we had these pops here where I thought Google was getting weaker, then I said, Adara, play them off each other. Play that distinct difference. Shout out to Obi. Because if they do look so similar and then you start to see a little bit of a change in the tides, to use a Sharifism here, I want to play off that. I wanted 88s. I don't think I'm getting 88s. So we might have to just get 75s here and be pleased as punch, which I am, because, you know, I haven't had the best rate on Tesla today. I initially thought we were going to be short that 176.60 because we kept rejecting it, tried it, did not work, and I eventually had to give up the short bias on Tesla. I'll keep going long these little baby pops like that. If that's the strategy to play on Tesla, which lately in the last little bit it looks like it has been, then that's the strategy I'll play. I have no qualms about that. One thing I'm also trying to work on as well is I know a lot of people were mentioning yesterday, and I appreciate this, like, hey, you know, sometimes you have the right idea, you just don't stay long enough. My thing is, when I stay long, I pay per hand. That is just like a fact. Like if I'm going to trade for longer than a second, it'll do really well, and then I just panic and stay in it. And so because of that, that's why I feel like I do scalp a little bit more. But that being said, if there's a range I really like that I want to stay in, that's when I'll stay a little bit longer. And that's why I have been waiting patiently for Google instead of scalping out these 10 penny moves. I do want all the smoke. Yeah. Also, Kyle Burdett, 199 super chat here for join $TACH. TACHE, so new ticker there.
Yeah, because of the dollar sign. Thank you, Big Kyle Burdett. Big Kyle, you're a good luck charm, because the second that super chat came through, we got filled at the $quarter on the dead one there. So keep sending those super chats, Big Kyle. Well, no, don't. You know, keep them on your side there.
Are you long Apple now?
I'm not. Am I? No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was. Actually, thank you, because the stop had more shareage, so that did nothing really. Oh, I actually made money on that. Nice. But yeah, there we go. So it did come into the $quarter there, and we did get out of the AAPL trade. So Apple headed down, as I was just mentioning. Amazon headed up. It is headed for that 184 level. So the similarities that we pointed out between these four over here starting to, fade away. It's starting to become Amazon and Meta looking a lot similar to each other. Both are putting higher highs and higher lows on this little ascent. The dead one and the soft one are very either consolidative or heading down. So look at this. So they both have that double bottom-ish pattern over here, but Apple coming into 189 again, and Amazon rejecting 432 for the umpteenth time. Over here, you'll see we've been rejecting said level since the start of the show at 11. So 432 acting as a local level of resistance. Not the case on Meta, not the case on the Zon. So we'll keep eyes on those ones. And thankfully, I did not use the shorts that Neil was so kind enough to secure for me for NVDL, because as I did, a new high of day came into play on the monster. $1,048.96 now is the high of day on Nvidia. Could we see 1,100 today? I mean, I don't say anything, but anyway, so I won't be shorting this unless there's really something there for me. I'm gonna need to see a clear technical pattern, whether that's a series of lower highs and lower lows. I'm not gonna be guessing at, areas that I like. Oh, the $50 level. Oh, this level. No. I'm not going to do that. It's going to have to show me technically that there is a pattern in play, and then I'll look to get into the pattern. Otherwise, this is a long. It's just I hate punching in at highs on these longs. So, okay, now we're going to start looking for the long on NVDA here, because this thing's got no breaks, baby. $1,040 is the 20 period on the 5, and the last deep retracement we made, you guessed it, was a double bottom at set 20 at the level that Adara pointed out, $1,035. You can see it held up there, which also happened to be that lovely yellow on my chart, which is a 20 period moving average. Otherwise, it's really respected the 10, which is the green solid line. Look at this thing go. Here comes 1,050. Unreal. The monster continues to print. Jensen and his boys. They be making all the money, baby. So we'll keep eyes on Nvidia. Definitely not shorting that monster at the moment. I'm trading NVDL, by the way. Back to OKLO. Sorry, Adara. Came into 790. I still haven't gotten out. I'm seeing a rounded bottom here. I'm packing my patience.
Yeah, no, still looking at Tesla. Happy with where I got out of Tesla. I think Tesla is consolidating and figuring out what it wants to be when it grows up, so I don't want to mess with its, development. But I still like that 176.60 to 176.90. I still think this is a level. I did get a Google. I think a lot of people in the chat were, it seemed like a lot of people in the chat were long Google or hoping Google would go up. So shout out to you guys. It did end up going up. I still like the idea. I'm proud I sat in it for as long as I did, because I usually don't do that. And I got out where I needed to get out. So no complaints from me. Now we have this breakout. So go Google, putting the go in Google. Nice look there. Searching for some more upside. Let's take a look at CLSK as well, seeing Tom H mention some of these crypto-related names. Okay. Hi, CLSK. This is interesting. We're getting kind of a similar look to Mara, though I think Mara was a little bit more of a flat bottom here around 20s, and CLSK is more, also Mara is already tilting back, and CLSK is continuing forward. But CLSK could run into a bit of an issue here at the 1770, because that was an area we chopped and turned around a little bit earlier. So, sure. And as I say, that CLSK is like, what do you mean a bit of an issue? Just continuing to push higher. So nice look there for CLSK. Yeah, Hafid, I'm not involved in Nvidia yet because I haven't seen, I'd be trading NVDL just because I apparently, we could not afford Nvidia, but also because I want to wait for an area I really, really like. For me, that 1035 was that level on Nvidia. That's where I should have gotten involved, but also I scalp a little bit more as well. And Sharif also just mentioned NVDL. So I think there will at some point, if we see stuff we like, of course, we will be trading it. But you don't want to go chasing waterfalls. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Chasing waterfalls. But yeah, so shout out to TLC. And I don't think this market needs any TLC, though. This market looks pretty healthy so far today. Let's take a look at ELF, because Ike Anderson was saying, shout out to Sean's wife, because Sean was saying his wife was like, I like ELF. And then ELF moved up like 20%. So congrats to you, Ike Anderson. This is a great look. We kind of looked like we were in a bull flag, and ELF's like, I'd rather just continue to the upside. So great foundation here for ELF. That was a makeup pun. Continuing here to the upside. A couple wicks that do look a little bit scary, but we continue to push to the upside. This is a great uptrend here. I want to see what we do here. We're getting to this 187 area. We kind of wick up a little bit. So this could be a bit of an area of resistance, but it looks like we're continuing to push to the upside. Level I liked on ELF was that 180, which is where we had a little bit of that struggle to get above, that we bounced. So that's a nice look if we come back there. What else is going on? Okay, Apple. I like this Apple high or low on Apple. That long you accidentally got into was a nice look.
No, right? Can I mention Dell super quick? West, y'all, wants me to have a look at Dell, asked him for a day trade or intraday trade or investment. I think he mentioned intraday trade. So here it is. We're at the WAP right now. Rejecting off it. We're dancing to it. We're still putting in the higher lows, holding that 10 period off that. What was that? 153.43 LOD, 162.71 HOD. But as you'll see, this is yesterday's price action. We were south of 150 yesterday. In fact, at the afternoon, we got all the way into 146-ish. And today we print 162. Guys, Dell didn't move like this before. This is AI specific. It's data center specific. It's AI server specific. We all saw the CEO of Dell sitting first row, got the point, got the nod from Jensen, called him out by name, had him sitting there. So this is orchestrated in the way it feels. So anyway, we're at VWAP right now. Can't really break VWAP. What I'd be looking for here is to see how this resolves. Do we curl back down or do we reclaim the level? Depending on how it resolves, then we can make a decision as to how to take this, whether long or short. DELL up 7.04%, was up much higher at the highs, but that double top there at 162-ish and change sent it all the way down to 153. So almost a $10 move there, $9 and change off the highs. So great look for Dell today. But Wes, I tell you, I'm going to have to, my trading style here, I'd wait to see how this resolves. I wouldn't want to guess. You have a 50-50 shot here, whether this breaks or holds at VWAP, right? So I guess pack your patience for that. Otherwise, yeah, let me know how it goes. So that is a look there on DELL. Back to OKLO, showing 88s here, so nothing new. It hasn't triggered my stop. My stops have been in place, so I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can reclaim 8. It's up 10% now, so not a bad look. OKLO. Meta's really going here, guys. It really did curl up. Now it's in positive territory off that double bottom of 466, 465, or thereabouts. What is this current level on Meta? Do we have any price action resistance anywhere around here? I got to tell you, there is really no price action resistance at this particular area. Not until maybe that 472 area, and I wouldn't even put too much stock into that. I would be looking more for 473.5 to 474. Those are the highs that we put in yesterday. Otherwise, we're kind of in no man's land here. A good long would have been off this break, this neckline break here, taking that 469 and 2/3 long possibly. But yeah, I didn't have eyes on that, so I'm not going to pretend like I would have traded that. I wouldn't have. Anyway, so keeping an eye on Meta, it's really changing its tune here, so to speak, headed to the high side off that double bottom. Similar look for the Zon, but a little bit of a weaker 184 rejection right now on AMZN. It did break it nicely. We'll see how Amazon does. I don't want to say it's going to retrace off here. No trades for me at the moment, except OKLO at the moment, and keeping my eye on, well, I was going to say Nvidia 1050, but here it is. Did you see this?
No.
1049.99.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean that 50. I was like, I'm not going to take anything off the $50 level. That's not right. Like, but yeah, there you go. 1,049.99 HOD. So 1 penny off that level. So obviously somebody's waiting around there.
Yeah, if we bounce off 47s, that's where I would go long NVDL, because look at all these wicks into 47s. To me, that's a pretty clean look.
Well, yeah.
If we bounce off those 47s. So.
That'd be great.
Yeah, we'll have to. I don't know if we will. That's like kind of too picture perfect, but that's what I like. Apple, it's like Adara. This is why I said I need to stop, because I always want to try holding for moves, right? And I do appreciate everyone yesterday saying, like, there were a couple Tesla trades where if I'd held, that would have been the right play. But then we have this Apple. I like this push, and I had the instinct to scalp out at 189.33, which would have been, yes, only like a 9 penny winner, but it would have worked. This is where we, for some reason, kept butting our head against. So I was like, you know what, Adara, just do that. Like, I think I need to understand. I want to be the type of trader that can hold things for moves, but I just know I'm not that person. And I know that's also not how I predicate my trades on scalps. I predicate my trades on ranges, right? So if that's how I have that mindset, I need to honor that mindset, I think. And so I think I just need to go back to the scalp, because if we had done back to the scalping here, we would have been out of this trade. And instead, Apple is chilling like a villain, a little bit below our area of entry, sad face. But let's see what we do. If we bounce off 10s, I'll stay in this. Initially, the goal was 40s, half the position, rest the position out if we break above VWAP. But I don't know what we're going to do here. If I see another rejection of 33s, I'm getting out everything there. I really need to be true to myself as a trader. And it's like I said, every time I try, and believe me, I wish that I could hold for those moves. I just always feel like I paper hand them. And I just, you want to make sure you get that profit. That's always nice.
Okay.
Tesla continuing to push to the upside. I was going to keep playing that off the 60s, but I just, didn't feel 100% confident in it, which is why I didn't. But if we get a bounce off 90s here or 99s, that was an area I really like for Tesla, so that's something I'd watch. Nvidia, how are you doing? Oh, Tesla actually probably did give me that bounce, so okay, Tesla, I see you. Yeah, Nvidia does not care about my 1047 level, which is fine. Apple also literally does not care about my feelings. I know stocks aren't supposed to, so it's all good. But yeah, that Tesla is, this Tesla bounce might be the one to watch, and I might have to just extricate myself from Apple, because Apple, I do not think, wants me here in any way, shape, or form. And I do think that I just needed to be scalpier with this. So Apple, you get back to 189.33s. Let's get that Steve Jobs done. That's what I want.
2 New York cents wants to know about Snow. He's like, look, it's at VWAP. What's the look here? Is it long or short, Ram? And I got to tell you, it looks like it might be a long, because here's what we were doing. What happened?
Ramin told me a funny joke.
Oh, is that why she was, okay, I figured.
It was really
I'm like,
funny.
why is she flipping to the thing? It went through the volume weighted average price a little bit earlier here. What time was that? Around 10:30 or so. Rejected off that level. Was also the 50 as well. So it kind of looked like it might have been a 50 rejection, really, because it popped back in again here and it rejected off the 50. Now that's all over. It took the 50 over here at around 11:20, and now it is pamping through the volume weighted average price. Keep your eye out for that 160 level. We had a little bit of an issue with that level earlier. That was on the move down there at 9:37 or so. This is a 1 minute look. So keep your eye on the whole dollar, the $10 level, 160. But yeah, it looks like it really has taken VWAP here. It broke above this level. And so this could be an interesting retracement. Let's do a little bit of a move using fibs. So if we were to look at fibs here and say, all right, this one really started tanking right at the bell. It missed earnings, this, that, and the other. What's the retracement percentage? So right now we're at 76.4%. So, sometimes you make it back into that 61.8. That's around 62. It looks like it's coming back down a little bit now. So we'll continue to watch Snowflake. I don't really have any trades on it at the moment. Just wanted to mention it for 2 New York cents. I'm continuing to watch NVDA and NVDL. If we get a 1050 break on a closing basis, I'm going to go long on NVDA. I've been looking to see if it, or NVDL, I've been looking to see if it kind of curls back down off that level, but it's actually putting bottoming tail candles off the previous area, the exact area that Adara was talking about, 1,047. It keeps wicking into that level and bouncing off. The equivalent area on NVDL will be around right here, 52.15, 52.16, in and around that area, and then it bounces right back up. So good luck. The monster continuing to be strong on the day, not really giving it up here at all. In fact, it's printing day's highs. So keeping an eye on that. Not much else for me at these levels. Let's flip back to Oklo, doing nothing. It's having trouble with 90 now. So that's another new observation here, that it's coming into that 10 penny level and rejecting. So possibly, there is some decent size here at 102. At 90. There's about 102 lots sitting there on one book on the New York, on the NSB. Sorry, I thought that was NYB. So we'll see if it can break above 790. If it does, it could probably really squeeze, because that's been keeping it down for a while, Adara.
Yeah, we don't want anything keeping Oklo down. Nobody can break my stride, and nobody hold me
down.
Uh-oh. Apple, keep on moving. Like, please. But no, so I ended up staying in this because I did look at it. I was like, I think rationally, Adara, you're probably being a bit dramatic. Let's see it hit 1030, 189.33 one more time. One more time. And it did. And so now we're getting beautifully close to my first area of exit, that was not English. My first profit taker, 189.40. We're going to be getting half the position out there. I actually will add again if we get back to that 189.33s, because I want to turn that level that I hated into a level of opportunity. Because if that was such weird resistance, I think that could also be a little bit of a support balance area. So please just punch half the position out. This is my only positive name right now, best name on the day. Yeah, not doing too badly on the day so far. Been able to mitigate these losses. Just looking for some opportunities, as always, in these here markets. Google as well. I did get a little bit chopped up on the short, but I'm really happy with how I played this. I waited until I had a clear reason to leave. I left when I wanted to. And now I'm seeing I might have an opportunity to add into the long. Because if we bounce here off these areas I like these 10s, then I might have to add in a little bit, or not add in, I'm not even in the position. Might have to get into the position. But yeah, Apple right now is making me proud, which is not, something Apple does a lot. We do jokingly call this one the dead one. Nothing, not anything against the company or the stock in the long term, but just because if you look at any of its pals in mega cap land, let's look at, for example, Meta. I'm not even going to compare Nvidia. That's not fair to compare Apple to Nvidia right now. Look at Meta, which also if Meta bounces off VWAP, I want to trade that. Look at this Meta. Look at Tesla. Like these will all move dollars at a time. Apple will sometimes move cents within like a half-hour period, because that was the actual experience I had where we moved less than 5 cents in either direction in a half-hour period. So this is a bit of a slow one. Swin, Brad Aldman says, yeah, I've been having some issues with my blotter. I know this one's solid win, and I know this one has kind of had odd moves in the past. Can you see if there's anything on
I messaged him. I told him there was nothing.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I told him I don't see anything on that. Like,
yeah,
look,
it's weird.
All I see here is halted on circuit breaker, halt paused, but nothing specific to the name. I told him, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no worries,
for looking into that. But yeah, I mean, I've seen that one move oddly in the past, that SWIN, so we'll have to see what's going on with SolarWind. Thank you, Tony, much appreciated. If we keep projecting off VWAP, we'll get everything out here, but I do like the fact that we have these higher lows. I think we could flat top break. And Sharif and I talked about this. He knows I love those flat tops. If I see a flat top, I'm like, because I want to play that range up into that point, and then I want the breakout. Also, shout out to Rebecca Cower saying Adara should just sing the whole show. I mean, no, I probably shouldn't, but I appreciate that. I'm going to look as well for these updates on these Ethereum ETFs. So not seeing anything. U.S. lawmakers apparently urging Gensler to approve the spot Ethereum ETFs. So to clarify, we have the Van Eck deadline today. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting that ARC 21 shares deadline. That's going to be coming tomorrow as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. Apple also, I want to wait and see if you break up that VWAP. How are you doing in your
I'm crazy. I'm shorting NVDL here, but I've got one more penny to get stopped out. I thought we were kind of rounding top. We'll try this, and we'll keep a tight stop until some sort of trend happens here. Short at 19, so 10 pennies out of the money on NVDL short. Call me crazy, but that's what I'm doing at these levels. Meta continuing to head higher, man. Here comes 472 on Meta. That double bottom is we're looking awfully good at this level, and that's the thing. We saw possible double bottoms on some other ones, but really Meta and Amazon are kind of the only ones really manifesting it clearly. I feel like Meta is definitely the better trade of the two. They were looking very similar earlier. Now, not so much. So we'll keep eyes on that. All right. Let's look at some of these other names that are recovering. Look at Google on the way back here into the 50 period. So Google wants to go green. So I'm going to be really interested here on Google for a possible short at 176.74 thereabouts. Reason is that is not only the pivot point, but that is the yesterday closing price on Google. Is it? Actually, yeah, there it is. So let me just move that down. So Google closed at 176, 40-ish, which is also pivots. So let's see if Google can make it all the way up there. If it can, I'm going to definitely be watching for a possible short. I'm going to put an alert to let me know if it gets into the high 30s. That's only about 20 pennies, 13 pennies away from here at the moment. So goggles on the way to possible break-even land here, down 0.09%. But yeah, we won't be jumping into that too quick there on GOOGL. I did get stopped out of that NVDL short as it broke through 31. So that was my line in the sand there at 31. So we'll watch to see if we can possibly, I don't want to short this again, man. That's just counter to my trading strategy. Go with the trend, Sharif. Go with the trend. So, and I have a little thing that Big Patty Ice gave me.
Oh, I like
know you guys can't read this, Raymond. I'll go to this one. It says, "Don't fight the trend." I don't know if you can read that, but that's what it says. Put it on which one? Oh, yeah, okay. That's not a bad idea, Raymond. Don't fight the trend.
That's in all caps. He
meant it. He meant it, Adara. BPI on the ones and twos, baby. Always giving me a nice pre-show pep talk. Always giving Adara and I, good words of encouragement there. Before the show, after the show, it's all love on this floor, Adara.
He's your espresso bro. Yeah, your espresso bro. Yeah, Charlie Taft, we do have, asking sup. Yeah, not much. Both Apple and Tesla are sup, so I'm okay with that. But also, yeah, in terms of your question with regards to data points, we have Fed's Bostic at 3. We also do have that TIPS auction coming in at 1 p.m. So that is going to be something to watch. Nothing else, though, in terms of economic data land. Also, I want to talk about this because I'm happy with these trades. Tesla, I kept saying, oh, I like that 90 area. I like that. It's like, Adara, take the 90 area. So I took the 90 area. Please just punch. If we break into 70s, that's where I would have been getting out. And when I want to say 70s, I should clarify 176 70s. Please just punch with this trade. Apple, I'm so happy I held on to this right now. We are, what are we getting this? We're almost 40 pennies in the money on Apple.
Woo!
So I'm pleased as punch. I want to see us break above this 60s area and hold it. If not, I'll just get out here and I'll have no qualms. But I want to appreciate, thank you so much everybody for encouraging me yesterday, just being like, Adara, sometimes you have to commit to the trades a little bit more and stay in them if you like them. And for this Apple, I did have, hoop dreams of this going a little bit higher. So I'm happy, shout out to that movie for some reason. But, I did like this look. I don't like what we're doing now, so I'm just going to get out of this right now in mid-50s, around 53, 54s if we can get there. Please just punch. But really just happy that I stayed in this as long as I did. Wish I had punched out a little bit higher. It's a little bit sad, Apple. But, I'm not going to let that damp my spirit. I say pample to Apple. Also, Strafe discovered yesterday there's a PAPL, like a papple.
Yeah, what was that stock?
I don't even know.
Called PAPL? Pineapple Financial.
Oh, so that would be Neil's nemesis.
Neil would not bank there. No, he likes pineapple, just not on pizza.
That's true.
He's made that point. Yeah, he's told us. All right, goggles is coming into my level, and let's have a look at goggles now. So where are we at here? There it is. All right, the reason I put an alert here for Google, 176.42 is the closing print from yesterday. So I like this level. And it is kind of an unproven level, but we're going to go ahead and take the short at this level. And then I'm going to put my stop a smidge above VWAP. So that's going to have to give myself here about 20 pennies worth of space because VWAP on my chart is at 55s. So let's see what we get with goggles. We'll give this one the old college try, so to speak. We're short 33s. Let's go ahead and put the out at 57s, and we'll look to cover there. So we'll give it to 60 in case it gets really parabolic there. 176, right? Yeah. And yeah, we'll see there. So the other area of support is at 20. So let's go ahead and put a beak wetter for that 21 area or thereabouts. So we'll see what goggles gives us. Again, reason I'm getting short at these levels is because it's coming into yesterday's closing print. So maybe if we can at least get a quick rejection and drop, we'd be looking there. But I'm noticing there may be the winds of change coming here on the market. So the futures just broke through that 18, let's say 18,915. There was a bit of a top there, I gotta say, right at this level over here. You can see that earlier on, 10:15. This is Central Time. Then again at 10:35 and 10:40, we had that level. We danced with it again over here. Now we're curling back up on a closing basis, breaking through it. So if that's any indication, then goggles could continue to head higher here if it moves with the market. You're also seeing that on Apple. Apple now breaking through that volume weighted average price. VWAP on my chart is 189.50. It just printed all the way into 69s. So that is a good look. It's also putting in these higher lows. So maybe, just maybe here, the short may be over. I don't know. I'm not calling it or anything, but it'll have to prove itself. We're getting short, though, at said level on goggles. Already short at 33s. 1 penny out of the money at the moment. Adara?
Yeah, no, go get that Google.
Goggles.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't have to Google search too hard for that level. Nice look there. TSLA is on one. It's having this bizarre wick shimmy dance And, you know, we'll get to like, I got in 176.94. I have no problem with that entry price. I like that entry price. What I don't like is the level of indecision I see on Tesla. We pop up to 177.10s. We pop down to 177. Oh, we pop up to 170. Oh, no, we're popping back down. Like, Tesla, make up your mind. Sincerely, Adara. I did get out of Apple a little bit early. I'm going to be really honest. We did pop about like another 15 pennies from where I got out, but I'm still proud of what I did with this trade. If we bounce off VWAP again, I will get in again. And yeah, I think the issue is I should have held. I did panic sell a little bit, but I think I did want to secure the profits because we were kind of coming down with a speed I didn't really like, down from that 60s. Should have been more patient. That's something I want to learn from, but I am really proud of what I did with the trade regardless. And thank you so much to everybody in the chat for the support. So happy to be here and be a part of this community. Let's take a look at Palantir. Because I know Sean was involved. I don't know if involved, but I know he was looking at this one earlier. And Palantir, oh, Palantir also singing 21. Can you do something for me? Because we're knocking on the door of 21s here. 2097. This is interesting. We had Palantir. It seems like it does not really know what it wants to be when it grows up. We had to move to the downside, kind of ratcheting to the downside. Then we pop up beautifully above 21s. We pop and then we go back down. We're right below the VWAP now, kind of dancing near that 9 EMA. This could be an interesting look. I don't have a ton of levels on this, though. I think we kind of want to make that higher highs, but to me, this roundy top, in confluence, the fact that we're generally down on the day, is giving me a few mixed signals. But yeah, I mean, shout out to anyone who's still long. Apple, that was a great look. Tesla continuing to go up a little bit here. Jason Walcott, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Let's get it indeed. Wanting to look at Hood. Hood about to come into key level at 20? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, hopefully, I don't know if we'll have like enough answers to justify like 3 question marks, but I'll try. I'll do what I can. Hood is not on the New Mexico Stock Exchange. Okay, Derek, come on. NQ, that's what we want there. There we go, we got this. Robinhood. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think it could do that for sure. I think we did, of course, get a little what could be a bit of a the topping tail candle here. And I think what's also interesting is we're getting this topping tail candle here at 1985. Great song, great year, and also a great level here for Robinhood. If you look at what we did in the pre-market, look at this kind of level of support. I think what we do here could be a little bit pivotal. We clearly struggled to get above this 1985. Now we're struggling to hold this 1985. So I want to see what we do at 1985 on Robinhood. But if we break above into 20s, I think I'm going to be honest, I don't really know if 20 is a huge key area for me on Robinhood on this intraday chart, beyond the fact that it is the $20 level. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think for me that 1985, pushing above that would be an even clearer look. But in terms of the overall long case, I mean, starting at the open, we continue to kind of push to the upside. I love that support at 1943. Let's see what we did on the daily. Fist pump for Sharif. Yeah. So I want to hear about that. But yeah, for me, even on the daily, I'm not going to be honest, I don't see 20 as a huge level. I think this 1985, though, could be kind of pivotal. And then above that, I don't know if we'll get to 21, 31s on Robinhood, but that's another level I like. But I also like Sharif pumping his fist. So what happened?
Yeah, we're long on Nvidia, about 25 pennies in the money or so on this name. Let's see if it'll hold. It did a topping tail candle, which looked awfully bearish, breaking through that 1,050 area. And then the next candle, the closing print held the 10. So I'm like, go long. So punched long on that one. It's moving up here. We're nicely in the money. I just don't want to cover it because I feel like, you know, we're probably going to see something maybe in the 1,060s. We'll see. I'm just going to pack my patience and hold on to this. Printed on goggles as well for a nice 15 penny winner, but it's coming right back into my area here as I suspected. So this is the end of the trade for me on Google because I feel like it is. The market is, the winds of change are coming on the market. You can kind of feel. Maybe not all at once, but there's a lot of curling up here and a lot of rounded bottoms on these Mag 7 names. So I don't want any of this short smoke anymore. So covering that, took a quick scalp on it, lost 2 pennies on the remaining balance. So sucks to be me. Let's go back to NVDL here and see what we're doing. We're nicely in the money on this one. Let's see if it can continue to pump up here. A lot of topping tail candles through this $50 level. It's kind of unsure whether or not it's going to break through that level. And I'm seeing a little bit of roundedness at the candles on or near, excuse me, that 1,050 level. You didn't see this a little bit earlier, right? Well, actually, I stand corrected. You saw it over here, right at pivots, that level that Adira identified, that 147, sorry, that 1047 level, that was clearly, you know, around the top. We came back into the 20, and it looks like we're doing it again. So I'm packing my patience on said NVDL. Let's see if we can scalp more. Okay, now we're 30 pennies in the money on it. So let this bad boy go and see what else we can do with this monster. Thank you. NVDL. And by the way, Nvidia, 1,051.96, essentially a 1,052 HOD. We're 49 1/3 right now. So if there's any correlation between the current price action on NVDA and NVDL, if we go back into highs, this should break into the 60s or 50s on NVDL, 5260s or 5250s. We'll see exactly what we get on these bad boys. I just got signed out of my chat. Why does that happen?
It's being
Midday.
very rude. That's
Yeah. It's so kind of. Anyway, what are you looking at? Just so I can sign back in.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on
Thank
your
you.
trades. That's awesome. NVDL there. An NVDW on NVDL. I love the snowflake, and this is a huge example of just timing and conviction or everything. I was looking at this and I was like, Adira, there's a bit of a spread, like blah, 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 blah. And then I decided to punch in. I wanted to get in at 159.01s. I was gonna risk into 30s, and I wanted minimum like around that 160 area, so I was like okay with that. So not risking into 30s, I would have risked into like 70, so I was risking 30 cents. And then snowflake pops to the upside. I don't want to get involved in this long now because I think this was kind of a little bit of a pop and drop, pump and dump, if you will, on this 5-minute candle. So I want to see if we keep holding up at 159s. Don't mind if I do, but if we don't hold up, don't mind if I don't. I might take it short there. I do love that 159 level. Right now it's coming into confluence of VWAP, but I started liking it earlier when I just noticed that we got here, waked up, and then fell. I said, Adira, this could be an interesting level. And it is on my knockoff dollar store brand sticky note, which is just a document that I have levels I like on. So that's really what I've kind of been looking at here on this snowflake. Let the snowflakes fall where they may. Also, I want to talk about Tesla. I'm so happy with how Tesla went. I got, this is never how, I'm really proud of this wick we got here. So I got out here because we had this massive pop, and also that reminds me, I'm happy I got out of Apple where I did, because I would not have been able to trade Apple and Tesla in the same time where they're moving basically in opposite directions. We had that nice pop up in Tesla. I was like, oh, how upset should I be about Apple? And Apple's like, not at all. I just kind of died. So I was like, okay. Apple drops here, Tesla pops here, and I got out at 30s because I did like what we had earlier, that bit of area of resistance, especially in confluence with VWAP. I said, Adira, just de-risk here, just get out. So I was pleased as punch with that. I had a bit of a smaller position because I didn't have as good of a read on Tesla earlier today, so I wanted to account for that by risking a little bit less. But yeah, I mean, happy with this. Right now for me, the read on Tesla seems to be, you know, and again, not advice, just what I'm seeing on this chart, a bit of a dip buy situation. So if we bounce again, I like that 77.10s area now, but again, we still know I like 77.9 or 76.9s. So there's the levels I'm looking for on T to the S, to the L to the A. But Nvidia, we ended the Nvidia there.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice like the market might get a little bit stronger. So what I'm really upset about is this Google trade. I should have absolutely been holding on to this. I thought the winds of change were coming on this name, and that's why we covered a little bit up there. Too bad. We'll look for the next trade now. What I'm seeing though is something very distinct on Microsoft. So this is really interesting. Look at what it's doing with the 50 period over here. Something's afoot. So you get that initial pop and reject at the 50 period, and now this 432 area seems to be meeting a wall of sellers, and I'm not really sure why, but these candles are quite indicative of that whole selling pressure. 432, anything making its way up there is being shorted immediately. How many topping tail candles do we have into that level? We've been essentially doing it since the start of the show, so going on an hour right now. Wow, on MSFT, so good luck there. This could absolutely curl back down. So I'm gonna have to load up Softy here if we're gonna go short on any of these Mag 7 names. It's really gonna be maybe Microsoft that does that is a good look at these levels. I don't want to jump in at this level though. So I'm going to look for something a bounce up. Let's say, you know, maybe it doesn't make it back into 432 because it's getting a little bit beyond it right now. Yeah, and it's breaking down as I speak right now. So sadly, you know, I may have missed this. I think I might sit at the mid 80s or something like that for a possible pop. And there it goes all the way down Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to miss this one. I'm going to go ahead and sit in the mid area over here to get short with the idea that I'll stop out if it breaks that 432.20-ish area. So that's what I'll do. I'll hang out here, look to get short on the soft one. It's been doing the same thing for about an hour. So that's a look there. Is Neil ready?
Yes, he is ready. So we've been doing the same thing for about an hour as well, but now we're going to switch it up, see what Neil has to say in his lesson of the day.
Oh, wow, softy.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. First lesson of the day is pineapple's great. I heard you guys talking about this, and like, I don't hate pineapple. I love pineapple. It's just not good on pizza. No, but the lesson of the day here is going to be, hey, sometimes you're going to lose. I think it's just about like what's the approach like after like a rough morning, like a couple of days in a row now, like majority of the ideas off the open, or at least one or two have really big losses relative to what you're used to. For me, Nvidia yesterday, not as big on AMD, but it's still sort of the same kind of story. And how do you grind back? Like yesterday was able to get most of it back. Today we'll have to see only about 20% so far position pending. But all you can do is go back to the basics. There's a question that got asked to me years ago, and it was a trader on the floor. And it was like, well, what happens when you go into a prolonged slump when you've been around for a while? It's like, okay, well, strip everything down to its bare bones and then ask yourself, like, what's the one or two things that worked best for you, and then go over to that. And I feel like when the morning goes haywire, or at least not to your expectations, or you don't necessarily trade the best, you want to go back into your basics. So first things first, what was that original plan, and is there anything still setting up in that regard? So I'll give you an example here with AMD, which technically was a bit of a missed opportunity, although I'm glad I didn't take it in complete hindsight. But AMD was looking for the sympathy play long on Nvidia. Nvidia showed strength off of the open. AMD held the pre-market bottom, which I liked. It held the pre-market low at the bottom. Bounces off 170, liked all of that. It ends up rejecting 173. Probably should have paid a little bit more attention to the fact that I had a resistance line there. More on that later, probably. I'm sure we'll talk about that in the afternoon show. But at that point, I tried to be patient, waiting for the dip buy at our key support level at 168. Now here's where things get, at least I'm a little bit frustrated with it. 168 was the level we liked, because it was this level on the 15-minute. Like, it was a previous resistance spot. If it was gonna bounce, okay, like you come back, try to fill in the gap, bounce off that gap, fair enough. So once this has gone completely not the plan, which is you want it stair-stepping up with Nvidia, it's now broken down, okay, fine, you're up on the stock, you may take a shot. Goes to my level, I'm going to take a shot. Do not need to be getting involved diddling in the middle. Like the last loss, there's no need for it. If you're going to take something, it's go back to what the basics are. For me, when you're looking at support and resistance, is it playing at a level that it's worth it to trade? And the answer was no. Here at 67, I would wager that you could make an argument for 64. 160 will sort of speak for itself. Like, this is the 64 level. That's just yesterday's low. I think you can make an argument for that, although I'm glad I didn't take it, because I think the way I was going, I probably would have bungled that. I wouldn't have scalped enough out, and then I would have held or like reloaded or something silly, and then you're just going to go lower. So going back to the basics means if you're a support and resistance trader, then only trade at support and resistance. The other thing that you can do in that situation is, go back to your original plan in the day. Like, okay, well, the market's absolutely tanking. Is there anything that you completely wrote off because you didn't think you'd get those prices, and all of a sudden those prices start to come in? The answer was yes, and it was TSM. Now, I thought there was no chance we'd get back to 156 on TSM, not with the strength that Nvidia had. And if you're wondering why 156 on TSM, there was a local high that it just broke out. Clearly, all of the chip names that benefited from that Nvidia rally were going to be gapped up today. So I didn't think we'd have a chance to bounce off 156. Now, I did get a little bit impatient at VWAP there with an in and out. Thankfully, didn't like average in or hold on to it. That's how you get into trouble. But we waited for it to bounce off 156. Again, if your best trades tend to be off the big levels and then trying to see it bounce and then catch it to the upside, that's what we were able to play. Let it bounce off 156. Don't even sit in front of it. Once it bounces, jump into that long, and then just try to make it back little by little. It was very similar with Rivian and $10. Rivian has held $10 a couple of days in a row with wick bottoms. Once it breaks down, just let it get there. If that's what you do is wait for the key levels, then take a shot. And if it never gets to those key levels, so be it. Then maybe you don't take any trades. I mean, there was a point where I was flat. I didn't have any trades for about, it felt like 20 minutes is probably maybe a little bit less than that. And I was waiting for a few things to come in to key price levels so we could set up trades that we were actually going to like a little bit better. Now, sometimes that's going to work. Other times, maybe you sit on your hands. But there's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands if you've had, say, a bad read or a bad little start to the day, or you find yourself in a little bit of a slump. End of the day, the market is going to open every single day there isn't a holiday, there isn't a weekend. It's going to provide a lot of different opportunities out there. So you've got to take the best to your own abilities. And the other thing, and this is sort of like a last sort of point, which I just want to make, it's not necessarily how to battle back, but it has more to do with getting cute. So sometimes, and I've said it with the meme stocks before, there are moments where it's easier to trade the follower instead of the leader. Whether it's like COS or AMC versus GameStop, we've done that before. Whether it's AMD or like ARM or something, when Nvidia is moving, it happens, and there's a lot of times that that's good. There are other times where the actual thing that's going is the thing to be in. And I think Nvidia was a pretty strong example of that today. And we called it the Super Bowl of earnings, you know, and ultimately it's the thing that's trending up. Now, there's been great bounce plays that you're able to get as Nvidia holding up has dragged some things with it. But, you know, there's often times that if you just keep it simple, the most simple thing is, well, Nvidia is the one that blew it out. Once Nvidia got past that 8% expected move, it just trended from there and continues to trend higher. So keeping it simple means going back to your best strategies, going back to your best levels, finding the setups that work for you. They might not be on the stocks you liked. Like the 4 stocks that I was on to begin the day were not the 4 stocks that I ended up on in the second portion, because you go to the setups that set back up again, and if the other ones don't, you just don't trade them. And then the last point, of course, just to recap it, is if the leader of the pack or the reason you're excited for the day is a certain stock, sometimes it's just the one you want to trade. And whether it's Nvidia or NVDL or whatever anybody's looking at, this has been the strength in the market when the market went to the downside. So just keep it simple. I know it's a tried and tested strategy or proven or something we say all the time, but it doesn't mean you always do it. That's the reality. Nobody, and I literally mean nobody, is going to sit there and be a robot and exactly follow their plan or be unemotional or not make a mistake or not get an early entry or not get FOMO or miss a stop or make a keystroke. All of these things will happen to you. But all you can do is understand what those mistakes are, reduce them to as close to zero as possible, and then go from there, because you're not going to reduce those things to zero. All you can do is next time the situation comes up, trade Nvidia instead. Next time the situation comes up, recognize a little bit earlier the trend was going away on AMD. And then be patient, wait for your best setups, and then go from there. That's your lesson of the day. That's how you can rebound from a rough read or a rough morning, or even a rough set of days. I think the principles apply to whether you had a 1-day hit or a 2 or 3 day hit. There you go, guys. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck the rest of the day trading.
Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome. As always, Neil Roberts, every day, baby, around the noon hour. He drops his lesson of the day, so make sure you're around to catch that. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Short the software net right now. I did fat finger, so I doubled my position, but I still like the position. So I'm trying to pack my patience here with the trade. I think I will be out of this if it breaks above 86, because that was the high of the other candle. So let's go ahead, put 431.88, and then we'll look to cover the entire position there. So I'm going to put in my stop. So the stop's in place already. I've already put my beak wetter at 60s. The idea here was to get short on the pop of the volume weighted average price, but I could get shaken out of this because this is a $400 name. So we'll see exactly what we get. It was putting in a rounded top. It had that nice break into that 431 and a quarter, a little bit below that actually, and then you know, came right back up. So I said, look, this is my opportunity, but looks like I will get stopped out here, which is fine because, you know, well, that's kind of the nature of the beast, right? It will come up into my area, it looks like here, and break, and there we go. So I do get stopped out, and I got stopped out for double the share size that I typically wanted, which is okay. That's my fault. I fat fingered, but I still like this trade. So if it comes back in and starts doing the rounded top kind of thing, then I'm definitely gonna get short on this bad boy. Again, softy in and around the volume weighted average price. Good look for me.
Yeah, I mean, shout out there for that Microsoft trade. Also shout out to Neil's lesson of the day, as always. He is the real deal, and he's here around noon every day, so come check that out if you wanna hear Neil's lessons. Also, I got short PDD, and I want to talk about it because I know this looks, to put it mildly, a bit confusing, but I like the look. So basically, I realized, yeah, like this, I got short at a VWAP bounce, but I got short at a VWAP bounce not because we bounced off VWAP, but because of the level we got to, that 156 on PDD. This was a level yesterday. It came to be a level today. We had a little bit of chop and turn getting there. Then we had that same little bounce there, so I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to try. I had this order in the second I saw us getting near it. I wasn't prepared for us to move into it with such a viciousness, mind you. But I said, you know, like, I had a conversation with Sean about this after the market recap show yesterday. Also, he was talking to me yesterday. He said, Adara, conviction, like, that's a word that you care about in trading? I was like, yeah, like, I love conviction. I have so much conviction in this level. I said that really intensely, but I really do. If we break above into 156.30s with that kind of viciousness, that's where I'm gonna have to get out. But I really like this look. I also took it with a few more shares, not a massive position, mind you, but enough shares. I think it's equivocal with how I feel about the position, and I feel very strongly about this position. I really do like this kind of move down here. I like that now we're curling down in this 90 MA. I'm gonna take half out at VWAP, and I wanna save a piece for the dream, which I might regret, but right now I don't. What are you looking at? I'm
looking at softy still, so same thing. In it again at these levels, so my level's gonna change here. So I'm gonna put it on the break of 432. So we'll see exactly, we'll get with the share size that I wanted. So that's the good look there. So we'll go ahead and put our stop there on softy, and my profit taker is already there. So we'll see exactly what we get there on Microsoft. But we do have a lesson of the day that we have to get to, so let's get to that right now. All right, so if this will maximize. All right, scalping. We're talking about scalping with the measured move. We've been talking about scalping all week, so let's go ahead and finish off with, we're talking about the measured move all week, so let's go ahead and finish off with scalping. So scalping thrives on capturing tiny profits from frequent trades. Measured moves, when used strategically, can become your secret weapon for intraday scalping. Here's how to combine these powerful concepts. So let's just define what the measured move is. If you recall, we talked about this. It's a mathematical formula. We're not going to belabor that whole thing again, but just to tell you, imagine a stock surges $2 intraday. A measured move, often based on historical price retracement, estimates what the future support and resistance levels could be. So, in the particular case we're talking about here, a 50% retracement suggests a dip into about $1.50 before potentially resuming that uptrend. So what we're looking at is a system that shows us where to get the dip trades, whether for long or short, and where to look to take profit takers. That's really what this strategy helps us with. So super straightforward, right? Here's a 1, 2, 3, 4 step process. The first thing you're doing is you're identifying a strong trend. So what you're looking for here is scalping works best in trending markets. Use technical indicators like price action analysis or indicators and price action analysis to confirm an uptrend or downtrend. That's step number 1. Step number 2, you're going to spot the initial price move. So here you're going to look for a significant price move within the trend, for example, a sharp jump in an uptrend. Then number 3, you're going to calculate the measured move. So apply a retracement level, one that suits your trading style, 50%, whatever, on the fibs there. You're using it to estimate your potential support and resistance zones. And then step 4, your entry and exit positions. So for upward trends, you're entering a long position near the calculated retracement level. And the example we gave before was like $1.50. That's as the price dips. You'll exit shortly after the price bounces and shows signs of resuming the uptrend. For example, a small breakout above the retracement level. In a downtrend, you're going to enter a short position near the retracement level. For example, at that 150, if it was to pop back into 150 as the price rises. You're going to exit shortly after the price confirms a downtrend by breaking below the retracement level. That is the look there. Okay, but some key considerations that you have to take into account when you use scalping with the measured move is volatility is your friend, right? So measured moves work best in volatile markets with frequent price swings. They offer you more opportunities for scalping entries and exits, but you also got to use tighter stops with these bad boys, right? Scalping profits are small by their very nature, so use strict stop losses, play slightly above your shorts to limit losses on price drops, but also keep in mind that make sure to set up your stop and profit takers right after entering your position to make sure that you can get in and out according to your plan. So make sure to think about that. And you also want to manage risk. Scalping involves frequent trades, so risking a significant amount per trade can quickly drain your capital. Maintain good risk management practices. Can't stress that part enough. And here's some tips to help your scalping go further, baby. Combine the measured move with price action. I think that kind of goes without saying, but you should be looking for confirmation signals like candlestick patterns or other indicators at the retracement levels. Is there those check marks beside the name that you can say, you know, on the balance of probabilities, there is this much evidence pointing to the right and this much evidence pointing to the left. And then what you see, you know, wherever it weighs more to this whatever side, take that trade. But you can also use market orders. I mean, this is not really my move here, but I'd rather use a spready limit order, but you can use market orders. The idea here is to consider them for faster moving scalping opportunities. They get you in, they get you out a bit quicker, but keep in mind, you are prone here to slippage. And if you don't know what slippage is, just do a quick Google search. And last, but certainly not least, practice, and more practice. Demo trade using scalping and the measured move to refine your strategy and gain confidence before actually risking real capital. If you see a level that continues to prove itself, don't be afraid to scalp in and out while using the appropriate risk management skills. And by mastering the art of scalping, guys, using the measured moves, you'll be well equipped to capitalize on these short-term price movements with this intraday trading strategy at AIR.
Yeah, scalping is really fun. Scalping also, you know, you have to like figure out how it works for you as well. So it's like, are you going to be more like on looking at the book? Are you going to more look at the chart? You're going to look at both. Also, another just like tip as someone who scalps like maybe too much is it's harder to scalp with names that are spreadier. So just like, you know, be aware of the spread, have your plan. Speaking of spread, PDD. I'm still in this name. I still like the short. I like the short even more because it brushed up against my risk level. That would be that 156.30 and was like, I'll go back down. I'm like, okay, PDT, do your thing, 21. Pleased as dang punch. So let's see. I am really cognizant of the fact that we could be flipping from resistance to support at 156, so I'm trying to be aware of that. But I have no reason to leave yet, so I'm trying to be chilling like a villain. I still as well, and I don't know why, I do know why I'm not taking it. It's because every time we get there, I try to get in and then the spread is just too spready. But that bounce off of VWAP slash 159 on Snow has been great. Let's take a look at ELF as well. Oh, ELF. ELF might be falling off the shelf. Look at that. We had a resistance to support flip on the 90 MA. I love this. I'm obsessed. Is it on my side chart? No, it's not. Well, move over. Actually, okay, I'll kick off AMD. I don't want to kick off Snowflake because I actually do still have levels I like on that. And AMD is just kind of there for me. So ELF going on my shelf, aka my side chart. And if we keep seeing these rejections here at that 188, there may be a trade in my future on ELF, and it may be on my shelf for P&L, hopefully to the upside. I'm going to stop punting. How are you doing?
I'm just putting in a stop. Just give me a second.
Worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I will keep yapping. So yeah, someone's mentioning the 1 hour chart on
good.
PDD. Yeah, for sure. I'll take a look at that. How are you doing in Microsoft?
Good. We just got, we added, so we're break even on it at the moment at 87s. I think my beak wetter here at 61s might be a bit too ambitious, so I might move it up, well, at least the first one anyway, into 75s. The reason is 75 is where the volume weighted average price is. So, you know, it seems to be bouncing off that level in between 432 a little bit, in between $0.75. In fact, it hasn't really come into $0.75 in a little bit. So we'll pack our patience, stops in place here. We'll see what we get on the soft one, but it's been putting a whole bunch of topping tail candles. I mean, like, I'm just basing it on my system. That's what I see. I see topping tail candles into a level, rounded top. You know, it's weaker on the day, and I say short. So we'll see what we get here. But the futures, they're back up, dancing with the 50s again here on the NQ. Maybe it really is Nvidia driven, because Nvidia's headed back to the upside, breaking through 1,050 again. Good look here for the monster on the day. We did have a quick trade on NVDL as Neil was dropping hot lines. This one dipped aggressively, so I was able to trade this one again. We took a nice 20 penny winner with this one, but really the trade was to hold on to it, because look what it's doing now, breaking. Well, NVDL is breaking into high days. NVDA, not so much. But NVDL just came into that 52.45. I think the high was 51, so almost essentially at high up day at the moment. But it does look like Softy is going to stop me out here. Here we go with 432, and there's not a whole lot of size on 432, and we're already breaking above it. So it looks like the winds of change may be coming on the soft one here, and I may get stopped out of this one as it comes right into my level of dare.
That's crazy, because it looked like such a good level, like that Microsoft. But yeah, I mean, sometimes levels like to bamboozle. Also, so I did look at the 1 hour on the PDD, because someone mentioned, like, look at that 1 hour. Here's my thing on the 1 hour. I see what you mean. We're trying to push higher, but also, like, we're kind of in a range. And I mean, we know how I feel about ranges, and it's a big old thumbs up. As I say that, PDD is like, LOL, Adara, I'm going to push up above that level, so that's fine. We're all good. We got out. It's fine. If we keep bouncing off 156, I'll go long. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. But we did push up above my area, so I had to say goodbye. Yeah, down on the day a little bit, but you know me. I am always bullish positivity. And I do not let those markets get me down, even though I feel like the market's goal sometimes is just be like max pain, but no, all good. This Tesla was really fun. I got out of this. I'm really happy with the trade. I got it. It went as planned. But yeah, shout out to, I think, Elon in the chat looking at this Tesla. I wasn't sure if we were going to break above that VWAP, but we did have that nice push here beautifully. For me, that next area of resistance is going to be that 178.50. That's kind of a random area, maybe. But I do like this chop and churn that we have here right off the open. Then we have that big move to the downside. So for me, if there is going to be some resistance coming up, I think beyond that 178 level, which I guess also, you know, makes sense as a level of potential resistance, being that it is the a whole dollar level, I think 178.50 is a little bit spicier for my taste. Just given, usually I don't like spice, but I do in the market. Just given what I'm seeing here on the chart itself. What else are people looking at here? I don't really have much to look at. I'm just looking for any opportunities. And now PDD is coming back down. I'm like. But it's all good. That's what the market does. All you can do is smile and make weird faces and keep on going. GME says, a go-go girl. I love that name. And let's take a look at GME. Gimme is what the ticker always
gets, as Neil says.
Well, gimme always gets if you're GME. I mean, GME's always giving you something. Oh, this is nice. Okay, GME, sorry for that weird voice. But I mean, look at this. Rounded bottom at that $20 area that Sean was talking about. Now, I don't know if GME is going to say 21, can you do something for me? Because that might take a little bit of a while. That was that previous area of support, though. So 21 could do something for GME right now, though. I think GME needs to see a VWAP bounce. I don't want to be all here like, oh, I want to play GME. But I mean, if we bounce off VWAP with that rounded bottom, I don't hate it. I don't dislike it. And I think I actually had this, was this the level I had written down on my knockoff off-brand sticky note? Was this? It was 2050. So basically, right now we're at 2040s. I don't want to commit, but if I see something I like, I do want to get involved. I also start looking at PDD. If we bounce off that 156, I will go long. Yeah, still happy I tried it, because you have to try things in order to see if they work out.
Yeah, Trisha Perkins saying BCG's making a move.
Oh,
so I
that
had
was earlier.
Yeah, so I had a look, and I mean, I gotta tell you, I see what you're saying, Tisha. It bounced off that 6 1/4, but just on like on my system, I'm not gonna trade this unless it's reclaiming the volume weighted average price and trading above it. Like, you know, if it's coming into it like this and then rejecting, I'm really hesitant to think that that's a reclaim. So keep your eye on it. I mean, it's definitely the #1 scanner on my chart there. 56% to the good, #1 on the list, having done 12 million shares. This one is a $108 million market cap with a 3.3 million share float. So definitely on the smaller side there for BCG, but it's not setting up in the way. It's got to get above that VWAP for me to trade it. Faraday's now below VWAP on MED or whatever this ONMD is also below it. RENB actually dipped below. This is a bit of a bamboozler and then reclaimed it right away. Got back into that $1.45. So interesting look there for these ones. OKLO, the one that we traded earlier, is actually sitting there literally at my level still, which is kind of crazy. It did peak up there that's 1045. So that's actually, oops. There we go. So OKLO is no longer tradable. Sorry, I had the chart moved back into the 10-30 period. It also broke down well below the volume weighted average price, trying to hang out at 750 or so. There is price action support earlier on OKLO from 10 o'clock at around 740, and it did find a bit of a bid there. So keep your eye out on that. That's what I'm doing at the moment. Otherwise, just waiting on this Microsoft trade. It keeps basically coming into the 50. The 50, that whole dollar area, 432, and then is dancing there. So I'm 13 pennies out of the money on Microsoft at the moment, but you know, as I did with my Apple trade, I'm trying to pack my patience with this trade, see if the setup is valid, because it hasn't shown me a reason to get out of it yet. Hasn't made any newer highs. It hasn't broken that technical area of resistance. So come what may. I mean, that's just the way that this is. And you know, if you don't like that statement and you don't like that mentality, then this trading is probably not for you, because you can't control what happens in these markets. No matter how hard you try, you're not going to control nothing. You don't have enough buying power to move the market, so you are an observer. You are not a mover, right? So you have to understand that and to basically accept your place in the market. You are not a mover. You are an observer. And that's the reality of things, Adara.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I think that's really important. Also, I think it's really important that I recognize I was wrong on PDD, so now I went the long on PDD. We came to 156, and at first I was like, oh my gosh, is the short really coming in? And then it was like, no, Darren, it's bouncing. And you said if you saw that 156 bounce, you would take it. So I did, and I'm trying to take it. I'm not involved yet. But yeah, as Yoda says, there's no try, there's only do, except if you're in the markets, in which case there's literally only try. But you have to execute, and I think that's where the do comes in, right? I want to take this meta short. I definitely am not going to get it. I am set here 470 80s. I was going to move down to 470 70s, Sagittarius, don't go chasing waterfalls. And then it's like, I think maybe chasing waterfalls would have been the vibe, so I don't know. It's all good. It is what it is.
I like that. I like that.
But if we bounce off, like, let's put it this way. I would have taken this short into VWAP, right? So there's no way I can take this. But if we bounce off VWAP, I'm going to take the long. I don't know. That's the answer. I literally do not know. So let's see what happens in PDD. I don't think I'm getting that area I want, but it's all good there. Happy I tried this short even if it didn't work out. Meta, I clearly had the right idea, but the wrong everything else, and that's often sometimes how it's going to be in these markets. Tesla, okay, Tesla. If we bounce off VWAP, I've had a decent read on Tesla today, save some of these first two shorts, but I feel like once I started seeing Tesla as a buy the dip long, that ended up being effective for me. So to me, I think there's a clear risk area here into 30s, but I want to see that VWAP bounce. I want to see what we do in 60s. Then I want to take this long. But right now it looks like Tesla's like laughing at my face at that whole concept. So we're gonna have to wait and see there. I think there could be something here in the water on T to the S to the L to the A. Nvidia refuses to dip, says Paul. I mean, yeah, it hasn't dipped for a while. Shout out to Sharif for that awesome NVDL trade. I attempted an NVDL trade, and I think clearly I did not risk enough. We got out bottom wick, and I had to yeet. And then I saw Sharif kill it on that NVDL trade seconds later. So shout out to you. But yeah, right now, I do think that Tesla look is great. I don't think I'm getting PDD, so I'm going to have to pivot to something else.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, we came down into the 80s here on Softy. I think we printed 83s. I was in the money for like a whole 2 seconds, and then right back into the mid-high 90s we go. We're still below that 50 period on the 5, and that's kind of what I'm basing it off, because it's shown its propensity to reject off that level earlier on at 1035 and then 1040, and then it's been dancing below it. So I'm really trying to exercise patience here, which is not a forte of mine with these mega cappers. Especially if you get it off a level, you expect immediate reaction. Maybe unrealistic expectations on my part, right? But waiting at 75 is essentially waiting for a touch at the volume weighted average price to get my first beak wetter there. But it's just like, it's really holding up at those levels. So the range that was present on Microsoft earlier, you can see from around 11 till around 12, that's really tightened up. It's almost by half now. So yeah, so just basically packing my patience there. All right, what else is going on here? Meta was obviously very strong earlier off that double bottom off 466, 465-ish, makes its way all the way back up into that pre-market low at 472 and 2/3, but it is coming right back down now into that 470 area. So it's looking possibly to bounce off the $10 level. It didn't even make it down into VWAP, even though it had been featuring with VWAP earlier. You got a nice rejection there, 1035, 1040. So I was looking maybe 469 and a half, 2/3, but it's not, well, at least not yet, not making its way down there yet. Right now, it's still at 470 and a half, trying to hold above that $10 level is META. So good look for Meta today. What else have we got going on? The dead one being as dead as it can, very bear pennant-ish. I mean, look at this, kind of not even. It's not even a pennant. Pennant usually means compression, and this one is not compressing. It's got a bit of a flat top at 189.50, 189.60, but we are getting this incrementally higher low, higher low, higher low, with the last, I would say, maybe 20 minutes or so being awfully consolidated with no discernible trend. So AAPL putting in those higher lows. Look for a possible curl back up. You could get rejections off a number of areas. There's that 190, $10 level, which could pose a problem. Or if you really get gangster, you can come all the way up into that 191 HOD. And the closing print from yesterday is 190.89. So there's a whole host of things here that could happen on AAPL, especially with these higher lows. And I want to say that higher low kind of thing, compression, is not just for Apple. It's also for the soft one, even though I'm in the opposite side of that trade right now on Microsoft. Look at these higher lows that are coming in with a general area flat top. You could make the argument 432 or thereabouts. You could use the 50, you could use the price action level. So this could result in some good moves to the high side here. Hopefully, I'll be at a softy before that happens, if it happens on Microsoft today.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla here, I risked into 30s because that was an area I really liked. And you might be like, Adara, that was kind of ambitious. Sure. But we have that 30 bounce. I don't know, I might have read this wrong. Basically, the reason I'm involved in this Tesla log and Apple short is because I've noticed these two have been moving opposite of one another. And I noticed that because I was involved in both, and I was long both, and I'd be super happy in 1 minute for one and super sad in 1 minute about the other. So noticing they moved opposite, I said, Adara, play them against each other. Keep doing that. Make them like fight. Be like a reality show producer. Be like, oh, that person said that thing about your hair. And it was like, what? So, I want to play them off each other if that's something I can do. Couple pennies in the money on Apple, couple pennies out of the money on Tesla. But Tesla, if we keep bouncing, I don't want to add to this position right now. I'm happy with the amount of shares I have. I want to keep seeing these like 30, 40 bounces. Why do I like that 30 level? To me, it just keeps kind of lining up. So I want to see what we do here. Tesla, I have less confidence in than Apple. I totally agree with what Sharif had to say here about Apple, the fact that we did have that kind of roundy top with a higher low. So there's a lot of contradictory signals. But I like that roundy top. I like that we're mostly below VWAP. And I love that we popped into 189.60 and then ran away like a scared kid. I love that. I said if we break above 189.60 with
Decisively?
Decisively, sorry.
I got you.
My brain is like off today. But if we broke above it decisively with the viciousness there, then I was going to get out. And then Apple did not. PDD has me a little bit peeved, DD, because I wanted, I have no qualms. I have no problem recognizing the short idea was wrong. But then I went in the long, and PDD was like, sucker, you should have been right the first time. Like, okay. Usually in this desk, we call stocks punks, not the other way around. But I guess PDD is trying to be something else. But no, it's all good. Tesla curling back up to right where I want it. I want to see our break above VWAP. That would make me even happier. And then Apple, again, I don't know why Apple and Tesla are moving opposite each other, but it doesn't really matter why they are, only that they are, and that I try to use that, hopefully, to my advantage.
All right. Yes. I want your advantage to absolutely come to fruition.
I want Microsoft to be nice to you.
It's being a little bit better. We just wet our beak on some profits right now at the soft one at the $0.75. We're short 92s. And there it is, baby. Drop, Microsoft, drop, you punk. Let's go all the way down, soft one. Let's go into the 50s. And there we're going to cover here, baby. Happy with this trade, man. That's 3 outs on the soft one. I had to really wait for that. That annoyed me a little bit, I'm not going to lie. But that's the one there. Pleased with this one. I had to fight with Microsoft on this one, and now we are back in Microsoft's good books. So the soft one did dump off that 50 period, so technicals, at least in my estimation, do work. And here we go. This was the precipice for looking at the 50. Remember we talked about this. Don't use a moving average if it's not featuring on the day or not featuring on the time frame on which you're trading. Look for something that is. So I saw here that there was respect for the 50, and I got confirmation that 50 was respected over here because it didn't print 1 penny above the 50 over here. Now, I didn't get the parabolic down move that we wanted. We got a 50 print, and we were short 92, so that's a decent move. But I also want to point out that it's still putting in higher lows. So even though we did get that dump off the 50, it's been 1, 2, 3, and if this holds up, 4 higher lows in a row with the 50 acting as that key level of resistance on the soft one. So these move off that 50 period rejection on softy. Apple also on the way down. Look at this. Yeah, so this is interesting here on Apple. So I gotta tell you, there is an interesting double bottom over here from 1130 to 1135 at that 185.05, 185.10, whatever, okay, in and around that area. So let's see if we can make that newer low. I'll be looking for that because we just finished yapping about the higher lows on the soft one. Well, why wouldn't the higher low be important on Apple as well, seeing that the pattern is very similar on Microsoft and on Apple on the day. But Apple looks a bit more bearish, I got to tell you the truth here, because it's coming down, not notionally as much, but chart pattern-wise, looks a bit more aggressive on the descent here. AAPL, decent look for the short today, definitely. Yeah, so that's a look there. Goggles as well has been featuring with the 50, and I don't even think this is the 50. I think this is the trade that I paper-handed, this closing print trade yesterday. So this is the 176.42 is the closing print from 4 p.m. yesterday. It also happens to be 1 penny away from pivots, from the green line, which is the dotted green line, not the solid one, the dotted one right here. So it's nice when there is a confluence between the two, right? So that's why I got short goggles at that area, but I didn't hold it for nearly enough because that was a nice move down. Now we're almost at the buck territory off that drop. But yeah, softy continuing to head down here. Look at this. Now it's breaking the $0.50 level. Keep your eye out for this double bottom defend. It's the same look on Apple. I want to see if we make a newer low or if we maintain that higher low, higher low, higher low pattern for a possible compression break later on in the day, maybe when the big kahunas come on and the volume starts picking up again, Adair. So we'll see exactly what we get on both these names. Let's see what else is moving. Okay, some topping tail candles here coming in on Nvidia, but it's still featuring nicely here with the 10 on the 5. If it doesn't hold up on the 10, you can see the yellow line there has been the line in the sand. That yellow line is the 20. So it's been a take your pick. Can you catch a 10 retracement? If you can't, Pack your patience for a 20 retracement. Again, that level that Adara pointed out, that 1047 level, has been featuring over and over and over today, both as key areas of support and resistance for whatever reason. Kind of bizarre that a 47 level would feature in such a way, because it's not like a whole dollar level or anything like that, $10 level. So keeping an eye on that. Okay, last but not least, before I send it back to Adara, the Zon went back into Greensville today when it got into at 184 and a third. Look where it's at right now. It's about to touch yesterday's closing print, 183.12. It didn't even respect VWAP. There was no respect. It's coming into that level, 183.12, 183. Let's see if it will respect yesterday's closing print and maybe curl a little bit off here. Right now, I can tell you on a strict basis, it's not, because it just printed below it, but it got quite a bit of a bid once it did. So we'll watch Amazon at these levels, trying to go red. It went red briefly, now up 0.02%.
Yeah, I mean, lots of stuff happening on the stocks. I'm looking at PDD, trying to be a short again at 156. I don't want to rush into that because that is maybe we can name of the day. The first short didn't go well. La-di-da-di-da. But I mean, now to me, this short really looks at, you know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm getting involved. I'm going to stop weirdly talking to myself. I want PDD 156.05s. I'm going to basically use the same parameters as I used before. If we get above that 30s area, which was a really interesting area, I'm going to be getting out. Now, I did flip from long to short in Tesla. Why, you may ask? Maybe you didn't. But if you did, or even if you didn't, initially got long because I liked what we were doing here. I thought we were going to push above. That held decently for half a second. And then I got out of the long and I realized, hey, we're curling down. I want to get short. And it looks like right now, the short is the place to be. So let's see. I want to see us break above, or I don't want to see us break above. I'm in a short. I want to see us break below that 177 decisively, in which case I will get in. This whole market is crashing a little bit here. So let's take a look here at the Qs. Ooh, okay, fall into the downside a little bit. We are for sure. Also, I want to point something out here, as it's interesting. Like some of these names are falling harder than the others. Apple, but yeah, I also want to, with regards to I got out of Apple way too early. I got out of 33s, but I'm happy with it. That was a previous area of resistance, so I had to get out where I had to get out. I also want to shout out Big Rob in the chat for saying the Qs and the SPY are interesting like plays to play against each other, because sometimes you'll see them kind of gearing out opposite ways. One is always stronger than the other. That's an interesting point. Big Rob, let's take a look and see what the, yeah, I see what you, let me see in the SPY here to get a sense. Yeah, I definitely see what you mean today. They're actually kind of moving a little bit similarly, but one's up in the day more than the other. It's something I want to like get a bit of a better sense of that relationship for sure, but thank you for pointing that out. I need to see what's going on here in these markets because we don't have that TIPS 10-year note auction that 10-year TIPS auction coming in here for a few more minutes. That's going to be coming in at 1 p.m. I will definitely want to be out of Tesla before that. I think I got that 177 bounce, so I'm going to have to be getting out at 177s. I had a smaller position on this because I did lose a little bit on that previous trade. PDD dropped, then came back up, so I want to be cognizant of the fact that I did cancel that order because I think maybe this, yeah, I think I still feel good about the short. I'm still going to take the short. I need to trust my ideas more, and I think that's the biggest issue is I just have very little faith in my ideas, and I definitely need to get better at that. So right now we're going to try taking this short, and the second I get in, PDD is like, yeah, maybe you want to rethink that. So I'm like, okay, it's all good. It's all good. We can flip if we need to. Involved in Tesla. Let's see what else is happening here. SPY puts make my day, says Eclectic Passions. Yeah, I think they totally makes sense. That was a great move earlier. So shout out to you spying those puts there on, spying that downward move there on the SPY. Yeah, right now, what level did I have written down on the SPY for myself? That 531.50. I should have really been watching because that 531.40, that was a bit of a double top that I totally missed out on that I could have had while I was here in the midday. So, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda though. Just something you have to keep an eye out for next time. Be more on the ball. Be more on the game. Oh, Big Rob. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Relative to the pre-market futures level. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I'm going to have to watch better for the SPY and the Qs. But right now, the market's taking a little bit of a bath. And Tesla on that roadster 0 to 100 near my profit-taking level. We will let you guys know when we get that TIPS auction coming in just a few minutes now, coming in at 1 p.m.
Go, Adara, go. Hope you print a lot on that Tesla trade.
Thank you.
I would have done well if I had held this Microsoft trade. Look at this. Look at all the way down. It dropped $1 from where I got out. What a move down for Softy, holding up at 430 and 3/4. It didn't even make its way down into the closing print from yesterday, which is around the $0.50. This was the holdup earlier at the 2/3 of a dollar. Prior to that, had broken the $0.50. I'm talking about this area over here. You can see drops below the $0.50 there. But yeah, Softy has been absolutely featuring with the 50, and there is no longer the higher low pattern on said Softy or Microsoft, or excuse me, Apple, I'll get it together, at these levels. So we were talking about these higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, with a possible compression top through the 50 on both of them. Both of those patterns have now broke, and they both made newer lows to break through. While in Softy's case, it was at 431 1/5. In Apple's case, it was at 189 1/4. And so both of those, wow, we broke 189 on Apple. So a lot of weakness coming in here on the dead one. To the downside, obviously. We'll see if it can curl right back up or not. Now, Apple is down over 1% on the day, second only to Tesla in Mag 7 world for weakest. So even though Tesla's chart looks a lot better than Apple's at the moment, it is down more on the day. So these are the Mag 7 names. Let's flip back to some small cap gappers and see what we can get from these ones. Anything afoot on these ones? RENB still above VWAP. Everything else, though, has been kind of untradeable. Even today, Luis, when he came on, you know, he wasn't really excited about what he saw in small cap world, right? He saw ONMD, and that was the one that he was really excited about. And then Brendo showed him CYTO, and that one tanked as Brendo was talking about it. So that one hasn't held up, I believe. Is it CYTO? Yeah, it is CYTO. Did you say yup, Ram? The Ram knows tickers
That
now.
was CYTO.
It was CYTO. I'm not crazy, right?
Go
Yeah.
Ram.
So as Brendo was telling him about it, it went right back down. But as you can see, it continued. So it did make that 247 touch after Brendo mentioned it. But yeah, giving up the ghost now, coming back into the 200 period on the 5. You know, there hasn't been a lot of follow through today in small cap world, but there's been plenty of follow through to the south side, the negatory side on said Mag 7 names. That's unless your name, your ticker starts with an N and ends with an A, because this one has been absolutely making higher highs and higher lows despite these bamboozling candles. The pattern has held up. The deeper retracements into the 20 on the 5, the more shallow retracements into the 10 on the 5. Nvidia has been incrementally higher highs and higher lows all day long.
Yeah, so that took me a second there.
All good.
But yeah, PDD. I don't know what you're PD doing. I don't know what I'm PD doing in this. I took a smaller position the second time because I still did like the short, especially when it came back in. I think it could be a long because we kind of had that move down in the market and then we recovered decently. But as long as we keep rejecting that 156.30 area, I'll stay in this. I'd rather not add. If I keep seeing stuff I really like, I may, but I would really rather not. Tesla, please just punch. Did they get out early? Sure, maybe. Am I happy with the trade? Yes, I am. So why did I get out where I did? Tesla was, okay, and as I talk, Tesla's like, Dara, you're gonna talk about how I didn't break down and now I am. No, but basically what was happening was Tesla was not breaking down with the viciousness that the other names were breaking down. Because I scalp, what I'm looking for a lot is going to be like how, not just the direction of the move, but how we move, right? And so with Tesla, I noticed we have a big breakdown in the Apple, big breakdown in the futures, and Tesla's like, so I was like, okay. And see, like just like that, we come back above that 177, right? So I go to 177.10s. Please just punch. Took about 25 pennies. Could have done better, but it could have done worse as well. And I think sometimes you have to address that. Kyle Burdette's big Kyle Burdette, $10 super chat. Adira, you called someone else big? Right in my heart. Spy and Zon, dump it. To be fair, Big Rob's name in the chat is Big Rob. To be fair. So I do want to put that out there.
Big Kyle is trying to like take over like all, and nobody is allowed to be called Big except Big Kyle. Big Kyle, I think, you know, you want that moniker. That's going to cost you some money. I'm just joking.
No,
Big Kyle is the #1 donator, by the way.
Oh yeah, he's killing it. Shout out so much. Thank you very much to Big Kyle Burdette. And that's a big SPY short, or sorry, Amazon short. And I love that level here. Look at that 184.10 area. We had that top and turn, came down, then rejected beautifully. So shout out. Sharif is having a moment with Microsoft. So hopefully, you know, they don't have to contentious of a relationship. There's not too much, not too contemptuous there. But look at, this is another area where it's like that double top on the SPY was great here for 531.20s. I had 531.50s written on my notes, so I should have really had that up in my side chart. But great look there. Shout out to you, big Breter, and your big trades. I'm still looking at PDD. I have no thoughts.
I like it. I will take up all challengers at the next meetup for the big title. Shout out to Big Kyle, man. Always keeping things light and with the humor. Shout out to you, my man. I get all the, man, this guy sends me thorough analysis now. Oh, yeah. And technicals and everything. Big Kyle Breter doing things there. Guys, everything's headed down here except Nvidia. Everything. Tesla included in this month, and Tesla's been the strongest lately, midday there, as it got a nice bounce right at 11 there, Ram. It started moving up and broke VWAP, but it is also featured with the 50 today, coming into the 50 on the 5, and down it goes at that 178 level, broke through 177 right now, trying to hold up above support level 2. What are you guys looking at? Throw some tickers there in the chat. I don't mind looking at those at the moment. What do we got here? Ponzi, big Ponzi. Oh, Pons wants all the smoke. It looks like, Kyle. So you might wanna see what he's up to there. Mara. All right, let's have a look at MARA. Is BP? Oh, thank you, Ram. Forgot about that. I do appreciate it. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, Mara recovering a little bit here. It's had a tough day, but look at that hold up at 20 on MARA. I mean, you did get wicks below into 1995, but that's a good hold here for Mara. And hey, guys, I'm not saying Mara is going to break up or anything. You guys know that I got rinsed a little bit on Mara for about a dollar loss there. I bought it at the 30s, but look at this upward channel. Okay? Ever since making those lower highs and lower lows, now we are in upward channelsville over here. So this has been holding up too. This has been, how long have we been in this channel? Yeah, since the middle part of April. So respecting that level, incrementally making higher highs and higher lows, we'll see exactly what we get. But I want to remind you guys that we have a brand new segment. And if I can here, go to Google Docs. I can show you exactly how to involve yourself in it, right? So between 2 p.m. to 2:20, we're not going to do the big desk with Brendo and I and then throw it over to the big kahunas. What we're going to do is we're going to give you your say as to what you want spoken about. So here it is. All you got to do is type in the chat, exclamation point, the word join, and then space, $, and put in the ticker that you want. It could be BCG, Tisha Perkins. It could be IPW. It could even be GME, Patty AP. I see you there. You want us to talk about GME. Young Staffa wants us to talk about AMC. So have your say, my man. Go ahead and put that in the chat. I see Oli. Oli wants us to talk about NVDL. Go ahead, type in exclamation point, join, $, NVDL, and we'll have a look at that. So every day, guys, between 2 to 2:20, we're going to talk about the tickers that you want. You'll be able to vote every day between 1 and 1:50. So in exactly 1 minute, you'll be able to vote. So sorry for all those people I told to vote. Don't vote yet. Wait till that clock hits 1 o'clock and then go ahead and have your say. We'll be reminding you between now and 1:50 Adara about said new segment.
Yeah, also something happening in 1 minute is the bond.
Ooh.
It's actually not the bond. It's the 10-year TIPS high yield.
Okay.
And we'll have to see if this tips PDD further to the downside, because I don't want to get out of this trade, but man, would I like PDD to do something. That's what I have to say. Also, T-Money trying to kind of be a little salty here with you, saying it could be ticker Man City. So that seems like a little bit of a
just throwing shade my way
there.
like that.
Yeah, he's got pep in his step, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see once you guys deal with the 154 pending FA charges for overspending. No, I'm being a hater. Look, hey, chapeau to you guys. You guys did really well. And we'll see you next year on the pitch. We beat you guys once this year, and we tied you once. So maybe we'll take the title from you next year. Hopefully, we'll spend a little bit of money too. So
yeah.
We spent a little bit of money too last summer. We should have done a little bit better, but that's neither here nor there. All right, guys, some decent levels coming in here. META Ever since, that big move up into 473, it's been on the downward trend. But here it is. This is the closing print yesterday on Meta. So let's see if this factors in. It didn't factor in here. It didn't hold up here, didn't hold up here or here. So I'm less inclined to say that this 467.75 is going to be a level. But look, 3 candles now bouncing off a random level. So chart these. You never know when they'll feature. Have the moving averages up there. You'll never know when they'll feature. So META finding a bit of a bid now. Let's see if it can make a 5-minute candle to make a new high above this 468.5. If it can, then we can curl up maybe into 469.5, which is where VWAP is hanging out. Here it comes. We're about to break that $0.50. 468.40s now on META. Let's see if we can get a print above the $0.50 on a closing basis. I'll definitely trade Meta. I like Meta. I like Zucksters. Oh, my friend is hilarious. So he got the Meta glasses. I returned mine. I don't have them anymore. He has them, and I want to show a video of this guy. Absolutely stunning. You know what he did? He's in a hotel in London, so he's trying to show up that he's in a hotel. So then he's taking his phone and recording the hotel with his phone. All the while, Adara, he's got the Meta glasses on, recording himself, recording with the phone. I'm like, bro, you're doing too much.
That's meta.
You're doing too much.
That is literally meta.
Right?
To be recording at the same time. Also, I'm still not seeing those auction numbers in yet. That's too funny, though. That is next.
Right?
He's a little extra.
He is. He's an extra dude. He's an extra dude. He's a good dude, though. I like him.
Yeah.
Any updates on your side of things, or
waiting for the auction, waiting for PDD to PD do anything.
Oh, okay.
But also, we got the auction. Okay.
Okay.
Slightly higher than expected here. 2.184% versus 1.932% previous here for the high yield auction. Markets, let's see what the Qs are doing here. Also, you did not get did you hear my pep pun? I said, oh, maybe he has some pep in his step with the Man City.
I was trying to, you know what I mean? I was trying to make my next point, so I missed that one. But that's a good one, of course.
I was proud of it. But yeah, T. Grizzly says he's also a Chelsea fan, but he didn't want to see London red, so he wanted to clarify his Man City.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, there was an Arsenal. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying the Qs are not really doing too much.
Okay, yeah.
So what happened with Arsenal?
Apparently, there was an Arsenal fan walking in the wrong neighborhood and it went viral. So Arsenal wears red, Chelsea wears blue, obviously. And they're not even the same neighborhoods. One's West London, the other one's North London. So I don't know how he was walking in the wrong neighborhood, but he was walking in an Arsenal shirt after City won the title. So this guy was just getting trolled by like 100 Chelsea fans. And the police had to intervene. They had to protect the man. Yeah.
This is serious.
Oh, yeah. You can't sit together. Okay, story time. So a buddy of mine, when I was in law school in England, we went from Leicester to Birmingham, where Aston Villa plays. He wanted to watch Villa play away to United. He's a United fan, so United was visiting Villa in Birmingham. So we went to buy tickets. We couldn't buy tickets with the away supporters because there's just only so much, there's a finite amount, there's a lot less. So we had to buy tickets with the home supporters, but we couldn't cheer at all, nor could you even let on that you were a United fan.
Really?
They would beat you to a pulp. Afterwards, yeah, the police has to escort the away fans, so make sure that they get on the bus to protect them from the home fans. Man, it's serious over there. Yeah,
I have no words.
It's not the same
really.
thing over here.
I am.
Shout out to Lester.
Wow.
Neil Roberts. Oh, yeah? Neil's family. Oh, cool, man. Shout out, man. All right, what do you got?
I wish I had something other than staring at this one trade that's giving me nothing. But Tesla might be giving, actually, no, it's not. Okay, I do like this level. I thought we were higher than we were. I like that 176.60 earlier. I took a nice little long off that. If we bounce here, that's a level I'm going to like. And as I talk, Tesla's like, what do you mean if we bounce? I just dumped 10 pennies. I'm like, okay, Tesla. But I don't really want to take one long while I'm still short a name. I do still like the PDD short. But I've noticed this bizarre little baby bottom we've had here at, I could have worded that better, at 155.80. So I really want to see, I didn't want to get out there though, because I thought we could break lower. And I have no reason to leave yet. I'm flat in this position, but I would like us to continue to crank to the downside, because I do, I just want to see a little bit of a move on there. Yeah, the tips. Thank you, Kyle. But I'll read the tips again because I think I read it earlier too. But we did get bid to cover 2.77 versus 2.730 previous. 10-year high yield 2.184% versus 1.932% previous. So that came in lower than expected. Are the markets reacting to this yet? No, I mean, we're kind of trying to pop up a little bit, but nothing too wild here. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. That Tesla, though, literally wish I had noticed that before I said it, because now Tesla's up 30 pennies. If we reject at 177, that could be a level. My levels for Tesla are 170. 660, 177, 177.30. So if either of those levels hit, I think we're about to get that 176 90s. Then that's something I definitely want to be a part of.
All right. TIPS says Big Kyle Burdett. Let's have a look at.
Oh, that's the auction.
Oh, that's okay. That's TIPS auction. Okay, thank you. I thought that was a ticker. I mean, I don't know. I looked over to Sean right now. I'm like, what's the look, Katina? He's like, look, man, I flipped short. I'm looking short everything right now. So, you know, who can disagree with that? Look at that. Everything really is pointing to the downside here. I'm trying to look for technical levels off which to either get a pop, into like looking for a pop to short it, or looking for a dip trade off a key technical level to go long. I'm not seeing anything on any of these. We're extended away from the 10 on Meta. We're well extended from the 10 on Softy, everything. We're extended away from everything on all these ones. So I don't have a trade. And Nvidia, we're at high day. We just printed $1,054.98, essentially, you know, $1,055, and we're there right now. So punching in here will be punching it at high day. I'm trying to look for something here for Meta at this 467.75. The reason being Meta, I feel, was still the strongest name on the day. The lower highs are still in play on Meta. They're not in play on any of these other ones. So if we get a curl up here, I could be persuaded to get something on Meta, but it keeps printing lower and lower and lower. How many red candles is that in a row on Meta, man? Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 on the 5-minute. So there you go. Very weak market, really breaking down now, despite the fact that we broke 19,000 in the pre-market. That didn't foreshadow anything to the long side, because it's been really a sell kind of day. That's unless you're Nvidia, obviously. Benton C, who's an Arsenal fan, by the way, wants me to tell you that there's a good movie about hooliganism, and it's called, hold on, he just tagged me there. I had it 1 second ago. I missed it. Benton, yes, it's called Green Street Hooligans, and it's about hooliganism in the 80s. They took people's passports away, Adara, in the 80s because they'd go to France, Germany, Spain, wherever, and make England look really bad every time an English team was to play like one of these European teams. They're like, you're not traveling anymore, bro. You're making us look really bad.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I need to check that out.
They took people's passports away.
That's wild. I know John Oliver has talked a little bit about like the rambunctiousness of British sports fans. So yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that, check that out and watch that. The Green Street Hooligans. Thank you, Benton. You know what's your only Green Street stock right now is going to be that NVDA. It's funny that you said get only stock positive if you start with an N and end with an A. I'm sure there's some stocks that start with N and end with A that are negative. They're like, Sharif, why'd you say that? I wish I was positive too, but no, I'm joking. Great look for Nvidia. Higher high, higher low, classic dip buy story. I don't have any read on this right now, so I've been avoiding it, but I am pleased to punch with my two shorts. One of them is on Tesla. Took it off a level I really like, that 177.90. I don't like how well we're holding this 176.85, but I have no reason to leave yet, so I'm going to stay in. I just don't want it to be a situation like what I did with Google, where the long setup looked good, or the short setup looked good, and then it pivoted on me, it flipped. I want to see what we do at 20s. PDD, do you want to finally break below 155.80s?
Yeah, it might be time.
I got to talk to you, sir. We got to have a conversation, PDD. I would like to see a breakdown, okay? Like, you know, we've been going back and forth. You've been making me think you were long. You made me think you were short. Like, I just want you to be straight with me, and I want you to be straight to the downside. So now that I've been done reprimanding you, Tesla coming back to that 85 level, I do want to see a break below 85s to feel more confident in this trade, but I have no reason to get out now. Apple. Okay, Apple, I don't have a read on Apple right now. I only had a read when I was kind of playing these ranges earlier, but I want to see, yes, I got out of that short a little early, but I want to see what we do here. Sharif was right that 188.60s area is a nice look. I totally agree with what you had to say about that bounce. And if you want to join in all the action, what you have to do is go exclamation point join. And then space.
I got it.
Yeah, okay, Sharif's going to show you so I don't have to, try to awkwardly explain it. But yeah, so, because we do want to have some audience participation in these parts. So that's what you do. Don't put Tesla if you don't want to look at Tesla, like whatever ticker you want to look at. I don't think BNAD's running anymore, but BNAD, for example, GME, whatever ticker, you guys know what tickers are. Whatever ticker you like, you guys know what tickers are, quote of the day. But whatever you want to look at, like put that ticker there with that dollar sign in that chat. And then when I say we, I mean Sharif and the Big Kahunas, will look at and discuss all of your favorite Trenda tickers. I just have to shout out Trenda. She's our trading turtle. She's our little pal here on the How to Trade. Shout out to Ramin. But yeah, so that's the look on that. Also, I cannot believe it is basically time for the lesson of the day.
Wow.
So I'm going to extricate myself from Tesla, I think, a little bit here.
You want me to take over for a little bit?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Absolutely.
And we'll get that
Absolutely. All right, let's have a look at, so, I mean, really, there's really not much happening to the long side at these levels. Everything really printing towards the lower side. And I've been looking for some other stuff to, talk about here. I don't want to keep just mentioning the Mag 7 over and over and over, but yeah, they're ones that are moving at the moment. You see that the Fuge came back down into that low 18 area again, 18,802, technically the low of the day. And that is quite a bit off the highs that we put in the pre-market. I believe we did get above 19,000. Yeah, we got to 19,000 and a quarter almost in the pre. So Big Kyle was mentioning a really good point earlier in the chat, and it's something that Adara and I, as well as the Big Kahunas, have commented on in the past. There is this propensity to, retrace if you break a key level in the pre-market. There was this one time, I think we saw Nvidia break above 600 or 700. It took that level in the pre and then essentially sold off for the next couple of days. It didn't do that the next time, though, at that next technical level. I remember 700, it reclaimed it and it continued to go. But the point is to say, if you get a taking of a key technical resistance level, like maybe a 19,000 in the pre, it's maybe foreshadowing something. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's something just to be aware of, right? You don't have to base everything off it. Just have it in the back of your mind. There, key technical levels that get taken on lighter volume in the pre-market sometimes don't hold.
Yeah, and that was I think it was Nvidia 600, because remember you said, Adara, look. And I was like,
was.
And then, yeah, it was a really good level.
It was 600, not 700, right?
It was 600,
okay,
yeah. Because then I remember after that, we had the 666 ridiculousness, where on that day that 666 was the high of day one for Nvidia. That was the same day that Meta had its crazy run. This is a weird eidetic memory coming back. That was the same day that Meta had that run up into 480. And I remember because I shorted Meta 480, and I thought it was a crazy decision, but it ended up working out. Yeah, sorry, weird trips down literal memory lane there. Honestly. But now, I'm proud of both those trades. I want to talk about them after, but right now, you know what I want to talk about? One of my favorite things to ever talk about, scalping. But today we're going to talk about scalping with the measured move. Also, for Altaz saying devil in the details, which I just had to laugh at that 666, so shout out to you. But also shout out to scalping with measured moves. So we've been talking about measured moves all weekend. We're going to talk about them now in tandem with scalping, because scalping is when you make these little teeny tiny profits from frequent trades. Measured moves, when used strategically, can become your secret weapon for intraday trading or intraday scalping. And here's how you can kind of combine these two awesome concepts. Measured moves, to quickly recap though, imagine you've got this stock and it surges $2 intraday. A measured move is often based on historical price retracements. It'll estimate potential future support resistance levels. So in this case, if you've got your $2 move, a 50% retracement suggests a dip to 150 before potentially resuming that uptrend and catapulting right back to the upside. But let's talk about scalping with measured moves, because that's of course something to talk about here as well. Step 1. Identify a strong trend, because scalping is going to be working best in trending markets. I scalp in ranges too, but it really, depends, of course, on whatever is your cup of soup. And with scalping, identifying the strong trend, you need that because you want to have those opportunities to get in and out with a lot of liquidity, and you can use technical indicators or price action analysis to confirm an uptrend or a downtrend. Then you want to spot the initial price move. So you want to see significant price move within the trend, for example, a sharp jump in the uptrend. And then what you want to do? Calculate your measured move. So apply a retracement level, for example, 50%, to estimate a potential support and resistance zone. Then you want to have your precise entry and exit plan. In an upward trend, what you want to do, for example, is enter a long position near the calculated retracement level, for example, 150 in our previous example, as the price dips. Exit shortly after the price bounces and show signs of resuming the uptrend, for example, a small breakout above the retracement level. Then in a downtrend, what you might want to do here is enter a short position near the retracement level. Again, this 150 example from earlier. As the price rises, then exit quickly after the price confirms the downtrend by breaking below the retracement level. Here's some things to consider, a lot of key considerations for scalping success. You know what your friend's going to be? Volatility. Measured moves are going to work best in volatile markets with frequent price swings because they offer more opportunities for you to get in and out. And if you have more volatility, if you have more players involved, the more you're able to get in and out like a little scalping ninja with these measured moves. You know what else is your friend? Tighter stops. Because scalping profits are often smaller, so what you want to do is use these strict stop loss orders, play slightly below the entry point for longs to limit losses on unexpected price rises, and slightly above for shorts to limit loss on price drops. One thing I wanted to say here as well, just as someone who might have a little bit of a passion for scalping, just a skosh, what I like to do is make sure that you really set your stop and profit takers right after you enter the trade, because if you don't, you might not get what you want. And you know, you can't always get what you want, to quote the song, but you can have a better chance if you set those entries right away to make sure you can maybe get your opportunities.
Bang.
Also talk about managing risk, which we always do here on How to Trade. Scalping does involve frequent trades, getting in and out without viciousness, so risking a significant amount per trade can quickly drain your capital, and that's something we're always learning here as well. So what you want to do is maintain good risk management practices by making sure you're cognizant of how much am I risking. If I had a bit of a doozy earlier, do I want to take that many shares when I go back in the same idea? Maybe not, right? It's about learning, it's about growing, and it's about making sure that your risk management is appropriate and that it vibes and that it can hang with the levels you like. So here's some other tips, though, to take your scalping even further, which I'm always excited about. Well, maybe you want to combine your measured moves with your price action. So look for confirmation signals, candlestick patterns, for example, at the retracement levels to increase confidence in your entry points. Because you can't always get confidence because we're not all Sean Katina. But what you can get is confidence, and if you have conviction, great things can happen. You also want to use market orders maybe to get a little bit of a faster entry. To make sure that you can enter into this fast-moving scalping opportunity ASAP Rocky. But what you want to do as well is be aware of potential price slippage. I will often just do limit orders and then just wait for it to hit. So it really does depend on what type of trader you are and what you're feeling. Practicing as well. Practice, practice, practice. Demo trade for using scalping with measured moves to refine your strategy and gain confidence before risking real capital. That was what I did in the sim, and that's how I realized I was more comfortable scalping these mega cap names. And so then when I tried to do that in the live, it was like, okay, you practice this. This is what you're comfortable doing, right? You want to make sure practice does make perfect. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. And if you see a level that's continuing to prove itself, don't be afraid to scalp in and out while using appropriate risk management. By mastering the art of scalping with measured moves, you'll be well equipped to capitalize on short-term price movements within that intraday trading arena. Also, I want to quickly look at this super chat. Thank you so much to Jose Mercado. $20 super chat. Bought 20 shares of new IPO. Bow. Hope to 200. Ha 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 ha. Can you look at it? Thanks for the show.
Absolutely. Here it is, guys. BOW. Brand new IPO. As you can see here, opened up at exactly $23, and that is still the HOD on the day. And it's been kind of dancing. It's 44 pennies below that HOD right now, trading at $22.56. Do I have the volume on this? Yeah, so we've done 1.5 million shares. We opened up at exactly 12.47. This is the 1-minute chart on BOW. Again, you're not going to be able to use a whole lot of technicals on this. There just isn't enough data on this to be able to make an assume or some sort of assessment. But here we go. We have definable levels so far to the high side and the downside. 23 to the high side, 22.14 to the downside. Let's put in BOW over here so we can keep eyes on it. There it is. There's the live action over here at trading at 22.5. I'd look for a break of either side and then look to get long or short on the break of those technical levels. I mean, I got to tell you the truth. I'm not really good at trading these IPOs. I've never really done it a lot, and I try to stay away from it. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't have anything to base my trades off. I guess maybe that's why I shy away. But anyway, 23 to the high side, 22.14. I have no idea what this company is, but they're called Bowhead Specialty Holdings. Again, I lack details on them because of the newness of the company. Let's see if Trade Ideas has anything that we can use here. BOW, Bowhead Specialty. Yeah, they're lacking in data as well. Market cap, not small. It's a $500 million, $542 million market cap. Obviously, we don't know the flow. We don't know the short float. Obviously, that goes without saying. It's been trading for 10 minutes. Longer, obviously. Here we go. Just broke through VWAP. into that 22.90 area. Keep your eye out for a 23 break. If we take out 23, we could use it as support. I guess maybe that's why I'm looking for a 23 touch. Let's have a look at the book on this. Let's load it up on a trading screen here and see what BOW, and it trades on NYSE, by the way, guys. So this is on the New York. Look, wow, Meta's really coming down. All right, here, BOW. Let's look at the New York book. It's quite spready, guys. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, yes. The Katina man is short. He is looking short. He has been looking short. He's short. The TQ's at 65.20. So essentially short from, I'll show you guys. Where's my TQs? There it is. Shut out to the Katina man. Gets the top end of that trough. Topping tail candle into 25. Then the Katina punches short. That's well in the money there as it dips into 64.80. Shout out to him, man. Good vibes, Katina there. So keep your eye out. I already put my alert on this chart for a 23 break. If we get 23 break to the high side, then I could possibly use it as support. But I was saying real quick here on BOW that the spread is awfully wide. Right now, it's tightened up a little bit to 9 pennies. It's showing 69 on the ask, but I've seen it wide. I've seen it like as wide as 20 pennies at times. So keep your eye out on this one. 32.94%. Don't have any details on the company, but shout out to Jose Mercado for pointing that one out. And as he pointed that one out, everything except Nvidia made another downturn. Not everything, the Mag 7, all made downturns on that last move there. I keep looking for different levels off which to get support. It's just one of those days where you just have to punch short and, you know, just come with me. I put in a dip trade here on NVDL to get filled. It just doesn't stop, man. Even my dip trades are not getting filled on this anymore. 22.5%. for the Nvidia derivative today, having done 25.8 million shares of volume. That's got to be one of the higher ones that I've seen for NVDL. I'm sitting here at 52.82. Don't know why, but that's where I put my dip trade in. It came into 84s, so I didn't get filled. Yeah, you know, there's nothing you can do about that. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Big Kyle Burdett, Amazon coming into that 182 level. I do see that, Kyle, and then it did put a bit of a hammer candle, but it hasn't closed yet, Big Kyle, off that 182 exactly. LOD right now, 182.07. Let's see if that level holds up. I think Big Kyle is looking at this level over here from the afternoon yesterday when we kind of made our way down. We did hold that 182 level on Amazon on the closing basis. Alas, we did come in to that 181 mid-90s, but that was a quick wick, and then we got right back up. If that plays out again today, that'll be an interesting level, especially when it's a rinse and repeat on that kind of thing. So keep your out for 182, Big Kyle Burdett. Gorev, does Nvidia look like a rising wedge to you? Kind of struggling to break the resistance trend line. That's not what I see, Gorev. All I see here is the 5-minute chart, and all I see is higher highs and higher lows. The dips into the 20 all been bought up. Obviously, the dips into the 10 are being bought up as well. I see what you're saying. I mean, it pops into 157, comes back down. Sorry, 1057 comes back down to 1055. This is a $1,000 name, though. So when it moves $2, it's kind of like the equivalent of something moving 10 pennies. That's a little bit cheaper. So I don't know what you mean by... I don't know what you're seeing by rising wedge here. All I see is an upward channel, my man, where the lows are getting bought up and it's incrementally making higher highs, Adair.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Nvidia is just on its own little trip to the upside. He's still Jenny from the block. Jensen Huang, I'm sure, is very happy with what they're doing there today. Also, I was going to say something.
What?
And my brain was like, no, you don't. Oh, also, thank you, Bowhead, Fiddleback, some other people in the chat saying that Bowhead does insurance.
Oh,
so nice look there.
Thank you.
For hitting the bow on the head there. Also, so before we did the list of the day, I had 2 shorts on PDD, and we need some more espresso. I had some more shorts on PDD and Espresso, and no, I'm joking, Tesla. And I did actually get out of both. This Tesla, I only ended up taking like 10 pennies. Happy I got it where I did because I get out and then we pop back up. It would have still been successful. If we keep seeing these lower highs, I will try to get back into this successful short, hopefully, but we'll have to see. I don't want to force anything. This PDD though, I have big plans for PDD.
Ooh.
I have big plans for PDD. You might be like, Adara, why do you sound like a supervillain? That's fair. I get that. But you know what? What I said, I initially got out of this short, and I'm going to zoom in so you can see I had 2 profit takers because I did. I wanted to get out 41s, and I got the rest out 42s. And you know, if you were thinking, what would be the point of even separating that? That's fair. But it's because I was like, oh, it's 1 p.m. It's lesson time, and I didn't even realize, look how much time flies when you're having fun. So I said, I saw it as a bit of a bounce after I got that profit taker. I said, just take everything out here. Happy I did, but then I noticed we made a higher low. We got to 85s. I tried to get involved at 85s, and PDD was like, no, you don't. So we got to 85s. I missed my entry. It's cool. Then I said, where are we seeing the next pause on the book? That's going to be 62s. Got involved at 62s. If we get back up to 80s, I am going to add another part to this position. But I am comfortable with the amount of shares I have. I realized I could have just sat and let this ride, but I didn't really want to because I would, just the way I trade, I would have felt more comfortable getting everything out and then starting a whole new position afresh, especially with that VWAP bounce. Now what I'm seeing, though, is a potential flat bottom break at VWAP. Which, like, don't mind if I PD do.
Oh.
I do not mind if I PD do. So that would be great. I am keeping my dip buy, not my dip buy, my rip sell here at 80s. I'll move it a little lower if I have to, but I don't want to go chasing waterfalls. I am comfortable with the amount of shares I have, but if I could have more shares for a breakdown, like, who's going to say no to that? Maybe someone, but I like that. Bizarro Adara is fun. How does this glitch the glitch? Yeah, I mean, we're all in Bizarro world. Shout out to that DC character. If anyone knows this very, like the kind of like off version of Superman, shout out there.
Come on.
SPY, also I want to take a look. Oh, someone wants to look at Microsoft. What's the level 2 showing for the soft one? Says Deus X. I love that name as well. It's a great name. Level 2 here, we're seeing a lot of these little yellow prints on my book. Let's see how the book's moving. Okay, this is interesting for me with Microsoft. What we're seeing is I think this interesting flip-flop on the chart here. Look at that support. Now kind of becoming resistance at 430. But that was also a little bit of a bullish candle with that bottoming wick. So I think this could be an interesting area. I think both the book and the chart and the tape seem to be a little bit halted here. Not halted literally, I should have worded that better, but halted metaphorically. We're having a bit of a decision point, a tipping point, come in on MSFT. So let's say I'm looking here, Deus X, I love that name, and hopefully you are loving Microsoft. I know, I'm really happy for Sharif as well for getting revenge on that punk, because I know you were not super happy with what Microsoft did. How's your meta?
We got stopped out, but I'm looking to get back in again. Here we go, so now we're back in. I'm looking for, I saw a hammer candle here and I'm trying to scalp off this level. That's all, that's the whole thing. We're long 75s. Let's see if we can get something out maybe at 95s. I think my stop is gonna be the break of the $0.50. So we're gonna have to put that in real quick there. I'm gonna have to give it a bit more room than that. So we'll put in the stop. I'm looking to scalp on this name. I saw a hammer candle come in. I'm like, all right. I saw a hammer candle on the Future as well, a hammer candle on Apple. I know I shouldn't be basing too much on one measly candle, but I'm really at a loss for trades in this afternoon. So I'm trying to find something here to trade. And it looks like maybe we'll get printed here. Yes. What's it called again? Oh, wow. What a move up here, man. What? Dog, why does it always take me out of the entire position? Oh, that's so frustrating. Come on. I didn't mean to take out the entire position there, man. That was supposed to be a beak wetter, and I was supposed to let it run. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay. Well, we'll have to move on to the next one. It did pop into 40s there, so I did get bottom wick at 466.75, and here comes 467.40. Man, that's a second fat finger today on my part. Oh, that's so frustrating. Look at it go. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's my fault. There's nobody else to blame. There's no keyboard to blame or nothing to blame. It's all on you. And that's the beauty about trading, right? You have to take everything that comes because you control all your actions here. Anyway, so bit of a fat finger. Didn't mean to take everything out there. Meant to actually let it ride a bit, but that's neither here nor there. The other trade that just destined to go unfilled, man. I'm going to have to cancel this because it's no longer valid. I don't think it comes if it comes down here, I don't want this trade. The point of that trade was to try to get a quick entry off a 10-period retracement, but you'll see. This was the only candle that touched the 10 period. They were at 110. Prior to that, it had been the 1245 candle. So, you know, these are hard to come by because just Nvidia is so strong Here comes 1060. 1059.74 HOD right now. So I said we would see 60, and I was kind of, I kind of, like, Sharif, do you really want to say that? And yeah, there we go. We're going to see 60 on the day. Great move up for the monster Nvidia today. I don't have any trades now that I've fat-fingered this meta trade. Let's look for what else. BCG. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. This one making another move through VWAP. So I'm less inclined to use VWAP at all with this name. What I'm going to use is price action support. Look at these 620, 625 area. There's definitely a buyer in and around that area, as the same way that there's a seller around the 7.25, 7 1/3. When it gets really parabolic, it makes its way up to 7.5. But you'll see the closing prints are all below 7 1/3. In fact, most of them are at 7 1/4. So this one could be interesting here as both a long and short BCG. Let me give you the deets on this one. I gave it to you earlier, but I'll give it to you again. $118 million market cap, 13 1/3 million shares trade on the day. The float is almost 3 million shares float. Let's see what the short float is there on BCG. According to Trade Ideas, it doesn't have it. So we don't know what the short float is there. We'll have to use a different program. And alas, I do not have one here open. So yeah, we'll keep eyes on BCG. I like that. Oh, it's right at that level. I don't have shorts on it. I'm assuming this is a pay for shorts kind of setup. Let's load it up over here. BCG. Let's see what is popping off with this one. Let's go super high. See if we can get a short. No. So this is a pay for shorts. I can't short at these levels, but there you go. The bamboozlement coming in aggressively there, and the spread really opened up, man, on a $7 name. It was like 20 pennies there, 7.27 to the high side and like 7.07 to the downside. Now it's 10 pennies as this one meets a lot of buying and selling at this key area that we talked about. This area right here, 7 1/4, 7 1/3 seems to be a bit of a top locally, as is 6 1/5, 6 1/4 to the downside there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like your friend Alfred, because I know you said Alfred always gets excited when his stocks move against him because then he can get more. And that was me with PDD.
Oh, yeah.
PDD is a pop, and I'm like, yay, because I want some more shares. Right now, as long as we stay below that 156 decisively, I'm staying in this trade. I'm really proud of this. I did get out, and then I got back in when I kept seeing what I wanted. Lower highs, that flat bottom. I want that flat bottom break. I want that too. But I also want all the smoke. So I do have an order here set to get out. I'm only getting out 40% of the position. And I realize it's very specific, but it's just based on how many shares I have. I want to get out here at that 155.40s. We had that earlier and it bounced, so that is, of course, where I would like to get out. Let's go to my position, de-risk. Then what I want is a flat bottom break. And I think it's possible. We did have these lower highs and a flat bottom. What I don't love is, of course, this VWAP bounce, which is why I kind of got everything out here earlier in addition to what I was seeing on the chart. But I mean, the fact that we're seeing these lower highs, I think I owe it to myself to try. Look, I did initially have that failed short earlier, and then I made like most of it back. I'm still down in the day, but the thing is, I don't want to be trading on P&L. I want to be trading based on my conviction and based on levels I like. And if I still like this PDD, why not go for it? Why not attempt? There seems to be no Nvidia in sight with this rally for that name. Like, oh my gosh. Whew. Bullish candle, bullish candle. Like, go Nvidia? Question mark? Yeah, this is a great look there. So ELF, someone wanted to say, can we check on ELF? And I was like, yeah, for sure, I can check on ELF. I can see how that ELF's doing on its shelf. And what I can tell you is that short I was kind of looking for off 189 never materialized. Thank goodness I did not take it when I saw that dip, because ELF just kept creeping to the upside. Santa's little helpers go into the upside here. Every time we look like we're trying to curl, ELF's like, what do you mean? Keeps going to the upside. So great look here for E to the L to the F. Saw someone mentioning Pan Dub as well. So let's see how that name is doing today. Is it a Pan Dub or is it a Pan L?
What are we looking at today?
We're looking at 313s.
Oh, hello there, 313.
It's a nice, that VWAP bounce, this is like clean. This is a clean VWAP bounce at 11.
Yeah, I'm less interested in that and more about the price.
Oh, that's fair too.
Yeah, kind of in long-term account.
That's a good point. But yeah, nice look. I would say it's a Pan Dub if you're in Pan Dub, I would say. Also, PDD, if you want to get a little bit lower, please just punch. Killer Cam says AMD's asleep.
Hilda.
So let's see if it is. Yeah, a little bit. I have to say, I don't dislike the idea of short. I like this short. Look at this. Look at that support. Look at that resistance. 162 level. We're going to take a pretty small position, not like a teeny tiny position, but a position that I feel like I can live and breathe in. We're going to take that short. That's what I want. And because I do think it is, I agreed it is a little bit of sleep, putting the sleep in AMD here. But I do think, if for my purposes, I don't mind this because I do think we are continuing to stutter step to the downside. It's a sleep, but it's a sleep with a pattern, and that's something. What are you looking at?
Sounds good. I'm putting up another dip trade in Nvidia. Whatever, we'll see if that one prints or not. I'm keeping also an eye on BCG. I can't get shorts on this because the big kahunas are not at their desk, but it came right into 740 and now we're at 715. So not really surprised about that, but I'll look to get it at the lower levels here at that 620 if it makes its way down. Now that may not be by the end of the show for sure. So that's a bit of an issue there. But let me remind you guys that we have a brand new segment between 2 o'clock to 2:20. We put the ball in your court. You now get to choose what we talk about. The big kahunas are going to analyze the tickers for you. It's super simple. Between 1 p.m. to 1:50 p.m., you're going to type in that little code right there into the chat. And all you're really going to do is hit ! join, space, $, and the ticker that you want. Yesterday, it was Nvidia that was #1. The last couple of days prior to that, though, it was the Cybertruck, TSLA, the #1 name requested. If you want Neil and Sean to look at the ticker for you and to give you their analysis on the name, then you're going to have to do that because that's the only way it's going to get done. Join us every day from 1 to 1:50 for voting, and then join us 2 to 2:20 every day when we talk about what you guys want us to talk about, aka Viewer's Choice. That would be a nice name for the...
Yeah, not Dealer's Choice, Viewer's Choice.
Dealer's Choice. Are you old enough to remember Viewer's Choice pay-per-view?
I am not.
There's one thing you don't actually know.
There's a couple things. There's quite a few things I don't actually know, Sharif.
No, because you always punch outside of your weight class.
That's true, yeah.
Especially with music, movies, popular culture, and stuff.
Never heard of that Viewer's Choice.
Yeah, back when there was analog cable, that was how you got like pay-per-view events. It was called Viewer's Choice pay-per-view.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, back in the day. Anyway. So that's kind of, me and Neil were talking about that yesterday.
That's cool. I did not know that.
Yes, that's a look there. So anyway, looking for this 740 area. Again, if the big kahunas come back, I'll be looking to get shorts, secure shorts on BCG. But I definitely am going to be looking at that 6 1/3, 6 1/4 hold up at the low end of an area. This is an absolute range that BCG has been putting in. But forget about my range. There's somebody on the left there that just printed, and I want to know all about it.
Thank you. I mean, I haven't printed yet. I'm so proud of that. Oh my gosh, I should have stayed in AMD. That was, it's not an AM disaster because I printed, but here's one example of like, girl, what are you doing? I took 40 pennies on this. I thought I was feeling great. I was like, flip that ponytail. It wasn't even really a planned trade. Pulled it up for someone, liked it, got in. Now it's like, Adara, could you have maybe held it? No, I'm joking. It's all fine. I got out because I noticed we were kind of struggling with 80s. I got out at 60s. I got involved at 62s. Really proud of this trade, but like I would have been prouder had I held it a little bit longer. It's all good though. You never know what's going to happen. You have to take the trades you're comfortable with. The one thing, and I want to shout out everybody as well yesterday for saying this, I definitely need to work on holding my trades longer because sometimes I'll have ideas that work and they just don't. I don't let them come to fruition, which is definitely my fault, but you have to hopefully learn. One thing I'm so proud of, though, that I waited for was this PDD. I'll stop laughing like a supervillain and talk about it. Why not? So I liked this short initially, 156. Didn't work out. Tried to go long 156. Couldn't. Blah, 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 blah. Get short 156. Works out. We have that nice bounce off the 155.40. So I got out there. Then I got back involved when I noticed that we were still seeing these lower highs and a flat bottom. I still want out 40% of the position. I realize that's specific, but it's all good. I want 40% of the position out just below 155.40s, which it looks like we might get. Fingers crossed. And then I want to save a little bit more for a piece of the dream. I don't like saving pieces for dreams, but when I have, I mean, to be fair, pieces for dreams, PDD, peace dream. I don't know. maybe this is like a crazy theory here, but I all jokes aside, I do really like this level. I think it has the propensity to break. What I like even better, I was gonna get out 156, right? We get to 155.96. Oh, I think not, goes to the downside. So that gives me even more confidence. I do like this trade. I don't have confidence, but I have confidence. And I think that counts for something. Also, wow, AMD, that was a...
AM
that was
Dizzle?
quite- yeah, AM Dizzle, AM dumped.
All right.
What a day.
We just took 50 pennies super quick there on META. 466.50 flat bottom. Took that super quick, covered 40 penny winner. Incorrect, not 50 penny. Covered right in front of 466, but I'm in trouble with this position. I'm long NVDL, looking for a 10 period on the 5, hold up on NVDA, and it's not forthcoming. I'm 22 pennies out of the money on this one. Well, okay, I just spoke too soon. Now I'm 10 pennies out of the money. So we'll see if this one can make its way back up. I'm looking for a 10 period hold. Wow, NVDL, man. There we go. Let's put that up there to wet our beak on some profits. And there it is, baby. Wow, I had to pack my patience on that one. Very happy with this trade. I really was looking for a 10 period retracement on NVDL. Let's see if this one can continue to hold up. I don't know if we get highs right away, but I'm long now 12s, 8 pennies in the money. Let's see if this one can keep moving up. I'm probably gonna have to pack my patience. What I'll do is I'll readjust my stop so that I can put it just below the trough of this candle here, so that if it does make a new low off that 10 period retracement, my trade ends super quick there. But I am looking for a possible retracement into that 50 penny level. That would just be aces. But I think that might be a little bit, ambitious at those levels. And then right back down. What's going on? Right back down into my entry again on NVDL. So we're going to have to pack our patience here as the market really moving now, baby. Here comes 53 again. So now I'm going to get stopped out if it keeps breaking below that level. I'll send it to you, Adair, to adjust my stop.
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out Sharif for that awesome trade. What I love even more is the whole market's heading to the downside, and Sharif finds a long he likes, and he takes it. And I think that's honestly awesome.
Crazy.
Because, no, it's I will not call you crazy. I will not.
All
I will
right.
say I love that because you had confidence in the level, and it showed itself. I literally just want to shout that out because I think that's awesome, and it's something I would probably be really hesitant to do. PDD, I have 40% of my position out as planned. Now we're waiting for more downside. The very scaredy cat part of me wants so badly to get out at VWAP, but I'm like, Adara, we keep seeing lower highs. I think you owe it to yourself to try. And that's the biggest thing. Yoda says there's no try, there's only do. So we owe it to ourselves to PD do it. I went overboard there, but I really like this one. AMD, if we keep rejecting, I don't think we're going to get another 90 MA rejection, but if we keep rejecting, I'll get back on this short. I don't want to revenge trade it, mind you. I am still happy with what I did. Could I have gotten more out of it? Oh, sure. But that's what every trade, it's just what you get what you put into it, you get what you get.
And you don't get upset.
But you do learn and you do grow. I'm really proud of what the trading I did today. I'm going to be really upfront about that. So, and I think sometimes that might matter. Asta echoing my thoughts. Crazy, it's not even 2 p.m. Yeah, this has been quite the day in the markets. I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls as well, because he was saying, good luck on your guys' trades today. He's always so positive, always killing it. And then he said, looks like it could be a crazy day for volatility for you guys. And yeah, you were not wrong. Bears and Bulls were out today, so very much living up to the name of our lovely moderator. Shout out as always to Bears v Bulls. Also, right now, GME v the 20 level. That was a huge level earlier. We had that nice curled top. We got in. I was like, oh, maybe I'll go long on that VWAP bounce. And thank goodness I did not. Bless you. Because then GME was like, no, GME decided to sneeze at the VWAP level and then headed to the downside. Dropped trade a little bit first, then broke decisively below that 1990 area. Bless you.
Down, Ram.
Chuck 8. Don't say. Let Ram sneeze. Hashtag let Ram sneeze 2024. But no, so Ramin falling a little bit here. Not Ramin, GME. Oh my God, I'm tired. Ramin is standing upright or sitting upright and having a great time.
What is she doing?
I'm sorry, I said Ramin falling. I meant to say GME
so
falling.
Funny. I love
that. Yeah,
it.
we have a good time here. But GME trying to hold on to 1989 here, like that Taylor Swift album. So let's see what it does. I think the breaking below that $20 area that Sean pointed out, that was a really nice area of support earlier, could be interesting. PDD, if you want to break support, I'd love that. What are you looking at?
I stopped out for the rest there on NVDL, so we held this one a little bit too long. We should have been more scalpy with it because now NVDA, let's bring in the chart, a bit of a topping tail candle. But the thing is, the topping tail candle is not coming at the top. which is a little bamboozling. Usually you see these candles at the top. So right now it's really fighting with the 10 period here. So let's see if it can cut to the 20. It did not tanking. It's just it dropped a little bit. The Nvidia, the futures is tanking though. The futures is in a full state of tank. Apple breaking 188. So that's well off the highs now. Apple 1.6% in negatory land. So is META. Look at Meta at the low of day right now. $65, breaking all the the after the bell lows that we put on the IB low there at 10 o'clock. So everything coming down, guys. We've been running up a lot lately on the market. You needn't look at the daily on the NQ. This is a healthy pullback, I feel, in my humble opinion here. So we need these days, but it's just there. When you get so focused on the long, it's hard to flip short. But hey, we took a couple of shorts today. Hey? Remember we flipped short? Yeah, no, I'm not talking. The Katina man's short. I'm just talking about myself. I'm not the seasoned trader that the Katina man is. I mean, he flipped short, no problem. To me, it takes a little bit of time to get the ball rolling. But we did take that good short on Softy and on Meta, so I was happy about that. But took this one maybe at the inopportune time and VDL long. So we stop out remaining balance for a loss on that remaining balance. So that's what I'm looking at there. Everything else headed to the downside. But Adara found a sick trade here with PDD between the highs and the lows.
Thank you. And I want to clarify as well, I did initially take an L on this, and I'm happy it got back in. Like I said, this initial short, I got short a big green candle. What was I doing here, man? I don't know. But I did love that 156 level. It didn't work. I got out. I'm happy I didn't overstay my welcome. Could have been worse, right? Then I wanted to go long, and I think the long might have worked. But then the second I noticed we started flipping short, I said, Adara, I know you got a little bit burned earlier. I don't know why I'm speaking to myself in the third person here. But it's like you do, if you like a level, Sean always talks about conviction. Sean will talk about conviction quite a lot, and so I had conviction in this PDD level. I didn't want it to be a revenge trade, so I was careful. I took less shares than I went in. Then this second time, I loaded up on shares because I love this look. I said, I want minimum VWAP, and I want maximum a break below VWAP. So right now I'm holding out. I'm going to get another 40% of the position out at 155 should we get there. Then I'm saving a piece for the dream, putting the P and the D in the piece for the dream here with PDD. We keep bouncing our VWAP, but we are seeing much lower highs. Look at these candles. We're getting ready for something here. And the thing that I think we might be getting ready for is a flat bottom break. Also, shout out to Fugazi Bear, 199 super chat. Woo! Thank you so much, Fugazi Bear. Cashed 80% of gold puts. Just puts $, so I guess he's in the money on that. Just need a gold digger. I don't know, good times there. Let's take a look at that GLD on the AM. Okay, this is, gold puts. What else there to say? You killed that on that trade. I love that support resistance chip top here around that 217 level, continuing to the downside. 9 EMA rejection. Not a good day for gold. So great look though for you, Fugazi Bear, on that trade. Also, wow, that AMD drop, AM drop. Yeah, I definitely exited this short a bit early, perhaps. Would have been $1.50 in the money, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Still took profit. Happy, like I said, if we see another 9 EMA rejection, I might take this one into the end of the day. But PDD, if you want to make me really happy to the end of the day, I'd love that.
All right, guys. In about 12 minutes, we're going to be starting our brand new segment. It's a segment that runs from 2 to 2:20, where you guys get to have your say. You use this code in the chat to vote for the ticker that you want us to talk about between 2 and 2:20. The big kahunas are going to look at it for you. They're going to give you their look, the technicals, whether they traded it or not, and the full scope there. So go ahead, go into the chat, type in ! join, space, $, and whatever ticker you want. Yesterday, the number one requested ticker was obviously Nvidia with the earnings on deck. The prior couple of days, it had been Tesla. So get your vote in now. Otherwise, we will not cover the one that you want. I know a lot of people are looking for GME and AMC, and they want to know all about the memes. So if you want us to talk about those, go ahead and have that put in the chat there super quick. So good luck for that. So I'm going to go back here on NVDL. And I'm going to be looking here. And so this is frustrating because I literally got out bottom wick. So I want to see right now if we start curling back up on NVDL, because I was looking for a 20-period retracement on the 5-minute look. This is what I'm looking at here. So we haven't had a 20-period retracement since about 12:10. So now we're starting to get these candles in. So I want to put something on the equivalent of about, say, 1,053 and change on NVDL to take that 20 period. But I want to wait, now that we're at the 20 period here on NVDL, do we hold up, on NVDA, excuse me, do we hold up? It doesn't look like maybe we're going to hold up at this level. We already wicked below it. Let's see where the closing print comes in. A lot of dance in here, a lot of volume coming in. This candle alone has about 500,000 shares, and we just opened up this candle. So there's a plenty of volume on NVDL. This one has 413. This one has over 500,000 as well. So the volume is there to support the price action. We just have to figure out whether I'm getting in at the right area. I'm going to pack my patience here on NVDA, but I definitely could be persuaded to get in at this level. If not, if it doesn't hold up at the 20, there's going to be no long position for me on NVDA or NVDL or any other derivative thereof. It's going to have to hold up at the 20 on a closing basis. Otherwise, I'm not going to take it. What are you guys looking at here? Throw in the tickers. Hot Pepper says Meta. Meta is at 465. It's doing its darndest to hold on to support level 2 on META. We just took that one super quick short through the break of 466.5, covered at 466. Should have let that monster go because it kept going down into 468, 464.81, trying to hold up at this level. It did dance with this level earlier at the IB low at around 10 o'clock. We'll have to see if it gives up the ghost at that level or whether it holds up. Softy getting a bit of a bounce here at support level 2 on pivots. On pivots at right at that 428 and change level, looking to curl back up into the $0.75. Not much else. It's all dead cat bounces, it feels like here, for the exception of NVDA. The bounces on NVDA have been legitimate. I feel like the other 6, it's been short the pop kind of situation there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still, I want to stop looking at PDD because I feel okay about this and I just need to stop staring at it. Mara and Clean Spark, I saw Coin, Frank Jones, the one and only. That song came on recently when I was like out the other day and I was like, wow, I was very pleased as punch. But yeah, Frank Jones putting out that Coin, picking up speed to the downside. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles in a row for Coinbase. And look at, I mean, for me, that area of resistance on Coin, 228. We see it once,
nice, Katina,
we see it twice, we see it OB thrice. We are definitely seeing a little bit of a move here to the downside for Coinbase, and especially off that double top of 228. Mara and Clean Spark were requested as well. Mara was interesting. Mara really fooled you. Mara had a little upward trend and a flat top.
Oh.
Would we break? Oh, actually, we're going to break down to the downside. So basically, to put it lightly, 21 did not do something for Mara, unfortunately. We got to 21, and we failed.
Huh?
Sorry, I thought. And then we have CLSK here as well, which is CLSK fell decisively below VWAP, but CLSK is interesting to me too. We had that VWAP support here, 17.5, which should certainly flip to resistance. Swin open apparently now. I know that Swin was having quite the Swin's been quite the emotional roller coaster and the literal roller coaster. Shout out to you, Brad Aldman, saying that Swin opened 77 upside and pre-halted. I know you said that you were involved in this name earlier, so we couldn't find any news on that. But hopefully Swin for the win for you. What are you looking at today?
I just took an NVDL short. Nice little 30-penny move here on NVDL. It broke the 20, and it didn't hold up at the 20. I said to myself, Sharif, if it's not holding up at the 20, then what do you know what is it going to hold up at? There's nothing below the 20 until the 50 here at 1,045. So as soon as it broke it with some distance, I punched short on NVDL. Shout out to Neil Roberts, man, for getting me those shorts on NVDL. And it now has broken that 1,050 level, coming in to support or resistance level 1 here on pivots. But I want to see what it does at the 50. This is really interesting. It hasn't even touched the 50 since 9:25 this morning. If it touches it right now, it'll be the first time in the regular trading session that it does. But look at that hammer candle, or possible hammer candle coming off the resistance level 1, which is obviously working as support here, not resistance. So I'm keeping my eye on NVDA to trade NVDL, but I only have a couple minutes left until I got to go up to the green screen, which is going to precipitate me to remind you one more time. Oh, it's not. We can't remind you. It's now done. You can't vote anymore. You can only vote from 1 to 150. But I just want to let you guys know that for tomorrow, that's the code there, and you can vote for the tickers that you want the big kahunas to discuss at Dara.
Yeah, that segment's been so fun with Sharif at the green screen. So it sounds like people are enjoying it. So, of course, if you do want to get involved every day, just around 1 p.m., do that exact thing that Sharif just showed you. Yeah, PDD continuing to crack. I'm going to get some of this out at 22s because that's where we bounce, but I am still going to be saving a scintilla of shares here for that another move down. So yeah, please just punch with what these markets are doing. ES here at 53, says Kyle Burdett. Let's take a look at the SPY. Let's see what we spy here on the SPY. Hope everyone had a great day. I think this has been a really fun day to trade. Shout out to Bears versus Bull. Oh, wow. Look at this drop here on the SPY. Talk about a break here. Double bottom. Yeah, that's not support. That's going to be resistance. We fall here to the downside on the SPY. My oh my, yeah. And what's crazy too is we did actually have like this wick here into 530 on the SPY. Also, I should have taken this short. Also into that previous resistance, support. And then the SPY's like, yeah, no, I will definitely just continue following. So big move to the downside here. Audience participation at its finest, says Bears versus Wolves. Yes, indeed. Honestly, I cannot say enough great things about this community. I'm so happy to be a part of it. And I think this is such a great community. So I'm happy now that we also get to get everybody involved in this segment that we have going on at the end of the day. It makes me so happy, and so happy everyone's here as well. Nvidia, apparently to the downside, moving down here even further. Let's take a look at NVDA to see what that one's doing here. It was NVDA for the longs earlier, but now it's been NVDA for the shorts. I want to see what we do at 1047. That was an area that I had eyes on this morning. That was kind of interesting on NVDA. Oh my gosh, PDD falling even lower here. This is, I'm so happy. I'm going to get out here because I was going to get out of this before the end of the day anyway. I do not trade beyond the midday period because this is, it's just, I have other things that I do here. So this is the period where I trade. Please just punch with PDD. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Sharif, says Josh Lyles. Thank you, Josh Lyles. And thank you, everybody in the chat. What do people want to look at here? GME at that 20, says K-Debs. So let's take a look at GME. Okay, this is great. Shout out to Sean Katina, CEO of Katina Capital. No, I'm joking. But Sean called that 20 support there. Now could it form as resistance? This could be really interesting level for GME. GME tried to break VWAP, had a bit of a failure here, a pseudo double top at that 2040, then continued to fall to the downside. AMD, I agree with you, West, y'all. That was this short. I should have still been in this short. This is a crazy move to the downside here. AM dump is right. Like, look at these continue to kind of chop and turn, then we fall viciously. Someone said AMD was asleep, and it's funny. I think the second that it heard, we thought it was asleep. That's when it had that big move down here. I thought we could do something here at this 160.50. AMD falling almost another $1 since that point. So this has been quite the level. Had GME off 23 times today, says Lee Wagner, 25-cent bounces. So shout out to you for making those pennies there, for making that, for killing it there on GME. That's a good scalp, and I love scalps.
So Bo came into that level, Bo or BCG? Oh, it was Bo, B-O-W. That was the what's it called? The IPO. That 23 level that we were talking about is that key level of resistance because it was a high of day. That came in, and look at that, short right off that level into 79s. But I was looking for actual break of 23 to kind of use it as support. It hasn't come in. It's been rejecting off that level multiple times now. So keep your eye on BOW. Shout out to Jose Mercado for pointing this out. Bought this one, and it looks like he's in the money on it. So keep your eye out. BOW 34.5% a day. I'm going to head up to the big screen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for being here. And if you want to see Sharif at the big screen, just tune in 2 minutes. Yeah, thank you, Sharif, as well, for killing it with the lessons of the day, putting those together for us. Hopefully everyone's learning and having a good time. Stop selling, you animals, says Ponzi Fonzie. Yeah, I don't know. I think there is a lot of selling in these markets. You know, I hope you guys had a great trading day. I'm pretty proud of how today went. I made turn PDD from my worst name of the day to my best name of the day. And I think it just really comes from conviction. That's the biggest thing I've learned. And I want to shout out Sean yesterday for that conversation we had after the market recap, just about, you know, it's okay to take losses if you're coming at it like with conviction, if you have ideas you like and you're committing to them. So I'm pretty proud of what happened there. Peace, Sharif, says Ponzi Fonzie. Yeah, we're going to have to say hi to Sharif again in just a minute there. What other levels are we looking at? I want to see what else people want to take a look at here. Let's look at that Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. Talk about a VWAP rejection. I thought we'd bounce off VWAP and Tesla just swoop to the downside. We're going to have to swoop out here in a couple of seconds here as well. But yeah, this Tesla, a lot of these names, Tesla, AMD, looking kind of similar. Not QAMD. AMD, the Qs, though, I will pull up the Qs here as well. A lot of the Qs are the best, says Sean, who I know has a short to talk about on the TQs. So you'll get to hear about that in just a few seconds. Hope you guys had a great day. I had always so much fun with such a great community. And we're going to have to wait and see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time and the same bad channel. You guessed it. Right now, though, we have the big kahunas at the big desk, Brendan at the big desk, and Sharif at the big screen.
Hey guys, welcome to the segment where you choose what we talk about. You're going to have your vote every day now from 1 o'clock to 1:50. You can vote every day for the tickers that you want us to discuss now. But before we get to that, look at the futures in a full state of freefall. Here's a look at the TQQs breaking through that 454 level, about 5,300 or lower on the ES. A bit of a tougher look at this level, guys. So we'll keep an eye on the futures. Broke 19,000 this morning in the pre-market on the NQ June contract, but selling off a little bit right now. Are you guys surprised? NVDA, the ticker that's #1 requested on the day. I'm not sure why this is moving back, but NVDA, #1 ticker requested on the day, as well as AMD. So let's get right to that, guys. Did you have a look at AMD?
Hold on, is it AMD or Nvidia? Like in my contract, I have to go over the proper order here.
I
have to, Sharif.
I can't do more than read what's up on the rundown, and it says AMD on it.
I have certain things in the contract there, because I'm known to get off track a lot.
What is going on? Wow, like
iced matcha, I have.
Oh, that looks tasty.
I switched over to iced.
That looks tasty. I keep saying I want to get a cold brew, but I can't drink coffee in the afternoons. I'm gonna break some rules.
Cold brew.
Well, I was thinking about that. I might break a rule.
Caffeine,
I'm gonna break a rule one day. Maybe on like a Friday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay up later at home.
Yeah.
That looks freaking delicious. AMD. Look, we're talking about AMD first because that's what's on the list. And if I see most people voted for AMD, then fair enough. AMD was a fail. AMD is gates of hell. AMD, you can throw whatever adjective you want at it. It was a heaping pile of...
I wouldn't throw... you're throwing that at it?
Okay. Well, okay. Maybe that's a little bit much. It's at the low of the day.
Pumping right now.
Shorts are printing. As you can see... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I have to take a fill in something. Just give me a second. Punch it.
All right, let's come over here. Look at these TQQs right here.
We're flushing.
Yeah, we flipped over, man. We were long, and we made a decent amount of money back, man.
There we go.
Look at the right when we left you guys. Of course, as soon as we leave you at 11 o'clock, this is what happens. I'm not even in the chat. I got to get in the chat. Right there, 64, 65, nice bottoms there, wicked move up. And then Sharif turned to me literally at 1 o'clock and goes, what's the look? I said, I'm shorting now the NASDAQ. This is my #1 stock pretty much all month here, just what we did today, just today. This short, bang, 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 to the downside. All right, AMD, just real quick, man.
Dumpster fire.
Dumpster fire for sure, but let's pat ourselves on the damn back on this one because honestly, we're going a little Barry Horowitz. We were so patient with this to the point where it fell right into our sticky note lap. That doesn't sound good. At 168. But the thing is, we waited... That's $5 straight down in literally 7 minutes, 7 straight down candles. Thought it was going to stop. And you know what? We weren't even that wrong about where it kind of stopped. This is why we started buying. We started buying in here. We were able to get some back. We do have a small out when it broke through 167. So there's the dollar hit, made a little bit back, and then there's that eventual flush. And thankfully, we were able to get out of that at 166.50. So that, my friends, to me, is a losing trade. But I'll take that all day as a save chicken winner dinner. You go from eating lobster to chicken on a trade like that, but at the same time, we save a lot of pain on there to the point where we're basically, the only thing we're down on right now, if you take, like my net is all Tesla. Nothing else to complain about today. It's all Tesla, and we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But yeah, so we did AMD. Now let's go say the same thing for Nvidia.
Well, different for Nvidia, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little different.
Much different.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, a bit of a different look today on both these charts. But Nvidia, all-time highs on the back of a huge beat yesterday. In case you missed it, 427% is the year-over-year increase for their data center revenue. And that's where they sell all the AI chips, the H100, the A100, and the new Blackwell expected this year. This one was breaking through that two-thirds of a dollar, two-thirds, 1,000. And $63, coming back a little bit now. So the short's catching a little bit of a look here, guys. What is the trade right now on Nvidia?
Look, the story for Nvidia has been it's been super strong, the only thing holding up the market. But things accelerated in this market when Nvidia gave up the top, excuse me, which it just did. And now you're really starting to see fall through. Like the shorts were good in the morning, but all afternoon long, you got like tempered shorts. Nvidia is probably going to bounce off VWAP. If it does, it's what's happened. I guess it really only touched VWAP once if you go to 10 o'clock, and then since then it's been allergic to it. If it does that again, I'm getting out of the ARM trade. But this was a morning of sell everything except Nvidia. That's what everybody was doing. It's like, yeah, what are we dumping now? We're going to dump Tesla? Oh, no, we'll dump AMD. We'll dump a little SMC. Oh, we'll talk about SMCI next. We'll dump a little Meta. We'll dump a little. It doesn't matter what it was. Everything was in the dumps, and then Nvidia was holding up this market. Obviously, VWAP could come into play. If that doesn't hold, there was a monster break. It was like 10.20.
Holy.
Not the time, but 10.20 was the price. If we don't hold VWAP, we're just headed lower. I'm only in one chip name right now. It's ARM. I'm in Mara. That's a different story. I actually got wicked out of ARM at VWAP and then just jumped right back in. This is a situation where if VWAP holds on Nvidia, I'll punch out of ARM with a tight trail, or we're just going to hold for the low of the day. We're absolutely flushing. The NASDAQ's half a point down, and we're now at afternoon bottoms from yesterday. Huge retracement on the futures. And a lot of it had to do with Nvidia finally giving up the ghost. I mean, I'm saying giving up the ghost. It's up 9.5%.
Guys, we are 300 handles in the money right now on the NASDAQ. I mean, we're short right here. 18,923. It's at 18,680. So 300, we're 280 handles right now in the money on, look at what's happening right now to the TQQs. These are shorts right here. This is real trading. You guys can clearly see. This is why very specific names. We are now, if I trade nothing, like forget about everything today. We lost on AMD. We lost on Apple. We lost on Palantir. We lost on Tesla. We destroyed Amazon. We just took a hit on Amazon right there trying to buy that bottom, but that's okay. And then the number one P&L name for all month here. It's May 23rd. This is the number one P&L name for Trader TV Live this day on this name. So, so far so good there for triple Qs. Let's just see what winds up happening now, but we're starting to cover a little bit. It's a huge move. 250 handles in the money needs to be taken. What's up, Sharif?
Randy's here, guys. Hey, Randy's here. All good. Next on the list, guys, SPCE, super microcomputer, typically runs in tandem with Nvidia, a bit divergent today. You'll recall this is the big one. This is the one that you have, the data center, or sorry, the AI server center move, I guess, and you know, trying to move with Nvidia, but a bit of a tougher look for it today.
So I had a thing for this, where if you look at all of the big players, and when it comes to Randy behind us who said no, all the big players in the AI, data center, all that good stuff, and like where they all sort of fit in. You've got your chip design, there's Nvidia, there's ARM, there's your AMDs in the world, and then you've got super micro in the component sector. So like you have all these different like buckets, obviously manufacturing. It's what I love about this is the best part of the manufacturing is they show big TSMC, big Samsung, and then little tiny Intel. It's kind of signifying the. Although if they did this by the amount of markets you had, TSMC would be much bigger than that. Look, SMCI. If you weren't Nvidia today, it doesn't matter if you usually follow Nvidia. If you weren't Nvidia this morning, it was a huge breakdown. Now, I did not draw these lines today on SMCI. These were already here. Now, I wasn't looking at this stock. I was looking at AMD, much to my chagrin, this morning. But if you pop back and simply look at, let's look at a daily chart because I'm missing data there. If you look at SMCI over the last couple of weeks, resistance at 960 and then lower high resistance at 930. And then if you see what happened on the stock today, it punched through, it broke out the first, rejected the second, and then consolidated back underneath. So this is a little bit of capitulation happening in the entire group. I know the charts are all gonna look the same and it's right at those lows. You can sort however you want. If you, like I said, if you weren't Nvidia, you're getting absolutely smoked. That said, I just told you if Nvidia bounced off VWAP, which it just did, I was jumping out of ARM. So I just went ahead and did that. If we get back to VWAP on ARM, I'll try to re-enter the short. So we're now only in Mara. But SMCI, again, I didn't see anything else that looked really strong outside of Nvidia this morning. It doesn't care what the normal relationships were until everything was falling, and then then it doesn't really matter. But on the way to the upside today, nothing was participating. SMCI failed the 50-period moving average, so I guess you could say it's back into a downtrend. It's only one day though.
What's up to Joe here? Sean, just trade the Qs and the futures. Yeah, I think that you're onto something. I actually went over and said to my guy Fabian over there, I may stop trading at all until about 10 o'clock because honestly, from what I've been seeing the last couple of days, we just got to let things settle down. And I think that if we continue to do that, then yeah, it is going to result in what we need it to be here, which is hopefully going to be some positive returns. Look, SMCI continues just to be that huge name. You know what, let's just go back. I mean, Neil just covered it for like 5 minutes there. So we'll go back and talk to Sharif.
Next on the list, Sean, interesting headline today. This is not the reason Tesla's down 3.5%, but our friend Elon wants to go to space. He wants to go to the moon. He wants to go to Mars. 7 to 8 years, that's what he says it'll take. So that's not the reason we're moving up, though. So a new $200 million mega battery factory being built in Shanghai. It's supposed to build out the Tesla Mega or the Mega Plan or something like that, where it's supposed to be able to store a lot of energy and help power a lot of homes. It's supposed to be really interesting, so we'll see how that does. But today, not so good for Tesla, down 3.4%.
Yeah, that poll we had.
Yeah, so we had Tesla written down here on the sticky note. What was the poll?
No, remember, I'm talking about the first to 200 Tesla or Apple. If we're talking about the absolute short term, it's right now neither. Both were headed toward
yeah.
But now
I'm
neither
still Tesla
at this point.
So right now, Tesla 180. We had that written down here as that Chinese battery story there, but then there was some news that came out, middle of the morning, I guess, sort of middle of that first move. Oh, yeah. And again, this will be. Look, when you trade bigger shares and you're here to try to go, honestly, I got hit here. And I've just made it back with the TQs. And this was the worst trade for me of the day. It came right into the levels that I thought was going to hold. I thought yesterday afternoon some of these bottoms were going to hold. And we wrote that down. And we trusted these levels, and they didn't hold. So again, I feel good about being out of it now and feel real good that we have the ability and the gumption and whatever you want to call it to flip over short and believe in ourselves. We talk about that, but I believe in myself so much that I bought this dip. And again, because of the move, what are we supposed to do? It's a nice move in the pre-market. It starts to go up, therefore, in my opinion, justifying my long bias. And then all of a sudden, it just went from 183 And by the time it was 9:45, it was 178. So $5 straight down. We're able to get out of a little bit, but at the end of the day, this little waterfall was me getting out, and that's going to be a losing trade. So tisk on me for that trade. But, you know, this is why we're here.
That 9:51, I'm going to read the story here. Was it exactly, it was like 3 seconds before 9:51 this hit the wire. Tesla omits 2030 sales goal from latest impact report. Previously aimed to sell 20 million cars by 2030. Now, it was trending down before that. However, the stock had been respecting the key levels. Like the first bounce off 80 was good for like 70 cents. A reload didn't work at that level. Then I liked 178 a little more than I liked 180. That was back into the previous bottom. That had worked twice. At this point, I'm like, okay, this level's working well. We just got a couple of dollar bounces on Tesla. Let's go back in and reload it at 178. And I got filled as the news came out, essentially. So it's like from fill to out was a matter of, I mean, I'm not even sure I was in the position for very long because the news hit and it was like I was getting in the long as the news was coming in. And there's not much you can do about it. Have a look. I mean, 178, that level's turned into a resistance spot now for Tesla, back down into 175. So it's looking pretty ugly for Tesla, unfortunately. The good news would be, look, when you look at it on the daily chart, pull back into the 50-period moving average, which is, I mean, about 171. Let's just call it this level here, like 167.5 to 170. You've still got support from this bottom on the channel, which has been around more or less for the last year and a half, like bouncing same lower highs, like 1, 2, 3 times, so lower lows, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 on the top. And each time it's bounced off a bottom, it's reached the top of the channel, bounced, reached the top of the channel. This time it's run into resistance at around that 200. But hey, the 50 period's still in play. I think we could get a test of that. Maybe even, I mean, today could actually happen. Certainly tomorrow is a possibility you get a test of that 50 on the daily for Tesla.
Last but not least, guys, AMC. It's a bit of a tougher day for it today. A little bit off lows, but definitely trading near the lows. They announced today they're bringing back Family Camp, or their movie camp, which families will be able to watch up to 8 movies for $3 plus tax. Nah, not really moving these markets today, but definitely always interest in these meme stock guys. Any look at AMC?
What was the family what? I have it up here. I missed what the movie camp.
Right. Well, look, I mean, regardless of $3, $4, $5, this drink cost me $5. So, I mean, what are we even talking?
That actually sounds reasonable for a specialty drink. It's not unreasonable. I'm just talking about what prices are at usually.
Yeah. Whatever, man. Inflation, what is that? It doesn't matter. Real wage growth is growing higher than inflation, so at me if you want. All right, 470 right now. Downside, Freedom and Wealth podcast out soon. Go check that out. And by the way, I got a big thank you to Brendan. I mean, the podcast that we just put on yesterday for you, hopefully being released this weekend, it was just so good that I might have to like retire just Brendan alone. You know, like that's how good it was. What the hell am I doing here, by the way? All right, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's put this in the chat ASAP. If you miss this, then honestly, I don't know. Leave it at that. Get out of here. Let's go talk about some stocks right now. All right, just quickly. We've looked at AMC $5 many times. I mean, I don't think you're going to hold this against you 20 cents. I mean, of course you're going to hold this thing against you 20 cents. What are you even talking about? So this short up here, 5.20. You saw it made yesterday. What a trade again for AMC. We could sit here and say this, that, and this. This is the trade right here. Should have been short right here. It was yesterday's top. It gave you a wicked opportunity right there again. Gave it to you there. I wasn't looking at this name. My bad. AMC continues to work. I would say you do the same thing. You know, just like Rihanna, work down here at 450. I like the 450 long. I like the 520 short. This is what I'm all about for AMC. And whatever you want to do other than that is up to you. But if you wait at sort of those edges, then the worst you can take is couple more than previous highs and lows, right? So that's how I trade support and resistance. And for me, this is an absolute no-brainer. Probably the easiest stock of the day. You just had to be there.
Yeah, I know this morning a lot of the talk was how relatively strong it was, and everyone pretty much agreed on that on AMC. So like, you always have to have a stop. I'm going to take.
You traded today?
Yeah, so look, I traded VWAP and VWAP alone on AMC. The play was go long into the high, take some out, scalp, and then if it breaks the high, be in it because I didn't want a top break on the stock. Now, the last couple of days, and we've been talking about this, well, it was yesterday for AMC, the last couple of days for GameStop. GameStop did it for like 3 days in a row, where you just caught these afternoon big bounces. And then AMC did the really big one yesterday. So the plan of action is, if we're going to hold VWAP, I just want to be in the stock and then hopefully benefit from whatever was going on after 3 o'clock. We'll take some scalp trades and be in it. But once it can't hold, you just got to get out of Dodge. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously reversing short would have worked, but I had shorts that I liked a little bit better. I just wanted to quickly go. I mean, we're not talking much about crypto, but I mean, Bitcoin failed 70,000, but that actually happened in the pre-market.
Wow.
Bitcoin failed 70,000 in the pre-market. Coinbase dumped right off the open. Lower highs, failing VWAP. It's actually breaking lower underneath 220. And it's flat bottom breaking here on Coinbase, looking pretty nasty. And then I said BTC, just quickly.
Yes.
There's BTC falling off a shelf, down under the 70,000 level. I went over to Mara because the level that we've liked for the last couple of days on Mara has been 21. But we actually like 21 as a long on Mara the last couple of days. Like 21 long great, 21 long bounce, 21 long bounce, 21 long bounce late in the day. Today it was the market's red. If you got a key level, then you're shorting off of it today instead of going long. So I shorted that into VWAP. It then broke VWAP, so I shorted underneath VWAP. The low of the day is a double bottom at 20. If it bounces off 20, I'm getting out of this one. But even, crypto was not immune to this. There was a story on crypto. Gensler was talking at some kind of an event. He neglected to comment specifically on the Ethereum ETFs. That caused a bit of a move to the downside on Ether this morning. Still under pressure. I mean, they would have been under pressure regardless because the market's going down, but I had a little bit of extra oomph because they were falling off the bat. They actually started falling, all the crypto names, before the market opened, and then just continuation to the downside.
All right. Look, things are about to get a lot more interesting around here because you could trust me, bro, on that one. And you're going to get about to have a lot of excitement with my main guy, Raider Trader, coming up momentarily. You just bring that dude on whenever he's ready because me and that guy, we're clicking. Me and Andrew, we've got that going. So bring on Andrew when we are ready because we're going to talk to this guy all about some plays that he may or may not have in mind. So get ready, chat. If you got any questions for the trader of Raider, get ready for that coming up very, very soon. So we're excited for that. Meanwhile, almost 250, 260 handles now in the money on these TQQs. So, I mean, it's a nice move to the downside here on the NASDAQ. We started the pain right up here when we were at 18.9. Now we're starting to get to the downside here on the TQQ. So it's been a nice little move here into the downside on this name. We're actually short right here, 18.9, just a little under 18. I have to go back and see the time. So if we go 18.9 to 18.7, yeah, about 200 at the max, was about 220, 230. We started covering. We just got a great cover right there. We flipped over. Now we're into this money. We should put another bid down here potentially for that, but we're just going to let this run just a little bit coming through. What are my levels on snow? I don't know. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I mean, the weather outside may be frightful, but I think that this stock is delightful. So, I mean, I'm going to sit in here and trade this. I like Snowflake. This is about where I'm in, I think. Anyways, I'll have to double check. I like these levels. We'll see what happens. Obviously, trading stock on earnings is very, very difficult. So, I mean, remember when we said we should be buying some Starbucks down there? Remember when we said we should be buying, hey, this is what I could talk to Andrew about. Remember when we talked about buying Roblox down where it was? Look at Starbucks down here at 72 bucks. Look at RBLX when I was like, huh? What did that even go to $27 for that one day? And then it was there for a hot minute. And then it was, boom, back upside. If this thing gets back into, I mean, I like to see it get near 30. I think that's another buying opportunity there for Roblox. But again, good companies that I think, anyways, for future do have these kind of days, especially when the NASDAQ completely falls on its face. Like it did here today. I mean, ever since open, right? I mean, this is Nvidia high, and then all of a sudden Nvidia gave a little bit back, then it started to go, then the rest of the market just boom, give you some great opportunities to short. I mean, right into that pre-market level, forget about it. You know, you got to have some of those kind of plays coming through right there. So, and it is just real trading. You know, that's why I have like 5 or 6 names. I'm trying to find the best opportunities and to get in and to get out on those and try to trade more shares. You know, Palantir is a perfect example of that. We got out of that at 21. This is an L. Where's my fail button? Long out. There's no wins here. But we saved ourselves. Like, you can't trade shares and not have stops. Otherwise, that's the end of the day right there, right? And so far, so good there. Here comes the NASDAQ again at day's low, and we're short. So far, so good. But all right. Do you have it over there, or do I have it? It's Trader Talk. She has it over there.
Take away the
No way. Look at these goons right here.
You know what I'm
Who do we
saying?
have?
Andrew? Look, I was talking really nicely about you there as you were in the green room ready to go. You're looking handsome as ever, my friend. What's up in Raider Traders world right now? You got some nice fancy headphones on now.
I like them.
Thank you. Yes. You know, nothing, I mean, isn't this dump surprising? But at the very least, you know, we got some data. Of course, I come on here to talk some games, you know. But I do have a disclosure. This time is not a trust me, bro stream. There's nothing too big going on right now. So I can't put my reputation on the line for a call out this time. But yeah, anyway, it's going well.
Hey, what's up with that Stanley mug in the back there? I mean, I you know, like my wife's got a Stanley mug. There it is. There it is.
Now, wait a minute. Real men get the Yeti.
Is it Yeti?
Oh, it's a Yeti.
Oh, it's a Yeti.
This
Okay.
is the Yeti mug.
No, but we're
Okay,
Yeti.
where's my Yeti? Oh, I'm all about Yeti.
We have like 5 Yetis at home. That's what's up.
Right.
That's what's up.
That's what's up, right?
Yeti.
I'm not on TikTok finding water bottles, Sean. That's not what I'm doing.
Oh, you're not on TikTok finding water bottles. Okay. What are you on TikTok finding then, my guy?
Oh my God.
I think we
Yeah,
know.
okay.
We all know the answer.
So that
to
was
that
the end of
question.
that. That was the
we
end
know
of
the
that
answer
one.
to that question.
You know, you know, this is
Same
what
thing
happens.
everybody else is on TikTok trying to find.
That's why I'm not on
That's
right.
TikTok.
Sharif.
You know, that's why I'm not on TikTok.
Sharif.
No, but in all honesty, how's your day been going? I mean, I was a little bit, I don't know if you saw yesterday, we have the best market recap show in the universe with Adair and myself. And we had Nvidia yesterday live on earnings, live level 2, everything. What a great move it's been today for Nvidia. I mean, I'm sure that you're excited about that $1,000 strike. I know you trade options. Did you have a play leading into earnings? Anything on your mind about Nvidia?
So I actually didn't play Nvidia earnings just because typically the contracts are more expensive, obviously with the IV increasing into earnings, and they were expected to move, I think, 10, 11%. So I was like, I don't think these expectations are really within playing. Like normally you can say, oh, well, if it's small enough of an expectation, it's worth playing because if they beat, you'll make 1,000%. But this time, playing that expensive contracts, I actually just shorted SMH into it. So that was just kind of my downside exposure for a cheaper play into it. But no, I wasn't too invested in earnings this time around, especially with Nvidia.
So look, here's my question for you, because you said something that I really, really love, Andrew, which, you know, from time to time is going to happen, despite you making fun of my age all the time. That's days like today, whether you trade or not, who cares if you have Nvidia? When you're in the markets, you get information. So I think we probably learned some things today. Like, what's your biggest takeaway? Like, what's the biggest piece of data that you got? It doesn't have to be Nvidia. It could be just in the market in general, maybe the Qs. Like, what did you learn about the markets that's going to prepare you for the next days and weeks of trading?
One of the biggest things, so recently, two main points. Number one, seasonals. If you want to share my screen real quick right here, this is the seasonal chart for May right now. So right here, this is what we expect for the price tendencies of May. And these seasonals are typically the best guidance for how we kind of move within markets, how we position. And earlier this month, we were expecting kind of a fake out, although that didn't really ever happen. They've been kind of a good guidance that overall April and May is just chop. You expect that any move gets sold off and every sell-off gets bought up. That's kind of how we've been trading the last few weeks, even though we have been going up. And so moving forward, it says that, hey, maybe do we expect some sort of pump coming into the end of the month? Do I think that's true? I think, yes, we could see that, but it's just a reminder that we can't hold positions very long. I mean, the best trades have been for me personally, I've been taking off at 80% profit and just leaving runners. I do not swing big size overnight right now. That is not the most optimal thing, and that's proved to be most profitable. I mean, look at even today. If you would have held your calls for the gap up today off Nvidia earnings, you would have gotten smoked. So it's just remain neutral throughout this month. And play the leaders and laggers, right? If you want to go long something, go long the strongest name. And that's shown through Moderna, especially with solars recently. If you saw FSLR pump and ENPH, well, the strongest one was FSLR. If you continue to long those rate sensitive stocks with FSLR instead of the weaker names like Run or ENPH, which was weaker, they got smoked today, whereas FSLR held very well, at least over the last few days. So that's just kind of the biggest takeaways is play the strongest names if you want to long, short the weakest names if you want to short, which I do have a trade for you guys today. And of course, applying that same principle, and then also just the seasonals. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point, especially with FSLR, because I mean that's up huge on the year, and like nothing else in the group was green. I know there's been a bounce in all of them, but they're all red on the year except for First Solar. Sometimes it's easy like that. Other times you do have to do a bit of work to actually identify what's going to be relatively strong or relatively weak. So I mean, you just sort of told us that you've got a little bit of a look and a little bit of a trade idea. I'm assuming relative strength is going to be involved. You said it's not a trust bro moment.
That's right.
But how about you give us the goods?
So this trade has played out a little bit. I can't lie. It's just about an hour late. But the idea is still the same. So JPM here, this is one of the weaker bank names. And JPM and regional banks, and then Citigroup as well, that has been weaker. But if you look at some of the other banks, let's just say Goldman Sachs, this isn't as weak. Yes, it's making new lows, but this is rallying. I mean, look at the daily chart. It's relatively strong versus JPM, which dumped and has not really maintained that same integrity. So JPM, I do believe, is going to make another low either into this week or next week just to finish that C leg, get that last leg down before, if we do reverse into the end of the month, first week of June, to rally back higher. But again, this is a weaker name. If you're like, hey, I want to short something, don't go short the banks that are rocketing, things like BAC, which are still not breaking the lows, are still towards the highs. These names will do worse than shorting the weaker names. So JPM there, I just have puts for 531 and 524 tomorrow. So
it probably doesn't hurt when Mr. Diamond is basically saying he's going to be out.
Right. Yeah, he can't short the market, so why not just short his own stock,
Well, he did. Well, I mean, saying you're not going to do buybacks and you're going to be gone is probably as close as you're ever going to get in a situation like that. But he's pragmatic. Good look on that one. Like you said, already failed the high, already breaking a little bit lower. I would wager to say that if you're looking at weak bank stocks, there's a few. There's a few in Canada that you can have a look at, and by a few I mean literally all of them.
All of them, yes.
So no, but great look there on JPM. Appreciate it there. That's definitely a good look. Although I would say, I have a trend line on JPM that I think looks pretty good. If it does get down into the 190s, it goes way back. If it does get down into the 190s, I think that could be an opportunity to pick a little something up. But that's probably a few days away.
Yeah, certainly. And especially, I mean, even the markets right now, if you kind of look at, I can't, hold on. Don't share my screen yet. I got to log into something. I don't want everyone to have my login now, do I? But right now with the SPY, it's just a reminder that we are entering these imbalanced areas. And when you do go to short, you look at something like, oh my gosh, the market's down a lot today. What do I go short? And then you realize, oh, this could be the bottom. So you don't want to end up. Okay, now you can share my screen. So right here, the price right now in SPY, it's coming near a big put wall level. And I've talked about this a while, that the large areas of open interest for put tend to be walls. So around this 524 to 525, what you'll be looking at is a major slowdown in the markets. So is now the time to short? Probably not. You can expect a continuation in the laggers, the weaker names. But tomorrow, if we do start to form some sort of base, all you have to do is kind of wait for a liquidation. This is a fast move down, and then you'll see an instant change of buying pressure. That's how you kind of know it's the bottom. And so whether we gap up off that, whether it happens after hours, that area right there is going to be key for me. So 524, 525, right down here. This is going to be a nice area for me to finish off the week here.
Andrew, check out. Can you see our feed right here? You can see
no, but what stock are you looking at?
Nothing. Watch this. Dollar Club. Can you see that?
Dollar Club. Hashtag Dollar Club with Big Washington with the sun.
There we go.
You know,
Big dog in the building
we
right
like
now
that.
because
We
we've
like
got a monster trade here on the NASDAQ. I mean, we're now $2 in the money on these TQs, over 200 handles now as we make the bottoms coming through on the NASDAQ. So you just mentioned there looking at this market, right? And I think we got to sort of take a little bit of a broader look, as we mentioned, and go back at least to the beginning of the month, because this is not a nice move today. We've had a little bit of correction back down. We're still at the 200 period here of 18.6. You just talked about that big put wall. Is there a level potentially? Do you trade, first of all, do you prefer the SPY, the SPY, the ES? Do you prefer the NASDAQ if you are in the futures game at all? Which one would you prefer? And then is there a level potentially where you think we could fall to as an area where maybe you'd be looking to pick up some longs or maybe start to dip some toes in?
Yeah, that's really interesting because what I favor is, again, back to that point of relative weakness or relative strength. So right now you can kind of consider the major indices. So Dow, the DIA, QQQ, SPY, IWM, small caps. So between those four, which one is the strongest and which one is the weakest and which one's in the middle? Right now it's SPY kind of in the middle. The Dow Jones especially is getting slaughtered with the IWM. So those names are the better shorts. Now, if we were to expect a bounce soon, which one would you want to play the bounce on? Well, you might actually want to play the one that's beaten down the most because that's going to be the one that gets picked up the first when it comes to if that's the market bottom for the next week or so. So as far as what I prefer right now, I have not been trading SPY as much. I've been focusing on QQQ. Like you have TQQ playing those derivatives because not only for me, it's less decay for, if the options or let's say the market gaps against me. If I played TQQQ, that's a lot of Qs, or SQQQQ, which is also a lot of Qs. How many did I say? I don't even know. But playing those can often offer a better opportunity because you're going to lose less, even if you make a little less, which I find to be more rewarding in the long run than getting, gapped against randomly in the after hours. I mean, you've seen the earnings moves. It's up 14% after hours, open flat. And then it's down 20% after hours, open flat. Like it's insane. So, I prefer right now to short IWM. But if we do start to bounce gap up, I will take those small caps again. Absolutely.
Yeah, especially, I like that IWM call because rates aren't going anywhere anytime soon, apparently. And as we know, that sector needs lower rates. And just to your point, I think you mentioned that we have the best market recap show around. So let me just bring that back.
Yeah, I think I did say that.
I think you did say that, I believe anyways. And thank you for that, by the way. But yesterday, to your point, Andrew, that was 100% the case. We were watching Nvidia yesterday, and it actually printed 920 on that first release. So I don't know what algo stepped in there and smashed this thing down $30. But to your point, thank you for bringing it up because we have a lot of traders that are like, oh my God, they're so anxiously waiting for that earnings report. And then it's like they make that first move and it's like, uh-oh, and then boom, right back up to the upside. And now today, of course.
Yeah, that's been the theme of it. Just like literally with any earnings, I've been telling people like right now, this cycle of earnings is just almost horrible. Like the last few earnings I hit was like Google and maybe like two others. But even today, like Snow, like if you look after hours, that thing went up all the way to 184 and then it opens down at 150 something. I'm like, this is like total scamming. It's like the market makers out here with, the card reader and I'm just putting my card into it every time, so.
I got you. I feel like that some days. All right. I'd be foolish not to ask someone like you, someone a little bit, potentially a couple years younger than myself.
Okay.
About GameStop.
4 years younger.
I don't know. You have any interest in GameStop at these levels? I don't know if this is something that you guys trade or something that you're interested in at all, but we just broke today below that $20 mark. I've been writing onto something, and again, thank you for mentioning the sticky note, but, about GameStop breaking through $20. Is this a level or is this anything that potentially, you and your team are looking at with GME right now, or is that kind of like a no-fly zone just based on meme stuff?
It's very rare that I actually do play meme stuff, but I actually did play. I bought calls on GME on Wednesday, May 8th, and we only caught the first leg of it to like 32, I believe. But as far as how these short squeezes typically happen, there's almost always a second wave. Now, will this wave go bigger? Don't get your hopes up. This isn't let's buy calls now. There is often an extended period of pain right after the big move, and we are within that extended period of pain. So will it squeeze before or after earnings? Who knows? But what I always kind of warn people is if you are shorting this, number one, you're not going to make much. But what I would say is that there's almost always a second wave. And I guess I'm on Apple TV behind me, but there's almost always a second wave of buying. So be careful of that, whether it's just 1 day or 5 days or a bigger even squeeze before that. But that is probably on the horizon there.
I do have to clarify because people are in the chat are like, wow, Sean actually thinks he's a couple years younger than this kid, but no, I am much older. But hey, the thing about this is, and this is why we think it's very important to have different traders on our stream, the amount of work that you've put into studying these charts and looking for extra little edge, like that's something that we really here at Trader TV, really appreciate, and bringing these different insights and different looks and different perspectives back through. We really do appreciate that, and we want to have you on more and more as we continue. So hopefully we can become regulars back and forth here.
Absolutely. Listen, I got some ideas cooking up. We're gonna that TV behind me. We're gonna figure something out. But I am going to be the trading weatherman. I'm gonna have my iPad up. I'm gonna be on screen. I'm gonna be giving you guys trades. Look, we're gonna figure something out.
Okay,
I love it.
But I also say. You mentioned age, but I will say trading is one of the only performance sports where age doesn't matter. So
trading a sport?
You're having an infinite in the market, that's probably not a good idea. But this is a clean slate for everyone, This is a clean slate. So
look, hey bro,
I
trust you, bro.
We trust you for sure.
You can always trust me. I'll never lie. I'll never lie.
All right, where can everybody find you right now, and then we'll let you go.
So you can find me on the back streets of Wall Street, in the corners of some dark office that trades options. No, you guys can just find me, Raider Trader, Rader. That is my last name, so it's not like some Raider, like Viking Raider. It's not like a It's
like a Tomb Raider. Is it Tomb Raider?
I was gonna say Raiders
Raider,
Lost Ark.
right? Toe Mater from Cars. It's none of that.
Okay.
So. Don't pin me to any of that. But you guys can just find me on Instagram, a bunch of stuff. I'm just, I'm all over the place just yapping. So I'm the king of yapping.
Appreciate you.
Much appreciated. All right. Thank you, Mr. Raider Trader, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Yeah,
that's Trader Talk.
Guys.
Take
Ciao.
care. Oh my goodness, Tomater. That actually makes sense because
Did he just say he's the king of yap?
Well, fair enough. Except
challenge
there's
accepted?
a little bit of yapping going on the show for like a long period of time, from 8:30 till about 4:30. It happens from time to time here or there, in and around everywhere. I'm not going to name any names, but you might be a few years, just a few years older than Raider Trader. This person I'm talking about, I have no idea.
Yeah, something like that.
A few years older. So just a couple of things. Well, I wanted to, while we were talking about GME, and just because. When he said that second salvo, or when Andrew was talking about the second salvo in squeeze names, the first thing I thought of was Novavax, only because this made a big one, and there was no big capitulation. Remember, they're going under. Well, they were going under and got a deal from Sanofi, and that kind of saved them. All of a sudden, you've had stair step to the upside on the daily. There have been pullbacks, but not any egregious pullback. So I would tend to think that shorts are getting a little bit nervous. Even today's move back in is just right back to where this thing broke out from without breaking lows, when everything else is breaking lows today. So this should be on the, if you're looking at squeeze plays, I feel like this, for whatever reason, it's been stronger in terms of continuation than GameStop or AMC or any of them, but just doesn't get the same attention. And it's, it doesn't make any sense to me, but is what it is. So Novavax, the longer it holds 15, I think there's another breakout possibly incoming. Mara, the only thing I'm in is Mara as the market's trying to bounce. Well, Mara doesn't break and fall deeply underneath the morning lows. So I have a trail in now. If it gets above 2010, I'm just going to jump out of this stock for now. I just saw there's a bit of a halt on that SWYN. I know some people have been trading SWYN. It's been if this is your game and you trade from halt to halt, then your Super Bowl isn't Nvidia. It's been SWYN. I'm not going to bother counting how many times it's halted. It's at least a dozen, if not more than that. The last couple have been to the upside. It's been 10-minute halts instead of 5 because that's how illiquid the stock is. You won't catch me trading it. I just don't really see a setup, but halt up with a 11:30 tap. And so we don't mind looking at it, but this has halted so many times, it's actually insane, SWI. And I wanted to mention there was a story in the middle of the day. I don't know if we'll get more follow through on GitLab, but they had like a high severity flaw letting attackers take over accounts that happened in the midday. And just to give you an idea, like this, we tried this on Boeing yesterday, and Boeing didn't do anything. Let's be real. Boeing did.
Interesting.
The Boeing was flat. Actually, it did go down, but it was kind of more flat than anything else. But this did the pullback into VWAP thing on news. So there's the dip. After the big spike on news, you kind of let it make the move back into VWAP and then play back into the low. GitLab's down 1.6%. If this move ends up taking it underneath like 56, maybe even like 55, the 50 and the 200 are right here. And this has been barcoding is not the right word, channeling 60 top, 50 bottom. If it loses this level on this news, I think you could see the 50 level, especially if there's continuation in the overall market to the downside. I mean, you have a security breach, you were already trending down and consolidating lower. It's exactly the kind of thing that should test support. So GitLab's going to be on the radar this afternoon. I don't know if it makes another pop to be able to short it up at VWAP. That would seem a little bit extreme. I don't know. The strength doesn't seem like it's going to be there to get a stock like this to VWAP.
Just trying to organize. We have those rep trouts this week, and I'm trying to figure out with all my coaches like what days will work for practices. We have practices every Saturday and Sunday.
You want to check the weather?
Year. No, throughout the year.
I was going to say this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, is this weekend bad?
No, it's
we have
one of the 2 days is supposed to be a bunch of rain.
Ours is Friday night, tomorrow night, and then
I think you're good then.
come to Hyde Park if you guys want to see that practice. All right, so we were talking about this with we were talking. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. 63. I always do that, don't I? It's like. And then when it happens, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And then it's like a self-inflicted wound. Yeah, like an idiot. Okay, so anyways, hey, what's going on? Hey, it's me. All right, so we're the anti-hero. Oh yeah, yesterday my daughter's out there. By the way, she shot 210 pucks yesterday because she has a chart. Every 1,000 pucks, she gets a Starbies. So that's what she gets. All right, so they're going today. Every 1,000 pucks she shoots, yeah.
So that's like a week?
Well, she did 200 yesterday, so.
Oh, wait a minute. So it's 200 each practice at the rink. So you what, 3?
No, at home in the back.
Oh, in the back. Oh, then it is every day. So
She shoots at least 200 to 300 shots a day.
I have
You don't.
morbid curiosity. Does she have like the setup with like the targets in different spots of the net?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I assume so. I didn't want to. I wanted to ask everybody.
Like
that's what it's all about. That was the only thing. That was the only thing I actually enjoyed watching when they were for NHL All-Star Weekend. Like I hated the fastest skater. I didn't care about that. The fast slap shot. I just liked seeing the skill of hitting the targets for that shot, like the wrist shots. Like I always found that to be the coolest thing. You have to practice. That's what it's all about. You said something the other day. It was actually a few times. If your kids find something they love, it's one of the most fun things in the world. I got home yesterday, and my daughter was like, "Daddy, do you want to go play catch?" I was in the backyard so fast. I'm like, "This is like the dream." Like, really? You're asking me to go play catch? I'm like, hell yes, we can play catch. It's so satisfying. So I'm glad to see that. But I'm giving you time to find the picture.
Oh no, I'm not even looking at it.
I thought you were bringing up a picture of.
Oh yeah, I could do it. Yeah, it's she.
No, that's my bad. I saw you looking. I'm like, oh, he's.
No, I just got my wife and I just got an email from my daughter's teacher, and it says something about my daughter was using ChatGPT. Yes.
Hey. Okay, here's the thing.
The teacher's setting that as a negative thing, but it's going to backfire.
Positive. No, it's a huge positive. Everybody is going to have to learn to utilize AI to make you more efficient with your. That is the future. So you want to tell me that kids learning those skills now in school for actual projects where they have deadlines, they have things that they're supposed to do a certain way, they're developing the skills that they're going to need.
Like what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to lean into it. There's a friend of ours from high school who's a teacher who completely, despite what they say at the board, I'm not going to sell him up by saying his name.
Yeah.
He actually encourages it in junior high. He helps them in terms of like how they should be using it, which is not what he's supposed to do. I'm not going to say who it is, but I think he's doing it the right way because you can't ignore progress. That's the best way to put it. I mean, you can, but it's just not going to work out well for you.
Anyways, yeah, 100% agree. I mean, that's why we're talking like that. And yeah, so shout out to your teacher. Thank you for sending me that message. You pretty much made my day, so I like that. All right, so that was absolutely fantastic. So the whole thing about it is like, I'm really proud of her because it's the discipline, right? It's like, to become sort of that elite anything, you have to have discipline, and you have to be able to put the work in, and you have to, you know, like when you see traders behind us, which is why sometimes and whatever, to each their own, but I'll be like, where is everybody, you know? Because even if you get shut down, you should still be there trading. The market is open for a reason. You know, this is not time to leave. This is not time to say, oh, it's a nice weather outside, I'm gonna go chill out. Wrong profession, dude, honestly. You never know what's going to happen. Like, and again, we always talk about share size and all that kind of crap, right? It is what it is. Everybody trade their own share size. All right, but like, you never know when you're gonna make your whole damn day on a trade. You know, early on here on Tesla, we lost our day, right? And then it was like, hello, we're sad, down. You know, down bad. We could have been like, okay, that's a bad trade. Oh yeah, here, Sean, you want to get kicked in the face again? How does Apple taste, you know? Sour. You know, we were getting hit on Apple. Apple wound up fine. It's fine. But I'm just saying, this was kept coming down, and you had to fight the Fed the whole way down. And it wasn't the Fed today. So that's the problem. Sometimes you get hit on trades, you know. AMD's another one of those things. Boom. You know, it's like, that's not right. Palantir, that's not right. You know, but then when you're looking over here and you say, okay, well, let's just go back to something we know we've been trading the futures really well. We fought it, was good. Here, we got stopped out a little bit here, but kept seeing things, keep talking through it, right? Saw something again, flipped short. This is what trading's all about. You know, it's like you don't go up to bat and just stand there hoping to get walked. You know, you have to make something happen.
If there's a good pitch.
Exactly. If there's a good pitch, and every day there's literally thousands of good pitches.
Just tell Barry Bonds how.
You know, it's like, yeah, tell Barry Bonds.
No, but you know what the analogy is with Bonds? He would go I watched when he was at his prime. Steroids or not, who cares?
Yeah, of course.
He would go into a series and without making this up, he'd play 4 games against a team and get 4 at-bats or 5 at-bats each time. And each night, he might see 1 or 2 hittable pitches. That's how much they were throwing around him.
Drugs are an incredible thing.
But you'd watch, whether it's drugs or not, like he would see.
Well, remember, if he's not juiced up, people pitch to him.
Yeah, but he was an MVP.
No, but I'm saying he would still get pitched.
Yeah, of course. But the whole point, he walked anyways. He had a great eye. But the whole point was you don't see any good strikes. The second he got one, he wouldn't miss it. Like imagine sitting there, it's like they're not throwing anything close, not throwing any close all weekend. You play Thursday, Friday against a team, and then Saturday someone leaves one over the plate and he hasn't swung the bat in 2 days and then he parks one. Because it doesn't matter. Like it's the idea he's ready at all times.
And that's what I was sort of getting at about like
100%.
You should be here trading and you should be putting on opportunities when you see them. And if you don't see the opportunities, I agree.
But if you do,
I mean.
I didn't know GitLab was going to have news today.
Oh, no, you can't have a crystal ball, but you can see what's in front of you.
But if it happens,
right.
You were in a news play today. You're sitting down, it happens. It was,
what was that?
I don't know.
Oh, Gasco. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Glasgow.
GlaxoSmithKline.
I almost said Gasco.
Look at this trade.
I almost said Gasco. It's Glasgow. That made a big move today. You don't know when things are going to happen, but they just do.
But that's me sitting here and taking advantage of it, right? I mean, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You gotta know what you trade too. I mean, a lot of people will only look for. Hey, and by the way, let me backtrack. We're gonna go to Frank in 1 second here. I just want to say you could also be a time of day trader as well. You don't have to be at your computer 7 hours a day. I mean, you know, not trading during lunch can be a very profitable idea. Not trading the open, like I'll probably stop doing, can be a very profitable idea, you know? So it's just about making sure that you're there for taking advantage of any possible opportunities.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna sit my butt in this seat right now and listen to Mr. Frank Cabernet because this is always a great opportunity to learn something. Go Blue Jays, they beat the White Sox at least.
It doesn't say much.
Just throw that in there. It's been a rough couple of weeks on both sides, you know. Good to see you as always. I was just double checking here. So a full percent day lows here for the overall market, 0.8 for the NASDAQ. Downside we go in a hurry. How much of this, Mr. Caberna, is coming off? I mean, where did this PMI come from? Kind of a surprise this morning after, I mean, it seems like a long time since we've had a number on the manufacturing side specifically that came out higher than expected to this extent.
Yeah, of course, now the S&P Services PMI is the most important data point on our board. Absolutely caught us off guard here this morning. How much of the current sell-off has to do with it, I'm not so certain. I mean, I am searching everywhere for a reason for why we're getting this extended sell-off, but I can say with some certainty that this number was absolutely the reason for this morning's sell-off. It incited what we've seen maybe throughout today because, yeah, it came in highest PMI since, I believe it was April of 2022. So pretty much exactly 2 years ago. And this is a number that especially for the last several months, especially look at that end of 2023, right? Where everything was looking like we're pointing towards rate cuts and inflation is getting under control, spiking once again. And it was, I believe, the services part of the equation here, which has been a sticking point in recent inflationary data points. Brennan, I know you know this, but yeah, the composite PMI much higher than expected. This was expected down around 50, 51 area where it's been landing on average for the last 6 months, comes in up above 54 there, much higher than expected. And yeah, I mean, you saw the UK inflation earlier in the week. I'm sure you saw it. It wasn't the 2.1% that some people were expecting, but 2.3%. And the US data, Brendan, it just is not getting there. It continues to be sticky. And this comes after the FOMC minutes yesterday, which are usually a nothing number, but they've now combined with this PMI data to create a pretty bearish end of the week here, in that the Fed members continue to be worried about this inflation. Maybe not worried is the right word, but they're definitely being sticklers about it. And the data isn't moving. And so it's created a little bit of a standoff, so to speak, where the Fed members aren't, are not looking at hikes. And that was what really promoted a lot of bullishness in the last week or two. Not looking at hikes necessarily, but the environment for cuts is not looking strong here in 2024, coming off of this PMI data, which, yeah, in the grand scheme of things is not really an important number, but man, the trend continues to be strong that the Fed's worried about sticky inflation and inflation remains sticky.
And isn't going anywhere, it seems like, as you alluded to there. I mean, we're at a point where the market almost doesn't really know how to take these types of numbers because we've heard that, oh, don't worry, it's just a blip. Commentary from not only Fed Chair Powell, but some of the other Fed members along the way as well. Is this just another blip, if you will, along the way, or is this something different? Because going into this, Frank, everything else has been pointing in the right direction consecutively. And you and I even talked about it going back to Tuesday, that it's not just the US anymore. You know, other countries are starting to show data and post numbers that are all heading in the right direction. So, I mean, I don't want to kick a dead horse here, but it seems like maybe we'll have to just wait for the next, number to come through and get a better gauge on how this actually is going to affect things.
Yeah, and we can pull up the PCE. I threw out the core PCE data if you want to pull that slide up, and you can see that it's not necessarily like inflation is spiking, right? Although that PMI data does look like a spike, is the highest since 2022. But the core PCE data here, which is really the primary metric that the Fed is constantly referencing as their number one metric, it's not upticking even, right? Let alone spiking back to the heights that we got to a year or 2 years ago. But they continue to be sticklers for it. And they said in the Fed minutes that we do not see enough data that we're headed towards 2% to start cutting rates. And so when you have the PMI data and you have the PCE inflation data here that is just plateaued at 2.5% to 3%, not 2%, or not even showing that it's going towards 2% from 3%. I mean, at this rate of change, they got 3%, Brendan, in December of 2023. And now we've got the PCE inflation data next Friday, a week from tomorrow. And if they print 2.8% again, which will probably be the expectation, 2.7 or 2.8%, I mean, at that rate of change over a 5-month period, 0.2 or 0.3%, that gets you absolutely to the end of the year without hitting the 2% target. Now, of course, we did just see the UK drop from the 3 handle down to 2.3% in one shot. It can happen, but it's not happening in the US. And yeah, I think today it's not a stock market crash by any means. NASDAQ is still a rounding error off of all-time highs, and so is S&P, and Nvidia is propping up that market to a good degree. But absolutely, are they crashing to the lows that we saw when interest rates went from 0% to 5%? Absolutely not. But you're seeing this equity market and every market, because everything's trading in the red. I think there's 4 stocks in the S&P 100 that are green today. And on my board, I'm seeing ETH and 1 or 2 other major non-equity markets that are trading green here today. Yeah, I've got corn, wheat, and ETH are the only green markets that I can find. So it is broad selling across the board. Metals getting hammered. All these markets are pricing in, I think, just a little bit of a chance of inflation resurfacing and these interest rates not coming down here at all in 2024, and potentially Powell swinging back in the direction of maybe we do need to not only stay higher for longer, but potentially take out the cuts and look at hikes. You can throw out the Fed Watch tool that I know people are probably sick of me talking about, but we're back to almost 20% chance of no cuts whatsoever this year, Brendan. This was a week or 2 ago when NASDAQ and S&Ps were printing those all-time highs again. This was down to 5% after being close to 20% a few weeks before that. And so we're back into that area that I would say largest fear gauge of 2024 so far, of getting no cuts to the interest rate or inflation potentially resurfacing. And you're seeing these markets price that in. Yeah, not only the interest rate market pricing in an 18% chance of no cuts whatsoever this year, but I think you're seeing the same being priced into the gold market, into the stock market, into the Bitcoin market. The fact that they might not have as much liquidity or as many people buying their markets if interest rates are going to continue to have a stranglehold on them, which, again, we've priced it in, we've priced it out, we've priced it in, and now we're pricing it out again. Brendan, we'll see where we land on next week's PCE inflation number. That'll be huge. And then hold on to your hats, everyone, because the first 2 weeks of June are really going to shake everything up, because we'll get a lot of data for where interest rates are going in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting going into the summer months where, people are going to be on vacation, not as much volume in the market, not as many eyeballs on the market, what the actual reactions are like. That could also mean a little less liquidity to prop things up as well. You mentioned PCE next Friday. There's also a GDP reading that comes through. We've touched on that in the past from the standpoint that it's not that important when it comes to what the Fed's trying to do. Their mandate is inflation and jobs, employment across the board. But economic growth underlying is pointing to strength. If that comes out still in the 3s, as it's been, How much do we take from that when it comes to, maybe even longer, as you've been saying?
Yeah, I think those numbers have been bittersweet for obvious reasons, right? The employment data and the GDP data have been, if they're outperformers, the stock market might sell off on that higher inflation, higher interest rates for longer. But it's usually been able to kind of throw those numbers away and maybe even end up positive on just the idea of a strong economy in general. What I fear a little bit here, and we'll see how it plays out, there's a tension brewing between employment, GDP, and inflation data, because the employment data has started to turn over a little bit, and now that could be the blip here in 2024, is the employment data in the spring here head faking and then getting strong again. We'll see, and that would point towards high inflation, high interest rates, and potentially bad for the stock market. But if the GDP data and the employment data do trend lower like they have been in some other global economies, that creates some tension whereby, man, if inflation doesn't start to print lower and employment and GDP is saying, hey guys, you need to cut rates because it's too constricting, now we're not seeing the growth or the employment that we want to see, and inflation still isn't at 2%, then you've got a lot of tension at the Fed for, do we start cutting rates even though inflation is 2.5% to 3%, because employment and GDP are starting to dip, and we feel decently good about inflation. And so that'll be one that'll be really, really interesting. I'm glad you pointed out, because obviously we're watching inflation data, but the GDP and employment data that comes out is creating a little bit of a tension and could develop even further if those numbers are underperformers. Does that end up being a positive thing for stocks, at least in the short term, because that maybe forces Powell to act a little bit faster than he wants, whereas he's been saying for the last half a year that the strong employment, strong GDP, that's giving me confidence for keeping interest rates higher for longer until we finally get inflation down to 2%. So I know that's maybe a lot. There's a lot of dynamics in today's economy. It's very nuanced. But yeah, that GDP number, and I'm sure some other random number, now that we're watching the S&P composite PMI, everything is on the board for shaking this market.
As long as Nvidia continues to hold everything up, it's fine, right? It's fine. Nothing to see here. Great stuff as always. Have a wonderful weekend. Frank and Berna over at IG in Chicago. We'll speak again next week.
Thanks, Brendan.
Checking, make sure I'm not muted there. It's like, shut up and listen to Frank. And even like Frank actually bounced a little bit. He bounced the market. Like, I don't want to, like, today would have been a rough day to say we're going to have a pump when Frank's on. Let's be real for a second. The market is under a little bit of pressure is a good way to put it. But there was a little tiny, minute sort of maybe bounce in the market just there, but not enough to reverse things. And speaking of Nvidia and whether or not it's going to continue to hold everything up, Nvidia just dumped underneath VWAP. So it is still heading to the downside.
Oh, wow.
Look, I was
All right,
looking
we
for
gotta
a pop.
cancel all this.
I'm about to go short again in GitLab, but it's not at VWAP. It's going to be breaking the low of the day on GitLab. But when Nvidia is doing this, I don't think we're bouncing into the close. This is happening. This is the only reason why things aren't worse.
Oh, what?
On the NASDAQ right now is going to be, was Nvidia, now doesn't matter.
Oh, so I had just set up orders to go long on Nvidia. Not down here. I was looking at VWAP. I was like, if we break VWAP, then I just put an order to go long. We're not long yet. If we broke back down through like a script order through 1043, just an automated order, boom, fill me, that's that. But yeah, no bueno on that one, as we'll just cancel that immediately right now, because you're not going the right way here on Nvidia. Nice little dip back in, but you know what? Remember before, that 1025 area, wow. All right, I mean, that's 1025. We've already wicked down here. So this is like a breaker 19. Like, do you read me? Because we are in a little bit of problem. Send someone here with some kind of a life raft, because Nvidia right now, I don't know if longs are going to be trapped, but what does this look like? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
There's the high, failed to get it, 50 period, moving average, remains king of the castle, because, hit it again, hit VWAP. What a short that was right there for Nvidia. And yeah, we are not in this name. We're short the market. The market is now, by the way, guys, like 1, 2.
1,000?
Drop that on to, we're over 250 handles in the money now. All right, so AMD down 4%, and look at this one, man. Puke City. Like, if the king is going to the downside, then it's simple. I don't want to call this the jester, but AMD to the downside right now, 158. I mean, look, I think everybody loves the space, but right now today, what a dramatic reversal. And I don't really know what caused all of this, but it's trade price and trade, volume. And ever since we went short, like, not just because we went short, obviously, but the market has really picked up. We're short right here, guys. Like, this is where we're short on the TQQs, right? And so, I mean, it's not like we hadn't sniffed this out. I mean, Sharif even asked me about, did I have any ideas? And I said, dude, I flipped short, like, and that was right here. We did it 7, 8 times. We talk about that. Trade with conviction and figure out your stuff, and you'll be fine. But yeah, Chris Breter it'll be Neil on today's show, as Chris Breter will be coming through to talk all about everything.
I'm not going to spoil it, but let's just say you're going to want to tune in for the trade idea, not just how good it was, but the why, as to why he liked what was an unbelievable trade. I'm not going to spoil exactly what it is. Maybe you can guess. You probably can't. But stay tuned for that. Chris Breter going to join us for Trader Talk in the aftermarket recap show. So there is something going up, and it's DraftKings. I was just trying to, basically the story was, I got to find which state it was because we heard it in our ear, that they're not going to have taxes on winnings or transactions.
Yeah.
But I didn't catch which state it was. It was in a single state. But it was a big volume spike that is following through quite nicely. Fed's Bostic also making some comments in here. Post-pandemic economy may be less sensitive to rates. So you're saying your actions might not matter as much. Go figure. Anyway, so
Massachusetts.
It was Massachusetts. There was. And you begin with M. I heard an M in there. So Massachusetts for DraftKings. I did just trail out of Mara at 2010. So this gets back into VWAP. I'll probably short VWAP again. I don't think we'll see the 21. 21's been a good level for Mara, but that has come and gone. If we get to 21 today, I'm a monkey's uncle. Not going to happen. I think VWAP will be in play, though. It's 3:10. There's still almost an hour to go in the overall market. And as long as we're trending down, I'm going to look for opportunities on weak stocks to go short. I've seen now a few people type in Nvidia 1,000.
Well, they can type whatever they want.
Yeah, but the whole point is if it loses this.
Oh, like if it loses, it's going down $25.
The 1025 level is exactly where we dipped.
Yeah.
If it loses that,
you know what?
I mean, I could see it. I went back over to GitLab to take another shot at the bottom because when I look at that story, and again, it was like an attack on access to accounts, security breached over there at GitLab. Now it's not going to be VWAP. It's not going to be off even like a 57 level, which I would love to be short off 57. I'm going to play it off the 56 half here. I think there's another leg to even get down to this 56 even.
Are you watching it? We just broke on Nvidia.
Okay, so Nvidia's continue to go down. And if the market continues to break lower, GitLab had bad news anyway, so I want to be in this name. If we get Mara, we get Mara. But here comes that test of 1025. Looks like it's headed lower. Let me slam on over to ARM because if there's a chance to get ARM, which there might be, off of this 111.50.
I mean, again, Nvidia just broke down a couple bucks.
Yeah, like if we're in a channel in ARM, we're breaking down, I want to short this consolidation in ARM as well. That's the chip name that I've been short. Let's go to Adara.
Some comments coming through here from Fed's Bostic saying that the economy since the pandemic, so in the years following the pandemic, seems to be less sensitive to rates. So saying that also low-cost debt makes people less sensitive to rate hikes, basically saying that we're not seeing necessarily this reaction in the economy that we might have in the past with these rates, guys.
Go to the desk.
Oh, man, so we have like, So I've already, look, it's like when you look back and you're like, holy crap, we have almost $3 in the money. I just said to myself, I have no problem taking a lot of shares. That's not a problem. It's just like holding, like I can't hold them all the way down here. So I have to start to get much, much better at stop scalping and more holding. But yes, sir, this has been, what a day. So again, now we made all of the Tesla money back, and now we're just chilling out right here, waiting to see what we could do with TQQ, because hit the long, hit the short, #1 stock of the month, this TQQ trade right here. All right, so let's just keep on looking for more, I guess. I mean, I'm thinking about shorting AMD, really, and I'm like, it's at the 50 period right now. We've got a couple bumps back through the 50, back through the 50. Maybe we should look, so look, this is a 30 period. I've never looked at this before, so, but this is the 200 period moving average on a 30-minute chart. Now, like I wouldn't just go long on something that I'm seeing like this. So I'm not, but there could be something there. Just bring it up in case you guys look. But we've talked about 18.6 already, and that's what we're coming into, and that just happens to line up. So if 18.6 breaks, I think you can flush again today to 18.550 and relook somewhere at that bottom. That's the long then. So I'm not going to go long until, like I can't believe what we're in right now and the position that we have, but we're going to have to break a little bit lower. So about 50 more handles gets us to 18.580, and then that's when I think we will possibly cover the last of this TQQ position, which is right here. And yeah, like watch out for that. 63 looking to break right now on TQQ. So other than that, we just talked, I'm just hearing right now, I was trying to find it, but I hadn't traded it yet. Rivian reducing prices on their vehicle.
No move.
So Marissa, maybe you'll be getting that truck after all. Yeah, right. All right, so here we go. Back to, I gotta buy Starbucks for kids, you know what I'm saying?
You like the Rivian.
Here we go, yeah, she loves the Rivian. So, all right, not much change, but if they're reducing prices, I think that maybe is a bad thing because they've always had the demand. They haven't been able to produce the vehicle.
They can't produce them, and they're losing money on the ones they sell.
If they're reducing prices, I think that's a bad thing. But
yeah, I don't see any good in that. But the stock didn't move on that just now. However,
I'm just punching short.
Look, CTNT just did this on volume, and it was already starting to go. Now it's a continuation. This was the like Uber halter, like the stock that halted like 1 trillion times yesterday. So I just want everybody to look at the last couple of days on CTNT to get an idea. Like it was aftermarket moved to $40, then it tanked from $18 to whatever, it was like $1 or whatever the heck. It was underneath $1 at one point. I know because I tried the long at $1. And it didn't hold. It was worth a shot.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Look at this thing. It could get pretty nasty in either direction. Just understand it's a high probability halter. The two things I jumped into are ARM and GitLab, both to the south side. I'm not really looking for longs at this point. And then we mentioned GameStop without, I don't think saying it's already back at that $18 level. 18 was a decently large level for GameStop if you go back to when this all started. So 18 could come into play. I'm not saying the buyer will come back on the stock that's been there in the afternoon, but if it does, 18 wouldn't be the worst place for it to happen, Adara.
Rivian here, so this story, this is pure speculation, but it's circulating on Twitter that Rivian may be reducing its prices. So again, speculation, we don't have any hard news on that, but that's what's going on with regards to RIVN. We're also getting some more comments from Bostic coming in here, saying, quote, on rates, it is important to move in only one direction. So not sure what direction that is. He did not provide any further details here, but also saying again that, quote, we may have to be a little more patient and certain about inflation's path to 2% before moving the policy rate. So generally kind of coming in line here with a lot of what we're hearing from these other Fed speakers, guys.
I mean, so I would take that to mean that it's with rates, you're either in a hiking cycle or a lowering cycle. I would take that to mean that he's saying he doesn't want to have to raise again, which seems that would be kind of good because you've heard from other places that it could be on the table that raising could still happen. I mean, Jamie Dimon keeps talking about stagflation. He just said it again yesterday. So like I said, the new two things I just got into, GitLab, a short off of the bottom consolidation here, not off 57. I think that would have been a better play. But if the market does make another low. Nvidia is now starting to hold up that 1025. So I have a relatively tight stop on this down at the bottom. And then that CTNT was about to go into, no, it didn't halt. Looks like it might have resisted the top end there and starting to pull back in. VWAP and where it consolidated happens to be $1. So this is going to be a late day runner or a pusher. I like the dollar level on dips. Dips tend to be better with these. So CTNT on volume looking pretty good. I didn't see a story on it or anything, but that stock didn't need a story to move the last couple of days.
All right. Adara, please find out about symbol swim. People asking in the chat about symbol swim. So we already...
it's halted 15 times today.
Right. So... Okay. So, but it's halted right now.
Oh, check that.
Or no, it's not halted right now. It's open. Yeah, it's been halting all day, but it's open now.
It's actually 30 times. I realize my halt scanner does have a counter on it, so I can actually, it's literally 30 times this stock is halted today. I don't know what the record is. I just know that I can't remember a stock halting more than 30 times. I'm sure, maybe I've seen it, but I cannot think of a stock that's done this many halts. That's absurd.
All right, so for right now, we dropped that story just a little bit before there. Thanks to Derek for covering it on Rivian. But right there, we shorted Rivian at 95. So, which wants my attention? I'll take it.
See, there's no news here with regards to what's going on with SolarWind here. They have halted several times throughout the day, but I can give you guys the details on the stock. 1.1% short interest here, up from what I'm seeing, 307% year to date. So decent year this one has run in the past. We also have a float here of about 3.98 million shares, market cap of 630.09 million. So small cap, but not incredibly small. Just some details here on SWIN. Again, this one halting throughout the day without any stories behind it, guys.
All right, so right now Rivian 5 cents in the money. It is just
another one.
So whatever. I mean, we're here again. So we'll wind up like 50-50 names traded, winners to losers. Like all right. Most of trading is psychological, right? I mean, you have to get over that. You got to get over that hump. You got to sort of get that confidence, get that ability, and all that kind of stuff. This is confidence right here. You hear the story. You've heard stories like this before about price cutting. Makes sense. You talk about it out loud with people, and you put the trade on. That's called confidence. You know, so there it is right there. We're going to start cashing some out, and what it's also called is stacking. So, like, when you do that, you start to take some out. I don't know where this is going. This is not like one of those trades where it's like, oh my God, we're gonna like make thousands of dollars. I don't know anything about what this Rivian story is. But if you see it come through, sometimes it's worth just putting out and getting a little bit of profit there. So I just want to explain to you, I don't know what Rivian's gonna do now or not, but we're already out of a third of this just for 5 cents. So that's why I just kind of jokingly say that, because again, everybody's gonna trade their own thing, but this is only a $9 name. So we're using hundreds of shares on Nvidia, I mean, which is 100 times the price. Yeah. So 10 times, yeah. So right now, Rivian, you know, not afraid to trade this name, needless to say. So we'll see what happens here with Rivian. We'll stick another piece out there at 90. So just trying to get 5 cents, and we'll hold the rest now as we're out of 2/3 and see what happens now with Rivian. So that's a good one. Swim, whatever. I just brought that up for fun because you guys were talking about it. Like, there's no money in that name. All right, so the other one would be Ethereum right now. We could figure this out. Again, a nice little drop down there, bouncing off the 200 period moving average. Just want to say I'm not here to trade this name off of anything technical whatsoever. I'm ear to the ground on it if we hear anything about it, because we nailed this long at 26 right here the other day, to where it was just like this at 3 o'clock. All of a sudden, or whatever time it was, all of a sudden the news came in, we punched along, and then it became my #1 stock. So I don't think that will happen with Rivian today on news, but we'll still play the short. Story makes sense. And again, we always talk about this, right? And I actually, the big kahunas will do this and do that. The thing is that if anything, it's just that I've heard, and so has Sharif, Adara, Neil, everybody, we've all heard price cuts before and seen what it's done to stock. Especially, and we just talked about why we thought it was negative.
It's never good. Well,
you know, so no, I mean, it might be good.
Sometimes,
I don't know. But we talked through it with
EVs is bad.
Yeah, we talked through it with Rivian. You don't need to have 20 years experience to put this trade on. You don't even need 6 months experience to trade the way I do.
News bad,
You
fine.
can
short.
actually have 1 week experience and trade the way I do, it seems like.
Well, I think
so.
that-
That's the thing that I would. Mendel's calling
Sometimes news can be ambiguous.
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
I've heard news stories where I'm like,
100%.
there was one that I can't remember, but it was like a month or two ago, and we were sitting there like, is that good? Is that bad? But
Probably every Boeing story. It's
no, but like, company that loses money when they sell things and isn't making enough of said things has to drop the prices on those things. How is that possibly a positive? I mean, it's not always going to be as simple as a security hack on GitLab, a short seller report on whatever, a Boeing, Boeing's down again today, a Boeing, I don't want to say crash, but like another Boeing incident. Let's just say that. I like saying, I don't want to be too harsh on them. Boeing is having another crappy day today. But again, if you find it, you just look for an opportunity. You don't know when they're going to happen. I'm back into one that was a news story, but it's more about looking for continuation. If the market flushes, I can just see this making new lows. And again, I have a relatively tight stop. I put in the floats for that SWIN and CTNT. Because these are not about the short float, these are about how small the actual float is and that it's just churning over and over again. And that's what causes the upward pressure. And so this can close above, it's obviously good for the stock, closing above $1 here, but like most of these, and we had Luis on this morning, what goes up must come down. This is a little bit of an extreme one, CTNT, but it's the same thing as SWIN. SWIN. I actually don't know the name of that company. I didn't even bother looking.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily matter. But if it can just start to bounce off of the $1 level and start actually showing some strength, I wouldn't mind jumping in. But there's just big orders tracking it back into the downside now that I'm looking at it. And not many bids are even popping up. So I might get away from that. If anything, you look at what happened in crypto. I got out of Mara, and all Mara has done is continue to slide lower. So I thought maybe you get a retracement into VWAP. That seems rather unlikely at this point. And if that's going to be the case, it might be worth it to try to jump back into this one. Pretty much exactly where we got out of the last short, which can be in play. Michael Westerrick saying the DXY is over 105.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of things that are pointing to potential continued weakness. Nvidia's consolidating off the bottom here. I mean, I say bottom in air quotes because it's like the actual low at the open was down around 1,010. But I'm talking about this lower high. You're consolidating at this 1025 instead of rocket ship to the upside. It was rocket ships before. We're not seeing rocket ships to the upside anymore. You're now trend down. So looking for short opportunities that we liked already, I think can be a thing. We have about 5 minutes until we might get a couple of early look imbalances. I'm expecting nothing burgers on imbalances. Oh, I meant to check if DraftKings was still going. Nope.
No.
Yeah, so DraftKings, apparently I said Massachusetts funny, and so someone wanted me to say it again, so there you go, I just did. But that news looking like it's coming right back in with everything else. So DraftKings had a hot moment, now retracing back. If it was still trending up, that could have been something. But it ain't.
Quick hot minute there. Yeah, it was just that
was a couple
they
minutes.
didn't want to increase the taxes to something like 51%. I mean, they're still taxing it, but
even that good,
anyways, story to be paid attention to. And I mean, no more an important story in DraftKings. I mean, you got to get it all legalized all over every state. And then, of course, figuring out how much tax to charge those who actually win on gambling. That would be interesting. I guess all the money they make off everybody, they pay tax. So,
Yeah.
All right, so right here. All right, I took like another 20% of what I had left, so about probably 10% in total, out again at 90. I don't think Rivian's going to break. I mean, that news is now out, not much happening. Market could actually rebound, and if that happens, then yeah, Rivian probably goes back up. So we'll still stay in the short. We have about 35% left of our initial trade. So we actually first got hit at 96, then we got hit at 95 or 94.5. So that's why we have a little bit of a funny price, 94 and change. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not that interested in it.
Only because I saw someone say that they think SWIN is going to be halted for the rest of the session. I wasn't watching this, but the last trades were like a half an hour ago on SWIN.
No.
I have like
Swin or swim?
is it SWIN?
Oh, IN, okay.
Yeah, so look, it's been 30 minutes since the last print, obviously when it halted. Usually it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That said, I've only seen it a couple of times where it's been longer than that. I've talked about the story where it happened on Funware So I really don't know. It is 100% a volatility halt. You can see that when you go to NASDAQ Trader. They've given a quote resumption time like normal within 5 minutes. They just didn't open the stock. So this is the risk. Like some stocks, when they halt, they're so liquid, it's just going to open back up in 5 minutes. Like when GameStop halts and AMC, like it's doing so many shares and there's a little liquidity in there, you're going to be fine. But this SWIN, like it's a little bit more nonsensical with 30 halts. And usually the way that things go, if a stock halts and doesn't reopen before the close, normally at 4 o'clock, that acts as the reopen. And then the aftermarket becomes the reopen. I have no idea if that's going to be the case here because I can't think of a time that I've seen this exactly the same way. But it's halted 31 times. I feel like you know what you're getting into with a stock that can't stay open. So if you're stuck in this halt, can't tell you when it's going to reopen, I would check NASDAQ Trader. If they give you a resumption time, then just go with that. But there isn't one up right now.
Yeah, and I will basically guarantee you that there's nobody really making money on that at real trading. I'll promise you that.
The way that they do is if they're short, like
it's not moving. It's too much.
unless you're short at the open. I've seen it before, so I'll give you an idea of how. Because there was one time, and I actually. Like someone actually banked on a stock. Basically, the only trade is to know it's a whatever, I want to say piece of crap or whatnot, and then the first move down to like get an initial halt. Like that's generally where people would win, is if they get like the first move down and then it just happens to fall apart. But when it goes halt to halt to halt to halt to halt, it's like, what are you going to do? But if you have it early, then you're able to hold on to a piece.
Yeah.
Like that's a trade because that's what happens when GameStop would go up. Is you get the first halt up and you just hold it. If you don't get the first, I don't know what you're doing with the stock. To be honest with you, I don't know what else there is. I can just say good luck.
Yeah, just it's halted. If you have that and hold it, that's fine. But like you always get out and you're back in and you're out and you change your mind. It's like that's really tough, especially as it made its way back up to the upside. So yeah, just be careful with it. I mean, there's lots of money to be made everywhere in this market. Don't just. Maybe it's the number one stock at real trading.
No, I doubt it.
That was a joke. Yeah. Like I said, it will be. It's a red stock.
Nvidia.
It'll be a red. No, Nvidia will be the number one.
Or Nvidia. I don't know.
Nvidia will be the number one losing stock, would be my guess. But again, just a guess. Okay, I think so. And again, the reason why is like when stocks. I can explain Nvidia. Nvidia could have been the number one stock for sure, but then on that pullback down, it would have been wreckage. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right, into it, right? I just want to say because we always go over this, so let's just do it.
I meant
the number one stocks. If we have the board, we can show that as well. But for right now, I'll just do this quickly. Into it, big name, man. Not as big as the bigger ones, but still 200 billion. That'll come through tonight. Expected move 5%. After that, I mean, Workday's a pretty decent mover, 6% as well. This is the big one, Deckers. We talked about that just being recently added to the S&P, so that would be something to look out for there as well. Deckers Outdoor. Ross, I think, is later on as well. Is that Polestar? That's before market open, so we already talked about that.
No, remember they said they're delayed, so they're not going to.
Right.
They're delaying their earnings, so
The
we're not going
expected
to.
move was 36%.
And we're not going to get their earnings.
Yeah. Well, but they're not delaying it to tonight. They're just we don't know.
We don't know when. We don't know.
Right, we don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
So even worse than I thought, actually.
That's not good.
That's not good news.
No.
All right.
That's
about. Was there anything else there? Do we have the board?
There it is.
All right. Okay, so here we go. Let's see what else looks nice on here. As you can see tomorrow morning, just make sure you buckle up. That looks real super exciting tomorrow morning.
You don't want Mesa Labs? Mesa
Oh,
Verde?
I do. Yeah, Mesa Labs. Yeah, if you're going to go to a lab, choose Mesa Labs. That is for sure. All right, Lionsgate. I can't say anything else but Deckers and Intuit. I mean, those.
No, it's Deckers, Ross Stores, Intuit, Workday. Those are the four that we're interested in. I like the buckle up reference, but my guess is since none of us have ever heard of it, that you're not going to be buckling.
The seatbelt.
What is it called? It's just buckle. Okay, so BKE. In my mind, it's like it should be a different ticker than BKE. I'm like, okay, why wouldn't it just be BCK or BCK? Mesa does nothing. Buckle does nothing. Again, these are not going to move. Workday, I think, will be an interesting one. And then, look, Ross and Deckers are solid. But let's be real. Tomorrow morning,
there's so much to cover, right?
Like when we talk, what do you think we're going to talk about in the aftermarket show? I'm not going to spoil what Chris is talking about, but when we go over things, you're going to start and end with the chip move and the move in the overall market. And when you come in tomorrow, your concern is going to be where are the chip stocks.
Yeah.
Like when I sit down tomorrow morning, unless something absurd has happened randomly in, I don't know, like Apple or something, the first thing I'm going to look at is, okay, where is Nvidia? Where's AMD? Where's maybe SMCI and ARM? And then I'll go from there. Maybe like a where's Tesla, given the way that that moved as well. And then you work yourself down the line at that point. What's going on with crypto? Where's Bitcoin? Is ETH making any moves? That's what it's going to be all about. So I think that's what you have to do as a trader. Francis, everyone's like hating on the way I say Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you, Neil?
Massachusetts. Okay, fine. I'll say it the way you guys want me to. Of course I'm saying it weird. I'm saying it how I say it. I'm not American.
Saying it naturally. You're a weird dude. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I keep
whatever. It is what it is.
Oh, I love you too, Ram. Ram's in our ear. Ram is in our ear, and I'm saying Ram every time now. Just at least for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Well, I said I would do it once a day, and then
No, we can do it.
I actually haven't done it once a day after saying I was going to say it once a day. So I have some making up to do. I also got into
I mean, just, you know,
Mara
you could trade around some wick shimmies as well if you like. I mean, there's some wick shimmies probably right here. Is it this?
I will
this might
say
be a
that
wick
if someone
shimmy.
explains to me what it means. If I could describe what a wick shimmy was,
Don't
then
you listen to the Midday show? There's like 1,500 wick shimmies a day.
Yeah, but I can't figure out the difference between a wick shimmy and just a regular wick top.
The thing is,
I don't know.
I'm not sure it exists.
Well, like the example is, so here's, I just got
We're long
Mara.
Nvidia, for example.
So here, Mara, there's a wick off the top. It wicks the high of the day, and then it goes lower. So I think that's like a wick top through a resistance level. Did it a couple of times. I don't know what a wick shimmy is. It's obviously something different. Maybe I just got wicked out of ARM, which already happened. And notice I'm not saying wick shimmy. So I was wicked out of ARM earlier at VWAP. I got right back in. I was maybe just wicked out if it comes back down. The shimmy, I'm not sure. Like, does that mean it happened 2 times, 3 times?
I shouldn't have brought it up. I've done us injustice. Okay, right now we are long right here on Nvidia. So let's get back to trading a little bit here. We'll see. I don't know if this is going to go or not right now, but it just broke the 50-period moving average. It's done that before. And not done much, right? I mean, coming back in here. This is the other way, though. This is not breaking it. This is supporting it and going down. We broke it a little bit there and broke it a little bit there. If anything, if you're playing the trend, it's probably long. I'm going to play a little counter heading into the close, hoping that we get back going. But you see this little wick down. I'm not taking this too much lower than this 27 marker. That's actually 28, and I'm giving it a little bit of room. So we're going to give this $4. And if you can't handle that, then kitchen. Okay, here we go. Nice little move right now to the upside. Let's see if we can get going. It's now 10. Where am I long? 1031 change. All right, if this can get going just a little bit more through 1034 and change, let's put an offer up to the upside and see if we could take that $2 and just take a piece out. Obviously, our complete zone of getting out of this, I just said, was about $4. I think it's probably a little bit less because we're at 1031. But at the end of the day, if this can go up and we can get a little bit of profit here, just like we did, by the way, Rivian took us out. I'll talk about that in a minute. Here we go. Again, instantly, this is going right now on this trade, if it can win, right there, even just by getting that fill right now, PL number 2. Here we go. We could get green today. After this kind of a day, are you kidding me? Let's go Nvidia back up to the upside right now. $3 now in the money, and that is what it is right now, a nice upside move. Traders, unite. We're in the building right now with Nvidia and the TQQs. So let's see if we can't get some real moves here into the close for NVDA. And let's go. Hey, Davis. Let's go, everybody else. No. Huh? All right. So here we go to the upside move right now. It goes Nvidia 2 and change. Higher, 1030, 1035, 1040. Let's go to Nvidia and let's see if we can get going now on this name. Hey, we are right here, right now, and not going anywhere. Realtrading.com at Trader TV Adara. Make sure you go follow her right now at the big screen.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sean. This market pretty much to the downside, but there are some names with catalysts making outsized moves that are worth discussing, including Boeing, another negative catalyst here for Boeing, down about 7%. Yesterday, we had that news with regards to China delaying its orders because there's some issues with the battery packs on some of the voice recorders. Now we have the Boeing CFO coming out saying that They do forecast negative cash flow and delivery delays, saying also that they do expect improvement by the end of June and there should be a better financial performance in Q3 and Q4. But overall, market reacting negatively to BA. We also have PFE here. This one to the downside, but catalyst worth noting, they have initiated a multi-year cost-cutting plan. They are looking to save $1.5 billion by 2027. Either way, this one to the downside. Last but not least, Starbucks, another one to look at here. Much like Pfizer, not a huge reaction to this catalyst, but something to keep an eye on. This morning, we did have a bit of movement in Starbucks after we did have this unconfirmed rumor circulating that Pershing Square, which is Bill Ackman's firm, is considering making an activist investment in Starbucks. Again, not confirmed, but SBUX on watch here, currently down about 3%, guys.
It was doing so well, Starbucks, but now to the downside. Nothing on the early looks, individual stocks. If there was something, we'd let you guys know, but that penny stock is there from the morning, and then Enbridge, which is there pretty much every single day. Ford, who cares? One thing to remember, every single day this week, and maybe a couple of days last week, regardless of where the imbalances come out on Apple, within 1 minute, it is jumped in size. So wherever Apple comes out, if I don't see it on the imbalance locator, I want to come back at like 351 or 352 because I've seen it could be nothing, and then it's all of a sudden 1 million shares to sell within 1 minute or so. So I'm reminding myself out loud because I keep saying that, and there's been a trade, generally speaking, on Apple when that's happened. Like, it'll come out as a nothing imbalance, and if the market goes up or does anything, you give it a minute or two, and if it's at a resistance level, jump into the short, and if an imbalance shows up to the sell side, you can be short off the level. I'm not getting in now. It's 3:38. There's still like 10 minutes to go. But that's just a pattern of what's happened at least a few times. I don't want to say it's been every day, but I feel like it's been almost every single day in the last 5 trading sessions. 4 or 5 trading sessions. You are getting a good bounce. The futures have now bounced a good 30 handles. Most of it, I think, is only because Nvidia is going up. I don't think the futures would have gone anywhere if it wasn't for Nvidia, in my opinion. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to chase anything in this that isn't a chip name that looks at least decent off of the bottom, because then it'll get dragged up, and they have some room to go. AMD getting its first bid since 1042 right now. That's not a lot.
who would have thought about going long? We'll see what happens right now. We are now $5 in the money right here, Neil, as it keeps on going. And we get higher and higher and higher here on Nvidia. But hey, man, I mean, you know what? I don't know where we're going to go on this name. So we got to be very, very cautious about some of these moves. So here it comes. If we can get something out at VWAP, maybe we'll take that. I mean, let's wait to see what winds up happening here. At the end of the day, it's been a good trade for Nvidia. We talked about that, and I said, like, no matter which way you've been going, and I said, you know, this is probably not a very top name here. If you were long, it's great. It was hard to stay long. There's no doubt about that. A couple of traders talked to me about that as we go. But you know what? Honestly, this is, I just closed it. This is why we sit here and we trade. I'm saying the same thing every day, and honestly, it's getting to be a little bit much because this is what we do. If you're not going to sit here, like, this was an opportunity, right? Nvidia, you know, we're sitting there looking for it, so we have to be able to take these trades when we see them. And I mean, it could burn you early, it could burn me right now. This thing could absolutely tank, but you know what? It's a chip in a chair. It's like what we just said there. We're looking for opportunities. Well, guess what? Remember I just said before, like, if you're looking for opportunities, there's thousands of them every day, you know? And I mean, that's what it's all about. Find your niche, find what you're looking for, and take those opportunities. You know, we just got out there at 103.6. So now it's starting to rip higher. This is a $6 winner. This is a $7 winner right now as we continue to go higher. Look, some of it is lucky because we're looking at it, but is it? I mean, this is Nvidia, right? So obviously we have a play to be made there. And then not only that, you have to be able to show your versatility too, right? Because here's Nvidia or Rivian as a day trader. We talked about this. This is going to be another positive name. You know, it's hard to find positive names. This is another positive, not positive for Rivian, positive for the day trade. So there it goes. And then throw up huge trades too. Nvidia trade, earnings, monster trade, monster stock, monster trade. It's right now PL number 2. In 3 minutes, P&L number 2. Plus, we also now have Rivian and the futures. So it's a decent day. We'll see what winds up happening here into the close. Cannot believe we're able to battle. I can believe it, but it just shows you that, look at this, now only up $3. So right now we have about 20% left of this Nvidia position. Playing with house money, could come back. But again, we had to follow our rules there, man. It was VWAP. So came back in, we did take a piece out, we got 36s, we talked about that. Now let's see where we can go from here. And hey man, if you're not, you don't have to have, like For Profit says big plays only, you don't have to have big plays only. That's not, I don't have only big plays.
Trade's a trade.
A trade is a trade, right? But again, it's about having winning trades, and that's really all that matters. It doesn't matter your share size because everybody has different income.
Yeah, just relative wins to losses in terms of like, if you win 1 out of 10, then the one that you win has to be gigantic, and then maybe your only small losses, big wins. I can't think of a strategy offhand that works that way, but there might be something out there. But you could win 7 out of 10, and if you have a good risk to reward, then you're perfectly fine. You can win 55% of the time, and something still works for you. Like I said, I have a setup on Apple I'm going to try today. It's involving the imbalance. It has nothing to do with 350, but if I see it get to resistance, the good thing about this as well, you just saw the market bounce on Nvidia. Well, what you didn't see happen is Apple go up. So Apple's already weak relative to this last move we've had. Apple's making a push to the low, and the market's going higher. So I'm going to like this setup even better. But the idea is that to watch the imbalances come out, with any luck, this will get pushed to the upside. In the first minute or two after 350 hits, usually a sell imbalance has emerged on Apple the last few days, and then I would jump into the short. The imbalance, if it does grow into a sell imbalance, then it should move back into the lows. There's no guarantee that just because it goes to a sell imbalance that it actually goes down, but that would be the play. AMD's now starting to break out. I wanted to see it bounce off this 160 and start going. I wanted confirmation going into 350, so the only other thing I'm looking at would be a 160 hold on AMD. If there happens to be a buy and balance there, then you would get the benefit of that. It's in 5 minutes or so I don't really see anything else. I have been doing the preparation for the aftermarket show, so we're locked and loaded to go over just about everything. And as I said, the aftermarket show today, the market recap, going to have Chris Breter, and he's going to have his biggest trade and how he found it as well, which I think is almost more important. We talk about that all the time. It's one thing to have an idea to put on a trade. It's also where did it come from. So it's not just, hey, I happen to be in this stock and it just sort of comes out of nowhere. No, he's going to give you and walk through his process. So Chris Breter from Simpler Trading will be on the market recap, and I want to discuss Adara's day trading some Nvidia and looking at some NVIDIA, which I know a lot of people were trading in its stead. So that should be a heck of a lot more fun. Then we get to sit there and watch some of the moves, but now we get to see what actually happens in the aftermarket and be able to bring it with you guys. I will have fun doing it when I get the opportunity. I just got into AMD. This will be off the 160 level. Remember, I'm looking short on Apple in the next couple of minutes. If you see me pop into a short, then the plan of action would be in front of this double top 187.85. Just after the imbalances drop at 350, looking for a flip to a short on Apple.
All right, we are just 7. Yeah, let's see about Apple. Again, I really like that stock for sure, but
love the stock.
Yeah, I should have probably sold something up there. We talked about that up there in the 190s after buying 169. Good move back up, but yeah. All right. Look, if you're taking the trades this afternoon, this one is 7, so we've talked about that already. If you traded the TQQs this afternoon, I mean, we didn't. This is 1 o'clock, so we just watched it bleed down and then talked about it to where we have 5% left. We don't even. It might even be less than 5% left on this. We got a lot of these out when we started to break, and then we should have punched out there on the 50 period, but we didn't. So that's a little bit of a lesson there for that one. We've given Rivian out, and I explained that was probably just a real trading one. Anybody here at Real Trading probably takes that. That was an easy one. A little bit of money there, but then given right back. So still up. We'll pay for that latte at some point. And then after that, we haven't done much this afternoon. But like I said, and like I always say, it doesn't take much to butter that bread. And right now, this was a trade that we just put on, honestly. We're sitting here. Remember what I said before about how you have to be able to put on trades. What are you even sitting here doing if you're not trying to make a living wage? Look, this is the thing. There's Nvidia breaking. The opportunity was there. We took it. So all of a sudden, just in one quick trade there that we decided to take, it becomes my second best stock of the day, right? So right there, it's just like, if I'm not sitting here taking that opportunity, then I don't have that opportunity to do that. So I do think it's very important that we all, make sure that we trade properly, trade within our own risk parameters, and understand that I'm already out now of 80% of this trade. It was like 50% there or not, that wasn't 50%, that was the bigger one. 50% there, probably 20%, and we have that 20 or 30% left. So we'll wait to see now what happens. Could it moon? Yes, it could. I'm gonna get out now and just play with house money. So my stop on this trade, remember I told you was $4. It went in the money 650, so well worth it. We've already taken profits out. This name has already made my day 1,000 times better. So now we'll wait to see if we get a dip opportunity to get out of this one. And that'll be around 1031. So let's set that stop rate now. Now we can't lose. We are officially playing with house money. So we'll put that stop at 1030.97. It's that simple. And there's the offer. Market me out of that trade. Volume should be okay. I've been using this order type to get in and out and haven't had that much slippage, but maybe we could. But there it is right there. Yesterday we got really juiced up for Nvidia, took it early. This time we take it late, and you can clearly see the difference that's made. So that was a good trade for us, and we'll just stone cold chill out now and wait to see if there's anything at these imbalances. And it is all about managing your risk at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, kudos, right? Because when you make it back, it's an old school term. No one really uses it on the floor anymore, but I know we do. It's called gain from bottom, right? So it's like at all points, if you think about it, when you exit any trade, everything starts anew, right? Like nothing actually really matters before. It's happened, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't go back in time unless you've got a DeLorean. So you just sort of think about what's next. So gain from bottom just means, well, at some point you hit your lowest of the day, or whatever it might be. And then what you can get from that are the most rewarding types of moves. You get green, great. For myself, I got basically halfway from the bottom today. Not enough follow through. Probably could have taken more of GitLab. I think that was probably the biggest mistake. That was the best opportunity, was GitLab for me, and I probably just didn't have enough. I was late to the story by a couple of seconds, but that's what it's all about. Yesterday, got some of it back, but I would argue that, the moves that you saw today, like what happened yesterday in Nvidia, I didn't have as much of a problem with losing on Nvidia yesterday as I did losing on AMD today, and I think for a host of reasons. We liked Nvidia a lot going into earnings, and obviously it tanked and rubbed everyone the wrong way, so I just reloaded AMD.
We're now $10 in the money.
AMD just bounced again. But the difference being, AMD was very, very different today in looking for the long than Nvidia looking for the long yesterday, just to make a long story short. But the imbalances just dropped out. Now I'm looking for a bounce on Apple, which is not happening. It's already at the low of the day. AMD's a buy of 1 million. Nvidia's a buy of 1 million shares. So 1 million to buy on Nvidia, 1 million to buy on AMD. Amazon, 800,000 to buy. The NASDAQ is 1.6 billion to the buy side. New York, NYSE is only 500,000, so it's all buy imbalances. Tesla is a buy of 600,000. Microsoft is a buy. They are all to the buy side. Apple is not even there, and Apple is still tanking. So I get that idea is out the window. The idea was to short Apple going into the close, but it was not if it was already heading to the downside.
I mean, did we think it would be a $10 winner? No. Is it? Yes. Neil talked about gain from the bottom, and again, it's not about this. My gain from the bottom is 9 times the highest net here. Like that's just it's a risky proposition, but that's why you can, when it feels good, right? And there's a lot to digest there, but. We're pretty happy here. This just faded out. I mean, maybe right now we should just get out of this. playing that imbalance and getting a little lucky there on the imbalance, right? I mean, let's just get out if this breaks 1037 now. We're going to get out of that. So I'll put the offer. Whoa, did that offer go? Yeah, so did you take the dub on AMD?
No, I did, but I reloaded. I punched out flat. After 350, if you go up on an up imbalance and then lose the level that you bounced from after the imbalances come out, that's an automatic out for me. Because it was a buy imbalance on AMD. It hit 160, went back into the $0.50, and then on a million buy imbalance retraced in. So there's no holding past that level. No matter where my stop is before the imbalances, it's at that support level when the imbalances come out. As I said, I liked the idea on Apple. It just never gave you the opportunity to pop into the short. It did not come out with a big sell imbalance, but I think it was enough. It was like 700,000 that it went to. The problem was it was already going down, so you couldn't actually short it off this level. Everything was bouncing. I thought it was going to bounce. A couple of minutes I'm going to go over. I didn't actually set up. I got ready with everything, but I had to go set up the desk over there. I see everyone still. Why is everyone still on this Massachusetts thing? It's a little bit ridiculous. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Just for everybody out there, your stock opened back up on SWIN, and generally speaking, if you halt for more than 10 minutes, it's a really, really bad thing. It was a really, really bad thing for anyone that was in SWIN. They eventually opened it back up, and it got cut in half.
All right, $4 worth of risk, $11 in the money. I mean, we just put this trade on. It's continuing to go, and as you can see, we're feeling pretty good about it right now. And that is going to be Nvidia, and it's just continuing its move higher. I'm still going to use that stop. I mean, we are just very, very excited about today's trade. And I want to thank everybody for the continued support on the show, because it just means a lot about that, because it does take something to sit here and show all of the trades that you put in, try to explain them all, have to deal with everything around, all this kind of stuff, and still be able to come here and do this. So it's been good, right? It's been good. But again, I have to say something, and I said this to the guys behind. If I didn't have such a shutdown, I would have been shut down already. So that's the other thing, it's like you have to, and I trade around my risk, so it's fine, but at the same time, if you have a couple bad moves early and you're not properly share sized, like your share size is not proper, you get absolutely destroyed, and then you don't have an opportunity to come back.
You need a chip in a chair.
So, yeah, I mean, we've used that analogy numerous times already today, and it's just like, this is what trading's about. I don't know what else it's about. It's about sitting here, finding opportunities, and then saying, this is a good opportunity, here you go. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it with confidence. And so to me, that's what's made the biggest difference. We always get asked questions here. What's the one trait that a successful trader could have? It's just, and we did this on the Freedom and Wealth podcast, so I don't want to spoil anything on that one, but I will anyways. And it's about confidence, and it's about having the ability to pull that trigger and to make that trade. Not everybody, you could see clearly, right? Not everybody is making this trade right there on Nvidia. And if they are, people are using different shares. Whatever shares makes you comfortable, not what makes me comfortable. So that's the idea. We're going to get stopped out right here. That's the idea, right? My stop is right here to put in our pocket now, this $6. Did it just run 11? Yes.
The imbalance is just paired.
Yeah, so I had thought that there it is. So we'll take advantage of that at VWAP. We knew we were playing with house money there, obviously, because we talked about that, but we changed our stop. So there it is. Nice move on Nvidia. And right there, it's now a huge stock for me on the day. One trade, and we made it on earnings day on Nvidia. It'll now be the number 2 stock. I think I can check. Number 2 stock in this whole office right now for this one trade. So that's what it is right there. We're pretty happy with it, and I just hope that everybody can have success with their trades as well. And it's been a fun day. Definitely tried to battle back, and we did. So far so good. I just got to punch out of this TQQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I said I was going to get over. It's just going to make sure I can cancel orders. I cannot refresh my blotter, but that's fine. I think I don't have any.
You don't have anything on.
Yeah, I have that blotter refresh issue, so it's not.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I get that every.
No, I don't think it's not a big deal. Before we got out of here, I said very well. While Sean was talking at 355, we saw that pullback. All of those buy-in balances all paired off at the same time, with the exception of actually basically nothing. They're all now sell imbalances are gone. Intel was a buy, now it's a sell of 1.2 million. So at 355, the reason why you'll see traders put trail stops and get out of things in that situation is because any imbalance, typically you're going to have a massive pairing event specifically at 355, which can be a big one, and you just saw that reflected in multiple names. So just trade carefully around that. Good luck to everybody. I'll see you guys at the desk in just a couple of minutes there with Adair and Chris Breter, who's definitely got a doozy. I will spoil it.
Yeah.
It was not Nvidia. Great trade on Nvidia. It was not Nvidia. That's the only thing I will spoil. I won't tell you what it is, but it was something that was not Nvidia that was fantastic for him today. So I'm going to get up to the desk, and we'll see you guys in a couple.
All right, good job. Yeah, go kill it with those guys, and it should be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I will be heading to the Diamond, as we will, for the viewers. But for me, it will be. It's fortunate that I have you. Fortunate they have you, but I like doing the show. So, but today I can't commit to it, so that's the unfortunate part. Okay, but yeah, you're gonna have a quick wicked show with Neil there. Neil and Adair and Chris. I mean, great combo. Join them for a half hour after hours, and as Neil said, they'll be talking about Nvidia earnings, obviously, and the whatnot. But let's see where we got out there on Nvidia. So 1037, we got a good fill. I think we got 80s there on the push down. We did. We actually got 86. So can't complain about that one on the push down for Nvidia. And then right now, yeah, it's just chill out time for me. We have no more positions. Oh, we covered our TQQ there. Nah, I don't have any stories. Nice move to the downside right now, but no, honestly, what we were gonna do here today is because it's baseball night in the Katina household, we were debating what to get for dinner. And we decided, yes, very, very close, Neil, that is very close. So my daughter likes, I don't know if you guys, so I was actually invited a couple years ago with Scotty Barnes and Subway to something called Bowlway. And it was, they introduced those bowls that they have. So there's pictures actually on my Instagram. Go find that. Scotty Barnes, awesome guy. I don't know if you've ever been beside NBA players before. Many of you probably have. That's like almost not real, like how huge and how athletic these guys are. But shout out to Scotty Barnes. Anyways, we're thinking Subway. So I'll probably grab one of those bowls. My daughter loves them. There's a jerk chicken one that's really good. And then my wife, and I know Brendan from the podcast, we talked about this before, caught me off guard. Meatball subs, and that's one of my favorites as well. So that's what's going to be getting thrown down in our household. Put what you guys are having in lunch right now, or dinner, or lunch, wherever you are, lunch somewhere, in the chat. And yeah, hopefully everyone can enjoy the rest of your day, as we now only 30 seconds away to Adair is coming over, and then we will ring that bell and again kick it off. It should be a great evening. The weather is stupendous around here. It is a great day, so shout out to the city of Toronto. It's countdown time with only 10 seconds left. It's Miss Adara. This is brought to you by the True Trading Group. Supercharge your trading in under 3, 2, and 1. Slam that QR code. It's gone now, right there on your screen. Hook it up with Mike and the rest of them over there at True Trading. I want to give a big thank you to them for sponsoring our closing bell. Shout out to True Trading Group one more time. All right, earnings coming in my ear as I hear it. So again, thank you so much for joining today. I cannot believe that number on my screen is green. I will just leave it at that, and we'll be back tomorrow. Are they ready? I threw that thing out of my ear. All right, I'm not used to doing this. This is my first time. Thank you so much for watching. This is going to be fantastic. I'm out of here. Ethereum is getting tanked right now. Ether down to 3,500. Maybe something just dropped. Let's go find out at the desk with the big guys. It's Adair and Neil. Cha-cha-chow.
Oh yeah, we're locked and loaded. It looks like Intuit is out. I also see the move in Ethereum down. I saw tracking 3,600, but continuing to look weak after market. We'll check out a story for that, Adair, if you can quickly find it. But Intuit is out. I don't have the numbers. We always talk about this. If you punch on the first move, you get absolutely burned. This was up at 675 and then all the way back down into 640. It is retracing, so the back and forth action is certainly coming into play on INTU. We are expecting to get Ross as well, along with Deckers, but let's be real, those aren't gigantic in terms of trading, but Intuit is to the downside, which quite frankly, literally everything was today. We'll get into that a little bit, but I just want to double check to see if we have Ross stores out here yet. So, whoops, it's R-O-S-T, it's roast. Yeah, it looks like Ross might have come out and done the dipsy-do, like it tanked down into 130 and came right back into 132, not moving a heck of a lot. It looks like INTU is the one that's moving the most. Continuing to the downside here, it's down about 6 points. It's a $600 stock. It is flying around. If you guys are trading the aftermarket, always be very, very careful. Let's be real, it can get a little bit nasty. When you pop up the daily, it's going to be difficult on a day like today when you're failing the 52-week highs on Intuit. So earnings are out. Dara, do we have the numbers?
I have Intuit numbers. I couldn't find anything on Ethereum, but I do have some stuff here in Intuit. So basically, full year, so here's some of their guidance. Full year, they're looking for 1679 to 1684 for EPS versus the estimate of 1641. So that is going to be well higher than expectations here. Full year revenue, full year revenue is well higher than expectations here. 16.614 billion, 16.164 billion to 16.2 billion versus 16.05 billion expected. But here we go. Let's see the numbers that we had for Q3 here coming in. Revenue 6.737 million versus 6.737 billion versus 6.647 billion expected. So that is going to be a beat. The EPS also looked like a beat here. Adjusted EPS 9.88. Versus 9.37 expected. But they are announcing that Ken Lin, I'm not sure who he is at the company here, I need to look into that. Ken Lin retiring from Intuit around end of 24. They also named their CEO of Credit Karma as of August 1st. So it seems like some executive-related switch-ups for INTU.
Not good. Yeah, not good at all, at least in terms of price action, but it's not that bad. I mean, 5% isn't gigantic. That said, that was the expected move. The expected move was 4.6% on INTU. Now, obviously, not as big of a deal, some of the earnings plays, but I think some people might be concerned with when Ether is moving around. This is the dump right at the close here, and whether it was technical, who knows, but it was right into 35,000. You lost a bit. It was about $280 in just a matter of a minute or two there on ETH. So pretty nasty movement in the aftermarket here for ETH. But if you're going to do any kind of a review on the day, which we're about to recap things, there's Intuit still working to the downside. But if you look at these ETFs, what is up right now? What is up? SMH and a little bit of wheat. That's it. Absolutely nothing is red on this ETF board, or is green on this ETF board. You've got the weed names that got smoked, 8% down MSOS, K-Web down 2.6, Silver, which has been great, down 2%, GDX down 2%, XFI down 2%. Well, Sean's giving me guff because I said the weed names got smoked. Here's the thing, when you're talking all day, sometimes the puns that you say are going to be the most obvious ones. There's only so much you can do with this. They're down 8%. I gotta say they got smoked. There's nothing else. Although getting smoked is a good thing in some cases. But also,
I liked it.
A tan to the downside as well. I mean, we've seen some of these names in space. First Solar specifically has been an absolute banger. FSLR, and this is a great thing that Raider Trader mentioned today. Actually, I mean, he said a lot of smart things, which he usually does. But if you're looking at the entire group of these solar names, when down 3.5%, FSLR, which is by far the best performing one, is only down 1%. This is the entire point of identifying relative strength and weakness, or looking for longs in the best of breed, and if you look short, don't look for those. So that's what it's all about, because that's exemplified in what happened with TAN and then FSLR today. XBI down. I mean, ARC's down 3%. Really? We're shocked at that? Absolutely not. Oh, I'm joking. We're not shocked at that whatsoever.
I got a kick out of it.
It gets hard. When you do a recap of how the market is doing, it's like SMH is up because Nvidia had a big day.
Yeah.
Everything else is down. I mean, wheat's up 0.5%. I don't really care. Do you guys care? Probably not. I hope so. Well, if you do care, I'm sorry about that. Ether's still looking a little bit weak here. But Adara, this was your first time I think, live trading for maybe the biggest earnings day that you could ever get. So
Yeah.
just give me a little bit of your experience here so far.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I had one. I wish I had more to say about Nvidia. I wanted to take one Nvidia trade, and then I realized I do not have enough buying power for Nvidia, which makes sense because I don't really trust myself with that either. So it's all good. But anyways, I tried to take one NVDL trade. I didn't give myself enough room. If I had given it like basically about 10 more pennies, I think it would have been fine because I was trying to take that. I think one of those bounces off 1047, but it's all good. I did have a couple trades I was really proud of. This ended up being my best day since going live, which I was really proud of because it actually, I was down quite a bit at first, and it was just about coming back, finding stuff I liked. I had one AMD short off that 162 level, and the reason I didn't keep it is because it wasn't planned. I was looking at AMD for someone in the chat, and then I was like, you know what, I like this, I'll get in. And then so I gave it 40 pennies. I was pleased as punch. I took 40 pennies on it, and then it dropped another like multiple dollars. But for a non-planned trade, I'm happy with how I took it. Then I also kept taking PDD short off the 156. That went from my worst name to my best name, so I was really proud of that.
Look, if you were short at any point on AMD today, that is a win.
Thank you.
It would have been very difficult to lose on a short in AMD today because that was an absolute dumpster fire. My trade ideas is freezing on me right now, which is a little bit frustrating. I'm trying to change symbols on there. I can show you. I'll try to get it back up, and I'll get you a chart on AMD. But so, like, people have asked, like, what's going on with ETH? What is the news? Remember, there was the deadline today for the first of the ETF approvals. It was BlackRock, and then tomorrow's would have been ARK, the deadline. So, end of the day happens, and there's nothing. You get a little bit of a flush here. This is a 15-minute chart, but if you pull this up, like if you look at a daily on where ETH has been, it's still well within the bull run. I think it looks absolutely fine. So at the end of the day, I think it probably has more to do with the fact that there wasn't anything that happened positively for them. So some people just selling. And today, look, it's been a selling kind of day. So the notion that anybody would have been quick to pull a trigger to take some profits on pretty much anything, I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. I might have to restart my trade ideas or like alt control, delete my PC. But it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you can pull up any chart of AMD anywhere and just see the absolute carnage it was. Like I learned a lesson today for myself. Like yesterday, I was dip buying Nvidia, and I liked every single time I got into it, with the exception of one stop that I blended into another, which you never want to do. You always want to have a defined out, because I was pretty convicted in that trade. If I look back, I didn't have the same level of conviction in AMD dip buys today that I did Nvidia. So it's always frustrating. And I think the other thing too is, like, yesterday I know I had a better job of getting it back. Part of that was because GameStop. Look, I like that GameStop afternoon rally thing, and it actually did it. Today it didn't. So I didn't have that in the back pocket to make a bunch back. But it is what it is. You've just got to get back on the horse. I think today was a difficult day for a lot of traders because they thought Nvidia could have carried other things higher. And if you came into today thinking Nvidia was going to carry things higher, you got smoked, because Nvidia was going higher, and even at the end of the day, it caught that fantastic bid. I'm so happy to hear that you did well. I want to double check we're into it, and some of these other ones are going, but like I said, like my charts have somewhat frozen here. I'm going to do the old alt control delete thing. I'm curious. Do we have the numbers out on Ross? Because I was expecting Ross stores to be out, and I wanted to check.
We do, yeah. So they did pretty well. I'm going to get the numbers here. So Q1 sales, 4.585 billion versus the estimate of 4.833 billion. So that is going to be a beat. They also had a pre-tax profit coming in as a beat as well. 637 million, versus the estimate of 595 million. So that's also going to be a beat. They did have a slightly cautious outlook here, saying that there's ongoing uncertainty in the macroeconomic environment, but they projected earnings per share for fiscal 2024, 579 to 598. Not seeing where the comparison in that was, but given the cautious outlook, I think it is safe to say this could have been a bit of an unexpected move. Regardless, though, there is a nice move to the upside here for ROST. Market seems to be reacting pretty positively to this. Let me pull up and see what we're doing here on ROST. But yeah, I mean, other than the cautious outlook, yeah, we had this nice move up. We certainly did have nice numbers as well in terms of what we actually reported for this quarter.
Chickens have come home to Rost. Does that work?
I like it.
No, it doesn't.
I like it.
Now, see, here's the best thing about Adara. There's many good, great things about Adara. But the best thing about Adara is the absolute infectious positivity that is there. Because even if you say a bad pun, when she's the queen of puns, she's still going to give you credit for it. But Ross, it is strong. There is a good move upside. I'm just double checking. It was only supposed to be 6% expected. So if it holds on to this 7% move, Ross Stores will be up more than expectation going into tomorrow, which tends to be a pretty good sign for some continuation. So good look on Ross. The other one, I want to just quickly double check. Deckers, it's been up, it's been down. It just looks like it's hanging around. No defined direction. You're up 4% on Deckers Outdoor, but no defined direction. And then I believe we should have had, like, Workday's the one that's getting shellacked. Yeah. If there's a prize for who got it the worst on earnings this afternoon, it's Workday by a long shot, down 9%, $24 to the downside on Workday. Not a good look for them, and we'll get to the numbers in a bit. And this has been making a bit of a bounce, a failure of the 50 period here in the daily. Nothing about that looks good for Workday, so that is just nasty. It's always more fun looking at, like, Nvidia blows out $26 billion in revenue. Look at the stock go. Like, that's way more fun to do than, oh goodness, I hope you're not in Workday right now.
It's more sad when it goes down like this.
I don't like stocks going down. When you trade, you've got to be able to short because you're a trader. But there's nothing fun about, actual, like, value getting eroded in something. I tell this all the time, and I'll never forget in 2008, for a lot of traders and day traders and a lot of traders alike, 2008 might have been your best year. I can tell you it was like it was really close. Easily my one or two in the 20 years that I've traded. And I remember you'd make money and then you'd go home and it's like the market's down even more. And everyone is complaining about the market and how much money they're losing. And when you're a trader, like, this is the best thing ever. Yeah. And all you want to do is shut up and not talk about it. And I'm being dead serious. I would not talk about how well I was doing to my parents or to my dad specifically because everyone else is losing money. You felt bad about it. Yeah. I know we've got Chris Breter loaded and ready to go. So I get to hit this button, which I don't always get to, which is, boom. It is Trader Talk. I'm so happy to be able to get a chance to talk to you. Chris Breter from Simpler Trading, Senior Managing Director of Simpler Stocks. Now, Chris, welcome, but I just want to warn you here. For about the last 30 minutes or maybe longer on the afternoon show, I did somewhat tease that you had a fantastic play today, and I wouldn't tell everybody what it was. I just told them that it wasn't Nvidia. So there's some expectations here. I already know what it is. I thought it was great.
Oh, that was nice of you to say. I'm actually looking forward to some of the puns. So I heard there's the pun meister is in the house.
Hi, yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah, if I find some, I'll let you know. A lot of times people mute me on the live chat because of some of the puns I have.
Oh,
not around here.
No, we love puns in this house. We do love puns.
Oh, cool. So let me just tell you what we were doing today. Obviously, everybody watching Nvidia, but it's really cool. The title of my video for our room last night was, I don't care if Nvidia had great earnings. And I put out the video after Nvidia's earnings. I don't care what the earnings are. There are too many negative divergences to ignore. So this wasn't about Nvidia today. It was about, could you find other things to short if you were bearish? And you might be like, why the heck would you even think of short? And I'll show you some charts. So I'm really into consolidation patterns, reversal patterns, but I'm really into correlations. So when I'm looking at the correlations in here, I'm watching this. So, and we've been showing these for days, so it's pretty exciting. So right here on the left is the transports. And on the transports, this is where, when the CPI came out. So I've changed these markers. It's really exciting to see them big like that. That's pretty cool. But right here, May 14th, if you look at the bottom, May 15th is when the CPI came out, when everything gapped up. So we could put this on a 4-hour chart right there. That's when everything gapped up. On the left, we'll put the Russell. And sure enough, there's your CPI gap, and it blew through it. The bonds are under the CPI gap, and the industrials blew through it today. Like you see, not even close. So the whole theory is that if they're blowing through the gap, even on the opening, then you got to play the things that haven't done it yet. That doesn't mean they'll go all the way to the gap, but it means that I'm going to look for short ideas. So over here is the gap for the NDX on the CPI gap. On the left is the SPX with the CPI gap. And as you see, the SPX actually did it. But the problem is, you might say, I don't feel like playing JP Morgan. It doesn't move that much. I don't want to play Nvidia. So let's take a chip stock that already isn't acting so hot, and it might have geopolitical risk. Now, this was suggested by a client, and they were right. So the whole idea is that the Chinese market has been getting nailed. Yeah, just lately. I mean, it's in a big old bull market. But the Chinese market, China is showing some strong arms situations around Taiwan with the new election of the president in Taiwan. So our idea was to play Taiwan Semiconductor. The whole theory is that even if the markets rallied, this stock would go down, at least on after the opening, just based on geopolitical problems. So if you look, we play the China Bull ETF a lot, the YINN, and it was getting really hit on the opening. This is the opening. Gap down, even though Taiwan Semiconductor gapped up. So what we did in Taiwan here, right here, pretty exciting. Right there, we bought put flies for tomorrow. So we bought the 160 puts, sold twice as many 155 puts. You see the gap down here. There's your gap. So that's why our middle strike was at there. So we bought these, sold those, bought the 150 puts. So we did this spread, and I'll show you. And we're out. I just want to make clear that we're out. But we went and did this. So we went and faded this. We could have played SMCI. We could have played Lam Research. But this was a good bang for the buck. So what we did in here is we went into here, and we did this spread for $1.65. And you could do it as many times as you wanted. So right there, we did it for $1.65. We sold it at $2.20. So made the 45 cents on a 55 cents on a $1.65 investment. So it worked great. And then the stock rallied. So that made it even better.
Oh, I mean, that's such a perfect. You know what I love about that is there's an entire process to it, because you could have approached it with oh well, whatever. There's a million things that could go down, and I'll have a reason for it. But you also had specifically that China risk, which was embedded. You were able to get some confirmation with some weakness actually in the Asian markets overnight. So it's not just that you have your indicators going down. You're actually picking something which has another fundamental reason, not that it matters, but it helps when it does, to take it into the downside. My one question that I would have here is, so when TSM, because as a day trader, when TSM bounced off 156, I mean literally 156 even, I waited for that level.
When we got out, it was really exciting.
Because to me, I had a long in it off that level. So I'm like, oh, I mean, give me a break. 156, it was support previously. You mentioned the gap. Just on a pure momentum play, it was a quick bounce into VWAP where you're in and out in a couple of minutes. But I want to talk about more like when that abated, I didn't think it would go to the highs. I thought it was trend down, so it should stop in here. And when it broke back in, and then you're right back at the highs, is there ever a temptation, and like you said, you're out? Did you look for an opportunity to retake that trade? Or were you just like, hey, we had our setup, it worked, great, you bank your money? Or were you thinking to yourself, maybe, do I want to roll the dice again on it because you've still got half the day and not much might have changed overall?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, what I did is I watched it rally. I never thought it would go to a new high. But we go a lot on that ATR trailing stop that, I've talked about on here a lot. Intraday. So just the ATR trailing stop. And so when I saw this, so when it got over the ATR trailing stop, that was a great buy on your part. There was no way to play it on the downside. But when it broke, there was my warning sign. And then when it formed that little head and shoulders top, I shorted small.
There you go.
Just small, like 40 shares, but you made 3 points. So, it starts parlaying on you. But that's what I did is I actually re-shorted it in that area.
And so just to be clear, everybody, I did not know Chris did that. It was like, genuinely like, hey, this is what happened. For the life of me, I gave up half the move in the long. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't see it getting to the high either, Chris. I didn't
see that whatsoever with all the geopolitical
still surprised.
Risk. But as you see, there was a time and place to play it on the downside.
Yes.
And there was a time and place to get back in it. But here you're going against the grain, even if it makes no sense whatsoever. So, yeah, I re-shorted right there. Right there. And then did I buy the bottom? I didn't make 3 points. I made here, that consolidation. So I made a quick 2.25 points. And it was only 30 shares, but there's $75 more. And it was fun because I was using house money.
Well, we always talk about that. Like the best trades are, A, when you're convicted, B, when you're able to sort of play with those profits. But the key is there, like you had to actually wait for an hour or so after it made that high for it to even set up that next trade. And we talk about being patient all the time on the live show. If you're not willing to be patient for your trade to set up and confirm, you're going to find yourself in a bit of trouble because the market's always going to look like it has an opportunity, but you just want to make sure you're taking your A+ setup. I don't want to keep you.
Yeah.
I want to keep you too long, but I just wanted to quickly ask you. Look, okay, we've just had Nvidia blow things out. The end of the day was pretty nasty overall in the market. Literally everything was down, with the exception, SMH was only up because of Nvidia anyway, so you can pretty much count the chips as quote-unquote down outside of Nvidia. We got the end of the week coming up. Obviously, you're going to get options expirations. Do you have anything that you're set up for, or at least looking at to end the week, or maybe going into next week, Chris?
We didn't talk about all of these things, but I had it ready for you. So the first one is this. So I thought I'd show you Memorial Day, like what usually happens around Memorial Day. So here I had this all ready for you. Memorial Day is between the 26th and the 30th at the end of the month. And the reason I'm showing you that is then on the bottom, I have every day at the end of the month since 1950 what the returns have been. And you'll see overall the returns are pretty good. And then the first day of June, usually it's pretty good, and then it's bad. So the whole thing was to take your profits today just for historical tendencies.
Right.
Now, this is where it gets a little hairy because Memorial Day is actually relatively early this year. So, if you go up tomorrow because of Memorial Day, I think the first thing you're going to see is it still to me matters on what goes on with the bond market the next couple of days. I really obsess about the bond market and can it start to come back? Because that's been a big divergence. So you've had the Russell diverge, you've had the Dow Jones transports diverge, you've had the industrials diverge, and you had the bonds diverge. So to me, it was just a matter of time before the S&P at the minimum went to that CPI gap. But for me to really get bullish, like swing long bullish, now, there were times, obviously you see the cross over that, but I would love to see this overshoot to here and then have the bond market on the other hand break that could be a bull flag. So I'd love to see the bonds go up to here and the S&P have another 100-point sell-off, and then I'll get really bullish.
Absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that. We actually have a super chat for you. So thank you so much, Turin Tarambar, for the $5 super chat asking, Chris, are the bears just yawning and going back to bed or actually waking up?
You know, the thing is, sentiment, put call ratio sentiment and all that is actually a little too bullish. But let's just look real quick. This is going to be the big nut right there. So usually when I get bearish, I like to, just like you saw with Taiwan today, whether it's a daily, an hourly, a 1 minute, when you see this on a 1 minute and you see where you can put, draw that trend line, that beautiful trend line right here. Amazon had that yesterday, almost the same pattern. If I saw the ES on a daily chart have some kind of trend line cross, I'd get really bearish. But we're, you know, I'd love to say we're like a week from an all-time high. We're at an all-time high this morning. So for me to really get bearish, I need to see a big trend line develop. And just like you talked about patience, that might take a week or two.
Yeah, I think it's an important point because it's better to be right in the trade than to be perfect. Like everyone wants to sell the top and buy the bottom. And you know what? Usually that involves guessing. But if you watch it bounce, or you watch the trend change, and then you get in with a little more confidence, A, you're going to put on the trade because you're confident in it. And then B, you're not going to have to worry about going against the grain. Because as you said this morning, we're at all-time highs. The other point I wanted to make here, just for everyone that maybe you're newer to trading, it's a Memorial Day, a long weekend as well. Sometimes people can get a little bit skittish. If we were to rally a lot tomorrow, I'd be surprised. If we do a big rally tomorrow, I'm going to be looking for retracements late in the afternoon, just because of the overnight, the 3-day effect. People are going to be taking it off, and then you get the hangover next week. But thank you so much, Chris. I think you basically covered everything. And what I love about this is every time we get smart traders on, I know you can kind of put them on the spot about ideas. And knowing that you put the work in, you're going to have something for us. I know we didn't discuss that, but thank you at least for, I know you were prepared for something there.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime you want to throw anything at me, it'll probably stick. So no, all kidding aside, anything you need, let me know.
Thank you very much. Chris Breter, Senior Managing Director, Simpler Stocks. Find him at Simpler Trading and on this market recap show every single week. A fantastic guest in front of the show. We appreciate you, Chris.
Take care.
Press the button. Which button?
Trader Talk.
I know. You're like, press the button. I'm like, what? I don't usually have to. Ramin doesn't make me press the button. Why do I? No, I'm just messing with you there, Fabian. It's all good. I thought we'd get a what?
I just thought that was funny. The Ramin doesn't make me press the button.
No, but I'm just. We like to be honest around here.
We do, yeah.
And I'm just keeping it real. Like I press the button. Usually we just get out of here. I wanted to go over TraderView, but thankfully we were able to talk about your experience being short on AMD, which I think was good. That said, if you didn't plan the trade, it is what it is. You just get out even if it's a winner. That was a banger short. I wish I had, if I had done a little bit more work, maybe I would have been looking short on TSM and AMD and some of those others. And I think you just come in there sometimes with a bias and it gets the best of you.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And like we always say, the best you can do is just build back as much as you can. Build from the bottom. Sometimes you get it all back, you get a little back. It's better than being at your worst point in the day. Congratulations on being positive today.
Thank you
it
so
was
much.
not
I appreciate it.
an easy one. However, there's also something we do around here. I see it's, okay, we've already done trade review. We kind of skipped that by going over some of the other things. But let's get into what I know a lot of people want to see here. First of all, I'm going to start the roll call off the way that I always do when I get to fill in for Sean, which is a lot of fun with all of you here. And that is by shouting out Bears versus Bulls, the single best moderator in all of YouTube. Thank you for everything you do, the positivity in the morning and sort of rallying the troops and keeping everything calm in the chat and making sure that we get to all the messages. I think you do a fantastic job. Big shout out to Chris. We appreciate you in there. Such a great guy. You're right. And we'll start, you know what? Because Michelle just complimented Chris, you get the first shout out. Michelle Meir says, thank you, Chris. We say thank you. Roll call starts with you. And we got Royal Dixon. We got Jay Lee, Ike Anderson, Sebastian with the Neil Dara.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. And then he says Dara Neil. That's how it should be.
Dara Neil.
A ladies first. Also, It's not age before beauty, it's beauty before age. As far as I'm concerned, it should always be the other way around. So shout out to you, Sebastian. Vin, what up? We got Robbie V, we've got Pitchbull, we've got M. Kelsey, we've got Sebastian again, just coming up with new ones. Dareal? I don't know if that's a little bit different, that one. Molfar, shout out to you. JJ, short AMD, you're 100% right. I really wish I had. I did not. MJD, Asta, Yatu37, Michelle again, Randall, Laguerre, apple and raisin pancake with powdered sugar all day, every day. I would love to be eating that right now. I'm always hungry. Ike Anderson, the Piper. We've got Pranya in the house. Aaron Scott Matthews, best name in the chat as far as I'm concerned. Francis De La Cruz, Yoel Reyna, Miscellaneous H, hello to you too. Vin in the chat, one brown chick in the chat, the Piper, Pitchbull again, Sherry Punjab Stud Farm, there's a name for you. Future Eddie in the house, we got Francis again, Molfar again, Turkan in the chat as well. Shout out to all of you, Dewey, Alvin, Donkey Trader. Oh my goodness, there's one of these days, and I gotta do it when Sean's on, I'm gonna end it there. One of these days, and I have to tell the story when Sean is on. Sean went to university at Laurier, and I went to Waterloo. They're adjacent, and there was an alumni softball tournament in Laurier that they would play, and they'd bring me on as a ringer, and everyone thought I played for Laurier because I used to hang out all the time with Laurier people. The name of our team was the Donkey Squad, and it's exactly, the guy who made the team, it's not like, it's what you think it is. It was literally what you think it is, and it was hilarious, and we were the most hated team in that tournament, because everyone came to drink beer, and the captain on that team came to win. And it's a lot of fun. We have some great stories about that. It was a lot of fun at university. Sean and I have known each other since high school. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's always a blast. Congratulations on being green once again.
Thank you.
Good luck if you happen to be in workday, which is getting shellacked. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. We're going to have the chips moving. We're going to have Nvidia in play one more time. We're going to end the week with a bang, 8:30 tomorrow morning at Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow.